Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Nall, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And I mean that wholeheartedly. And I'm hoping that, I find you well today. Hello, Isby. Hi, Doug. How are you? Um, this particular video is a follow up from almost 2 hours on Andromeda 7 group and the discussion, and about 40 minutes of discussion after the show, just conversating with me and Delabar. And he's a lovely man. Um, and I can see why folks, like to hear from him. Okay, I I think we are new friends. There are so many things that we have in common. So, I this isn't about Dalabar, okay, but it is about some of the things we discussed after the show offline, just the two of us, and it doesn't concern Oromos in this respect. There are people who are going to be taking this stuff, whether they make it or buy it, and this video isn't about that per se. I listen to how he makes it and that kind of thing, and I'm like, well, that's interesting. There's some interesting stuff about it, okay? And I'm more curious in that Oromos may not necessarily, this is my point of view, okay, that Oromos may not necessarily have gold in it, but it's the different types of minerals that are in it from the salts or whatever. He mentioned just grabbing a um, a rock and taking it, and gold isn't present in everything. Okay, so, and people say, well, they're making some of their Ormus with like local dirt or something, and oh yeah, it works. But you might, if I was to take some of my red clay, which I do all the time, I've got clay in the bottom of my well. So I drink it in a liquid versus taking it in powder as far as my minerals go. But in the process of this, if you just willy-nilly pick some place and I'm going to use this dirt or I got some sand or whatever, my 10 cents on that would be that it may not be the gold in the Oromos that is actually what is activated. It's the minerals in whatever the substance, whether it's dirt or sand or a rock or sea salt or Himalayan salt. There may not be any gold in it. Okay. Well, it's got this. Maybe not, because I have studied geology. I've panned for gold, and gold is in a lot of places, but it doesn't necessarily is spread out all across the planet. Okay, so folks who are doing this, if they believe there's gold in it, I ain't going to say a word. Now, if you take it out of the ocean, or like Delabar was doing it from the Dead Sea, it's nearby for him kind of thing. We would have to order it in and it would have to ship, but to the point. But the idea, though, that I think it may be, in my humble opinion, no, nothing against Delabar, anybody else who believes that that there is gold in this, but I absolutely believe that there are trace minerals of things that are in the Oromos. Now, so I'm going to say about that. But as a secondary note, and is very much more important in my humble opinion, is what we discussed after the show, in that there were life changes that we have made. There are life changes that I dug my own well. He did, there are things that we have made decisions in our lives as to what we eat, how we eat, how much of it we eat. I mean, you know, So there are people who are going to be buying Oromos to with the intent of it's going to cure them of whatever. And so the discussion, and this is from me, but from our discussion, this is what I got out of it. What I got out of it is that, and I said so. I said there are going to be people who are going to be taking this Ormus, whether they make it themselves or they buy it. It won't matter. That it may seriously not work for them for the simple reason that their life patterns are different than ours. Drink municipal waters, whatever the situation is. He's living up in the mountains. There was an understanding about certain things that we get as far as what we eat, how we eat it, and different things like that. So if people continue with their current state of being, meaning if they continue eating wrongly or not correctly or whatever, that taking Ormus, what good is it going to do? It'd be like shooting yourself in the foot. It's like I've told you before about, hard shell vitamins. They go right through your system and end up in the septic system. Uh, you know, there are things that people, unless they make certain changes in their lifestyle, that taking Ormus ain't going to cure them. We agreed on things about water, the types of water, and where you get it, and kind of thing. We agreed on those minerals and things that we also take, and the things that we avoid, and too much sugars, and just all kinds of different things. The type of food that we eat and where we get them from, as opposed to people who say they eat organically, and quite frankly, a lot of the organic food has been irradiated and so forth. My discussion was about fresh tomatoes. I saw some tomatoes in the store the other day and was going to get one. I said, no, we know better than this, because tomatoes just don't keep. And oh, they were so right and firm. There wasn't a dent on them. They were too perfect. I picked one up to smell of it. There's no tomato smell. And for those of you who've ever grown a tomato, it has a tomato smell. Hey, Isby, Susie Q, Doug, I think I saw you in the house. Maverick, how are you? Yeah, chocolate therapy, right? There is something about that, in my humble opinion. Doug Gaza, how are you? Uh, Maverick Delaney, you're in the house. So this ain't about picking on people who are doing the Ormus thing or want to do the Ormus thing, but this is a warning to folks. And it's a shame we talked for almost 2 hours, but in this understanding of the Ormus, it's like any other thing. If you continue bad behavior, taking an herb or something may cure you for a short period, but is it going to cure you? Cure you? Now, I'm not going to beat a dead horse to death, but me and Max have talked about this several times about plastics. I keep harping on it, but I don't think people are really paying attention. They keep abusing and using things that are detrimental to their health. You know, there are many different folks about the types of water, and you know my opinion about distilled water. It should only be used sparingly and when necessary. But there are folks that are convinced, and okay, you believe what you want. It's all right. But my job here is to say, but listen, if you're doing things incorrectly, or you don't process the Ormus that you make on your own, or the people who make it, that you buy it for whatever price it is, what if they don't make it correctly? So you're taking a really big chance on all of the above. But here's the bottom line: for those people that I've chatted with that have taken this, their lifestyle is a lot different than most people. What they eat, how they consume it. Max and I have talked about different things tonight. Uh, um, Delbar and myself talked about this. So, what good is it going to do you to take something that is supposedly going to heal you if you're going to continue a bad behavior or eating incorrectly or still, whatever it is? And the conversation had gotten to the point where he had mentioned in the thing, he said, and we were talking about diet. And he said, he had hemorrhoids, and and it's thank God I don't have them. I have had them, and for those of you who do or have or whatever, um, but that it was like he quit eating certain hot things and Tabasco sauce and whatever on a regular basis, and his issue cleared up. So if I've drank too many sodas in a day or something, my bladder and kidneys will let me know you've had too many. I had 2 sodas yesterday. Okay, and it'll let me know. So, but the idea though that people will continue to abuse themselves and then buy a product supposedly to help them, they put their faith in it, but at the same time, their lifestyle, they're not changing. Their eating habits, they haven't changed. They're still going to do these certain things. So, in my discussion with him after we got off the air, it was like, so you would agree with me then to get Oromos of any kind and folks who not change their lifestyle would be like shooting yourself in the foot. You'd be wasting the money. So my further discussion about the Oromos may be good for you, but if you're leading a crappy life with what the that you're eating or whatever, or you know, there's more to the Oromos than just taking it. Okay, there are other changes. He sees the benefits, but his lifestyle and his eating habits are different. I don't take it, but my eating habits are very similar to his. It was amazing how much we agreed on stuff. I was quite honestly, pleasingly shocked and surprised. But that it's a philosophy, if you will, if you think about alchemy and the discussion I had the other day was that alchemy is anything we put in our mouths, a combination of foods or salts or spices or whatever. It's all, putting food in us is an alchemy in and of itself because the body will process the foods and hopefully make us, uh, more well. Hey, Michelle, Christy, I'm sorry, Cherry, how are you? So, but anyway, this isn't necessarily a warning per se, but that people who think that this is the cure all, that this is what's going to make them this particular item, and it is much more complicated than that because folks who are really seeing a benefit, like I said, have different eating habits and styles, and you know, and so if you're just going to take the Ormus, hey, Teresa, thank you. Delbar and I had a wonderful conversation after we went off the air. So this is my follow up. And in all honor and friendship to him, we had an awesome discussion. Thank you for introducing me and letting me be in the chat tonight, Teresa. Thank you so much. But in that, though, in the further discussion, that you should be willing to make, in some cases, maybe some severe sacrifices as far as what you've been used to doing all these years. Quit using toothpaste and just use, baking soda. Quit using fluorides. Quit using shampoos. Quit, there are so many things we talked about. I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. Yep, I agree with you. And he was agreeing with me on stuff. And so it's more than just making Oromos or colloidal silver. It's more than that. Okay. Even Max would agree with this and that has made life changes. And we have talked about it, plastics and things and stuff like that. So I'm not going to go into the whole litany of stuff. But if you need to honestly take a look at your behavior. Nobody can be the judge of it but you. But if you've got upset stomach or problems or something, you may have a true condition. Don't get me wrong. But is it something that you're eating that doesn't get along with you, but you love it so much you still eat it? Now, I have my things that will get me, but I know how much I can eat and how much I shouldn't eat. I watched my pops, Arnie, um, in a way, literally eating himself to death because it was, half a pound of bacon every day, and I can't remember the last time I had any bacon. We used to fry our eggs in bacon grease. Okay, that's how I grew up. And now I cook with olive oil, and I you don't use animal fat much. Not that I wouldn't, but and I get sliced meat, not diced, particled, and processed. If I'm going to eat beef, then it's a slice. I can see the grain in it. I can see the fat around the edges, which Duggar loves when I cook, and the bones that come with them. So, but in that though, eating certain processed foods, or you know, I have mentioned this before, but it's a conversation I'd love to hear. Chips of the cocoa bean, like underground coffee. Yeah. But as I was mentioning in that, and Teresa's in the house tonight, thank you. And on Friday night, we're going to have a discussion. I'm going to look through some of my medicinal books and see if I can't find some things for folks to discuss. I have showed many of my books. I got them sitting over here. Um, but I just wanted to do sort of a follow up. And regardless, like for me, I had kidney issues. So, okay, so I took Mullen and it took it away. I mean, it was great. All right. And I'm all for Mullen and Mullen products. And I'm just saying, and if you have kidney issues or, whatever urinary, please take it. If you have asthma, you should get some of the dried leaves and smoke them if you have an asthma attack. I'm just saying. It's 12:08, so we got a few minutes before. Don't believe your eyes about this steak, mate. Baking glue them together. No, not these, buddy. I know the difference. My grandfather was a butcher. My father was a meat cutter for many years, and I've been in the business with, cooking and so forth for a long time. This is real meat. Um, yeah, I know. I've seen it. My father was a meat cutter. Well, he was a manager of a meat as a meat cutter for like 25 years down in Tampa. And then he retired to the carnival and then became a short order cook with the carnival. But anyway, so I get where you're coming from, but not me. The local place that I've been buying from has had a meat department for 30 years. And it ain't what comes out of Walmart and places. Just saying. Yeah, they use all kinds of weird things, like this local store. They don't. The meat is brown, even when it's freshly cut. It's brown, and people say, "Well, meat's supposed to be red." Nah, they add coloring to some of that meat, and my pops was not into that, but he worked for a company that made it. The meat had to look red, not slightly brown. And I always age my steaks or whatever before I eat them, but which makes them more tender and so forth. But anyway, but to the point though, I get what you're talking about, guys. So if people knew how some of these chicken nuggets were made out and how they were made, they would quit eating them. I was talking to Teresa the other day on the phone, and I said, and I've talked about this story before. I've seen these chickens that they grow for their breast. I would not eat any part of that chicken after seeing what they look like. They look like a cross between a duck, and I've raised ducks and chickens both. So These chickens have the breast of a duck, but they're chickens. And I was joking around to Teresa, and I said, they're not chickens and they're not ducks, they're chucks, you know. And I'm just saying, I wouldn't eat them. And I have, see, for the last several years, I've only eaten chicken about 2 or 3 times. But so it may be that you say, well, it's white meat, it's breast meat, and everything. You don't know how they're processed. You don't know what they look like before they kill them, kind of thing, or how they're raised, or So you think you're eating well, is my point. Yay, barf, right? But so. And there we grow millions of chickens in this area every year. Okay, so it's not like it's I'm chicken farms, several of them within a 2 mile radius around here. There's probably 10 chicken farms with with 6 to 8 houses full of thousands and thousands of birds. Just saying. So that's what the big industry is around here, where it used to be tobacco and cotton. Cotton is still pretty big, but tobacco used to be the industry here. Now it's chickens and chicken parts. But anyway, so but my whole point about this though is that it says organic, but is it? Just saying. Organic vegetables. I can tell when local farmers put something in the local IGA store. Why? Because there are bruises on the squash. And you go, well, I don't want a squash that's bruised. Then you don't want one that's natural. If their squash is a little bruised because it's fresh. And, I have grown squash, have packaged squash, and it's really easy to bruise. So if you get the number ones, what they call in grading it, if you get a number one squash and you paid the premium for it, and etc., then it might not even be fully developed because they pick it early, so it won't bruise as easily. So I want the bruised vegetables. Why? Because they're showing signs of being regular vegetables. So, but if you've not grown up in a farm community and you're used to certain things, and well, it says organic, no tomato should last a week in a store. No tomato should last more than 2 days, but there are packaged tomatoes that will be there for a week without any coloration or anything. A fresh tomato don't last that long. I'm here to tell you, something's been done to it for it to continue to last. Okay. So you may think that you're eating, a really good vegetable, something that's organic and all that kind of stuff, when you're just being, and Delabar and I both agreed on this, and in so many ways, people are just getting fooled over this, organic stuff and things. And as we were talking about it, we both agreed that sometimes, like for tomatoes, the tomatoes are fresher in a can than you would buy. Why? Because the tomatoes go right to the cannery from wherever they are, having worked on farms and have shipped things to canneries. If tomatoes are going somewhere, they get loaded on and go. They don't go past go. They go right to the cannery. So there isn't all this other process where they wash it, clean it, everything, cook it or whatever, and stuff it in a can. Where if you get a fresh vegetable, it's been microwaved, nuked, radiated, or whatever, so that it will look pretty on in the store. Bottom line. So eat healthy, right? Some things may actually be healthier in a can than in fresh. Just saying. So, but we both agreed that it's not just the Oromos or any other particular thing, but the topic tonight was Oromos, in that it's not going to save your life if you're still dealing with all these other things. If you haven't changed your lifestyle, if you haven't taken charge of your life and the intake and what you put in, then whatever miracle drug it is or whatever, is it really going to do any good? If your system, and if you continue to toxify the system, whatever it is, and I don't mean like in bad chemicals or whatever, but I mean if you're eating things that you really honestly think is healthy for you, you know, you bring a tomato home from the store and 3 days later it still looks good. Don't eat it. For God's sakes, don't eat it. You know, it has been sprayed. Something has been done to that tomato. Fresh tomatoes will continue to ripen. All right, so you get a tomato from the store, you take it home, sit it on the windowsill, and it just sits there. It's stagnant. Okay. When I grew, I don't have any tomatoes this year, at least not yet. When I was growing some many tomatoes, you pick a tomato with just a little bit of green on it, you know, slightly pink, and take it off of the vine and put it on the shelf on the windowsill for a day. And within 2 days, it's probably more than ripe. And with 3 days, if you don't go get it, it's probably started to fail because it continues to ripen. So, but anyway, and a lot of other vegetables and stuff are like that, you know. So anyway, what people think they're getting and what they're actually getting really different. So take charge of what you're eating, and it may be that that canned vegetable is actually better for you. I've taken petite tomatoes, and I think Michelle said something about this one time. And where I'm taking canned tomatoes, like I'm making a taco or something like that, and I will take canned tomatoes and drain them and put them on top, and they're just as good as fresh tomatoes. I'm just saying, without the expense or whatever about having tomatoes that might go bad or might really not be any good at all. So we need to rethink what's actually happening to our food, where we're getting it, and you know, and obviously read the can. But so the Oromos or colloidal silver isn't the cure all if you continue an unhealthy lifestyle. We got 2 minutes. I actually I'm going to refill. So I didn't really want to do too long on here. Yeah, you want hormones? Eat. I put it in smoothies. Roundup Ready vegetables. Yeah, they use all kinds of weed killer. I got an IGA store that's here locally where I go, Gaza. By the way, I've been living here on this property now, going on 40 years, and I've been going to that store before I bought this property because it had a meat store, and I used to know one of the meat cutters in there, and all that kind of good stuff. But anyway, uh, but a lot of us folks in this area have been eating, you know, cuts of meat from there, where I would not buy, interestingly enough, I would not buy the meat and some of the stuff that comes from Walmart because now it's not that it's bad per se. We have a beef company that's here in Moultrie as well, and they bring in, you know, frozen tractor trailer loads and train loads of, you know, cow, you know, already processed cows. Their hides are off and everything, and they use cheap Mexican labor around here as the meat cutters, and they cut up the steaks and process them and all that kind of stuff. But then there are local guys that you can take your dead deer to or whatever, and they'll process it for you. Or people around here will buy a cow and feed it themselves, and then when it's time, they take it to the butcher, and they do the killing and the thingy, and for a portion of the meat and whatever it costs to do it, then people put that stuff up in their freezer. And so a lot of folks around here, or they will go to a butcher like that, like up in Tifton, there's Dunn Brothers, and there are different companies that you want to, if you got a hog that you raised and you want it butchered, you take it to them and they'll do it. 12:21, missed it by a minute. So there are people who say, well, I can't do it. I can't get to that. Are you sure? If you do a little digging, you might find some little meat department somewhere off on some back road, or and you go, well, I don't know if I trust it. They can't sell meat unless they're licensed. Okay, I mean most of these places. They have to have somebody from the FDA if they kill a goat or a cow or whatever to make sure you did it properly. So these folks are not fly by night. They're serious about it. Be by like my grandfather and my dad, who were meat cutters and butchers. In that, they get a side of beef and cut up their own steaks and ribs and that kind of thing, and make your own hamburger. And so Dad made all our own hamburger from the pieces and stuff. But anyway, so we knew we were getting good quality beef. But there are people who, if you look around, there are folks who, just like us, don't want to go to Walmart to buy hardly anything, and especially meat. So they know somebody who knows somebody. And so get in touch with somebody local. You might be surprised. And also chickens, they might like honestly be chickens. So my 10 cents about chicken is just get a fryer, just get a regular chicken. And you can bake a fryer. You don't have to fry it, but I mean in the thing. And so and don't worry about if you get a large breasted chicken kind of thing, then it's less natural than just a regular fry, just a regular chicken. Okay. So just saying. All right. But to stay on the Oromos, the subject of herbs and so forth, if I had continued my bad behavior with drinking too many sodas and all this other stuff that I was doing, uh, I would still have kidney issues, okay, and urinary tract issues. So I had to make a lifestyle change as well and decide I can only have two of these a day. That's it. I don't care if they're 12-ounce cans, but I can only have two a day. That's it. If I drink a third, I'm going to pay for it the next day. No matter what kind of soda it is, if it's a soda in a can, and I drink orange drinks and different types. But anyway, but to the point though, if I drink more than two drinks in one day, my kidneys, my urinary, I'm going to know it. I'm going to pay for it, and I know to back off. So then why keep drinking them and have 4 or 5 in a day, which is what I used to do, and have this problem all the time? So we have to take control of our intake. So if you keep intaking crappy stuff, then you're going to need to continually purge yourself of crappy stuff. But as soon as you start taking control over what like for my intake, and as healthy as I am at the moment, knock on wood, that, I had a dear friend pass away recently. You've heard me talk about my friend Marcia, but she was severely overweight. She knew it. She struggled with it most of her life. Had her stomach stapled twice, went through all these things, health clubs and everything, and she was still overweight because there were certain things in her diet she refused until she died to take them out of her diet. And partially, in my humble opinion, that she kind of helped kill herself because she wouldn't make those changes. And she didn't take any meat. She didn't eat any kind of meat whatsoever, but she ate a lot of fake meat, which I was like, oh, I love this fake bacon. Okay. Well, I love these fake hamburgers. Okay. I love these fake hot dogs. So she never lost the taste for quote pepperoni on a pizza or a hamburger with lettuce, tomato, and cheese, but it was a veggie. Everything was veggie. But in that, my God, it's so processed. So it to me, who has eaten meat all his life, I just go, I'd rather just have the damn hamburger. I'm sorry. I know where to get it, but so, and I don't just eat any hamburger from anything. I want to see it. I want to be able to see the fat. I want to be able to see the fat content in the grind. And the local places grind their own um, uh, hamburger, ground chuck. Okay. Or you can take a piece and say, hey, grind this up for me to make hamburgers with. You know, well, here's a couple of steaks. Here, grind this up. I want hamburger. What? You're going to take a steak and grind it up? Well, if you want a really good hamburger, then yeah, take those two steaks and grind them up and mix in a little bit of fat with it. And yeah, that's what I want. So Pop used to do it all the time for people who'd come to the counter and go, wait, can you grind this for me? Sure, be right back. And he'd go in the back and make them some hamburger with whatever piece they had. And some of the stuff would be so lean, it would be like, and for those of you who've ever had cube steaks are the toughest, meanest piece of meat that you could ever get. Now, I know you can make people do cube steaks and gravy and stuff, but the reason it's cubed is because you can't eat it if you didn't cube it. I've cubed so many steaks when I was working in the kitchen at the jail. We used to get cows come in on the half shell, a whole side of beef. And we'd have 2 or 3 cows in the freezer at one time. We were feeding 680 prisoners a day, or people, that 700 people a day, three times. So while I spent time in jail, I also used to make the hamburger. We made our own hamburger from the scraps and the pieces and stuff. And we made our own cube steaks because there were pieces of the cow that's just so damn tough. You have to run the cuber so that it tears up the tendons and the fibers and everything so you can chew it. Just saying. But there are people who love cube steak, and I'm like, do you really know? Yeah. Oh, it's cubed. Yeah, because it's so goddamn tough. They have to cube it. But anyway, people think they're getting something really good, and it ain't. It's a crappy piece of beef that has to be run through the cuber so you can eat it. Okay, but back to the osmodium stuff and things and Oromos and all this other stuff. If you're going to rely on these things to be your salvation, I don't care what it is that you take. If it's dandelion root, if it's this or it's that, but if you're still going to put other things in your body, if you're still going to use fluoride toothpaste, if you're still going to use, shampoos with fluoramides and stuff in them, if you're still going to do things like that and you continue and just, well, it don't really matter, but then you want to go to the extent that you're going to take Oromos and pay the extra or make it yourself, whatever the deal. But you won't take control of what your intake is. So go ahead, make it, take it. But both of our suggestions would be, if you're having so many issues, have you taken control of your diet? Really, and honestly made the change. And so regardless of whatever minerals or vitamins or whatever, if you're going to eat like crap, then you're going to end up like crap. So the soy protein process caused holes in brain tissue, soldered a med library. All but a few deli meats are made with phosphates now. I'd rather eat nitrates. One of the things that somebody said something, do you eat out anywhere ever? And I go, yeah, at Arby's. And they go, what? And I said, because I can watch them slice the beef. Okay. They take a big chunk of beef, roast beef, and they slice it. It's back in the back, but I can see them slice the beef, right? It doesn't come out of a package. Now there are some things that do come in little packages that are all, but they will slice it. A lot of the places do. So if I've worked in, my grandpa used to have a store, and part of it was a meat department slash a mini deli, but we would buy great big tubes of bologna, right? Bologna and bologna, right? Or ham or spiced ham, the square stuff. And we'd buy it. And somebody would come in and say, I want 2 pounds of that, and you'd slice it for them right there on the slicer. How thick you want it? And you'd adjust it. You can still do that in some places. So find you a place like that that still does that kind of stuff, and you're more likely to get a better product than other places because you really don't know. But if somebody brings out this big old slab of roast beef and says, how many of these you want? Or the guy, the local store, he'd bring out this big side of beef and say, okay, how big you want your steaks? And he'd slice them right in front of you, right there on the table. And we had steaks that were this thick, that were so damn tender, Western grown, but anyway, this isn't about meat. Okay. I trust, but it is about, if you know where to buy it and you go the extra mile and you say, well, I don't want to eat that. Maybe you do. I'm just saying, compared to what other things that you might eat. And for example, in some of the chicken McNugget processes, they take bits and pieces of the chicken, and it gets wet, and then they push it through a strainer like a sieve, okay? And they push it through there to get all the fibers lined up, and it turns it into this mush, basically. And then they can stamp these things out and mold them. Otherwise, chickens don't look like that. How do you get those? Well, through the process is like, when I saw the process one time, I was like, I don't think I'm ever going to eat another chicken nugget ever again. And it's been years since I've had one. So it's like, oh, but people are popping these things in, and and I didn't know a buffalo had wings, but I'm just saying, I'm being silly and facetious and all that kind of good stuff at the moment. But anyway, so um, the idea of Oromos, though, as being the cure-all, they want me to go back on this same subject. Make sure that the rest of your diet is good as possible, and be honest with yourself. And well, I only had this. Listen, we both agreed that he doesn't do much sugar, and there's a big part in that. And so if you have to have something sweet, then switch to honey. And I don't mean honey syrup, but honey, and use little dabbles of that. I use honey in my tea and different things. I haven't learned how to put it in my coffee yet, but there are practical applications for honey, in that, depending on where you get your honey, sometimes you can get local honey with the comb still in it. Do so. There are regenerative properties and stuff in the honey. So you can still have something sweet, but choose what it's made out of, right? Rather than just a this or a sucrose or whatever. So you can still have a cookie, just don't sit down and eat a bag full of them. I've got two different I finished off my third kind of ice cream in there, and I've talked about this before, but so I'll get a quart of ice cream, half a gallon or whatever it is, and I will get a small container and put ice cream in it, where I used to get a bowl, and now it's just a small cup full of. In fact, I've used just a cup of ice cream, and put the lid back on, stick it back in the freezer, and I allow myself. And there are times when I want to go get a little bit more, but I'm so used to now over these years that cup of ice cream is all I need. And I would sit down and eat damn near the whole pint at one sitting, before. We love ice cream in our family. So I still like ice cream, but now a couple of spoonfuls. I wanted something that was hot outside, and I'd eat a couple of spoonfuls of vanilla ice cream. Help cool you down, and just But I don't need a bowl of it. I don't need a cup of it. I don't eat the whole container, but I still have ice cream. So we can still have pleasures without knocking everything out of the ballpark, but we do them with modesty and mediocre, and we don't overdo it, right? We control it. We take control of our lives, and I know for me it has just become uh, yeah, Big Mac. See, the only place that I will go to eat out really is now Hardee's has sliced beef, or at least they used to. I want to see the slices. Now I know you can fake and you can press beef together and that kind of thing, but it's not nearly, for some of these places. No, they're buying big chunks and they're cooking them up in a large, and they're sending them out. Uh, they're the byproducts from some of these places like Hardee's and Arby's. Uh, I'm sorry, I just like Arby's. I'm a very solid. I have never gotten sick ever from eating from an Arby's, where I've had Burger King, and I quit eating McDonald's a long time ago. Somebody says, let's go to McDonald's. I go, you go, drop me off on the corner. I'll wait. You know, Local honey helps for sinus issues. It helps a bunch of stuff, honestly. Added fish, see how I got to speak slowly. I use maple syrup and honey of the ones I used, and organic sugar raw. Yep. If you're doing bacon, brown sugar is better than the white. Adds a nice flavor. Yes, it does. And a lot of stuff calls for brown sugar too. But to my point, and it's how much of it we use. I mean, honestly, I used to put 3 teaspoons of sugar in my coffee, and now I use one. So I realized I was over sweetening things. And one of the things that I keep reminding myself is that, for example, years ago when I was in jail, one of the first things that I missed was ice. And there are so many people who are addicted to ice, and I'm not. I refuse. Now, if I get a drink, I'll put like this much ice in it, and the rest of it soda. And people go, "Why don't you fill it up with Because I'm going to have watery soda as the ice melts. My soda of choice at a fountain is root beer. There's just something about root beer out of the soda fountain. But anyway, and I can't remember the name of it. Iberia, IB something. It's in the colored bottles. They sell root beer and uh, cream soda. At least they used to. I can't remember. Anyway, IBC, I think it is. You use honey in your coffee. I haven't quite got there. I've got honey and I've used it, but I'm still using a dab of sugar. But here's the thing: 4 pounds of sugar will last me 6 weeks. Now you say, what? Yeah, well, in sugar and my cereal sometimes, and a little of this over here, and what some people don't know. For example, I learned this by several different cooks. If you're in sort of the Italian Cuban style, but if you use a little bit of sugar if you have a really thick tomato sauce, and even if you don't, but I always add syrup to my and I have used honey, but I use syrup, just pancake syrup, just do around with my tomato sauce. And people say, what? You can't taste it. You cannot taste it, but it will keep the tomatoes from tasting bitter. And it adds a flavor to the sauce, and it takes away the bitterness. So in working with, chefs in big restaurants, they always add, well, how come your sauce is so good? And these guys down the road, it's okay, but they use pinches of sugar in with their tomato sauce, and it takes the bitter out. So, but there are things that if you don't know and you haven't learned over the years, if nobody's ever shown you about it or the certain culinary things or whatever, you would just assume that's how it's supposed to taste. That's not true. But anyway, I made, I used to make, I don't do pork chops anymore, but back in the day, there's a lot of hogs around here and so forth. And I would make, and it was really cheap back in the days but I would do smothered pork chops with grape jelly. And people still to this day think I'm nuts, but I'm here to tell you, and you can buy the cheaper grape jelly, but Welch's, not trying to be product oriented, but it's more grapier taste than some of the cheaper ones, but just saying. But the cheaper brands work. But you make a sauce and use a half a jar of grape, depending on how many pork chops you're cooking and whatever. 4 or 5, medium-sized pork chops in a pan or whatever, and smother them over them. But you use that grape jelly in there, however you're making your sauce or juice with. But anyway, really good. And the grapes are good for you too. Um, So the types of cooking and the things you can do that are healthy or healthier than other things, like frying everything and deep frying this and deep frying that, fried a hamburger last night. Uh, I get these patties that I have used for years now. And I was just, I wanted something quick, and I was like, I haven't had a hamburger in a week or so. So I did my own hamburger with double cheese and, with some wasabi sauce instead of, regular mustard, some fresh garlic spread on, and a little bit of and some mayonnaise, of course. And just that hamburger, I'm sorry, I couldn't buy one that tastes that good to me. Just saying. I cooked it with a little teriyaki, and fried it really slow for myself on, so it wouldn't stick to the bottom of my pan with a little bit of olive oil. So, but anyway, and that's another thing. We all use certain oils. Um, got my meal from the local cafe and the roll that molded here in Daytona. My mother and father loved to go to the cafeteria in Daytona. Yeah, I might need to be really high to do that one. Which one? The grape or something else? But anyway, hey, Jamie. Hey, how are you? You're making, I'm getting you hungry. Yeah. I haven't had supper yet tonight. So I'm thinking of all these things and all these delicious combinations and stuff. And I'm like, when I get out of here, I'm gonna go cook something. I had talked about it, and my friend brought me some crawdads as a present, and they're sitting in my freezer. And I'm been, that's my grandson JJ in the house, James. So for those of you who've been in here before with JJ, so and you gave Sammy my YouTube thingy. I'll have to quit talking about her. Anyway, and you're always welcome in here, JJ. We're supposed to be I talked to my sister again today, and we're leaving next Saturday. Not this coming Saturday, but on the 12th for sure. And we're going to be in Dayton. I don't know, that Thursday and Friday after whatever that is. So, and then we'll be heading to Russell Point up there at Indian Lake, I think it is, Russell Point. And Father's Day is going to be up there. And that's where all the other brothers and sisters are going to get together, and we're going to have we're going to have a cookout on that Sunday on the 20th. So if you're in the neighborhood, JJ, give me let us know. We really, after I told my sister about the air museum, she wants to go too. So I need to check on that before we get there. But we're going to be in Dayton for at least one night or two. So I I've never met Brother Michael, who was born after my sister was adopted by the same man that adopted me, Uncle Arnie. And he was a good man. Yeah. So I don't know if you can get up to Russell's Point or anything like that, but that Sunday up there, we're going to be up there around Russell's Point for a couple of days. We're going to stay with Amy on that Saturday night, Saturday night, and then yeah, we're going to be in Dayton Friday. Spend the night with Brother Michael, who Lynn and I have never met. And then that Saturday, we'll get up Saturday morning because he has to be somewhere. We're going to drive up to near Russell Point and stay with my sister Amy, our sister Amy, and be there Saturday night, and then be up there for Father's Day on the 20th. So just to give you a little bit of an itinerary of where we're going to be and approximately when I'm going to be there. So before I go, JJ, if you can, give me, I think I got your phone number, but I will send you my sister's phone number. And I don't want to put it in the chat because I haven't asked her, but I can give you her phone number. And so when we get to Ohio, we'll be in Dayton, we'll be in here, we'll be there. And we're also going to try to meet up with my Aunt Millie and Uncle Roger, who's in his 80s, but very senile and got old timer's disease, and but he's still alive. And I think I'm not sure if my Uncle Carl is still alive, but he would be the oldest of the Knoll clan, which I think there were 7 or 9 brothers and sisters. But anyway, 1, 2, 3, 7, 5, 6. Anyway, but let me know, JJ. All right. Hey, David, got some called apples and banana. Tastes good. Yeah, grape jelly on pork chops. You'd be surprised if you cook it in and everything. Yeah. I don't know if we're going to do so many things while we're gone. Mostly we want to see folks. Like my sister Lynn has never met my sister Amy. And Amy lived here with me for a little while, way back when. But I've been to Ohio a couple of times, and me and my daughter stayed with Amy at least one night way back when. And so, and I've stayed with a couple of my other brothers and sisters, not for long, but overnight. And so, but it's been a long time. It's been a good many years. So it'd be really interesting that this will be the first reunion where all of us are together. It'll be the first reunion where all of us are together. I mean, except when we were like little kids and don't remember. But so it'll be interesting. I don't know about this one. The family's calmed down a lot. So, and I don't have, if anybody's got any problems with me, that's their own fault. But I don't have any problems with any of them, But because I'm so crazy about shit that I talk about, friends in Tampa were warning my sister Lynn. She goes, you're going to be with David for 2 weeks. Are you are you going to kill him by the end of the trip? Is he going to make it back to Georgia? Are you going to want to kill him? And I was like, and I told Lynn, I said, you're going to be able to tolerate me. She goes, what? Well, I think we're more alike than not. We were talking about something else and we ended up giggling. And I said, good. Then we both agree on this, right? And it had to do with, whether or not we were going to do anything and take anything with us. And we were like, well, yeah, okay. So, but anyway, so, but that was just funny. Well, we'll probably get along just fine. And I told her, I'm old and cranky, and sometimes I my sleep issues, but I really want to go, and I want to, I want to be there, and I don't want to just sit in a chair and fall asleep. But so I'm going to do the best I can, And but if I do fall asleep or something, y'all just know that I love you, and I've made the effort. You know what I mean? So can't worry about whether or not I'm going to be awake or have any kind of issues or whatever. Um, hey, Susie Q, how are you? Were you in already? I think I said hi to everybody. That at least Ed, I think I said hi. If not, hi everybody. So, but it's been an hour, and I really haven't had supper, honest to goodness, and I really do want to go in and make something because I make myself hungry. But um, the thing about anything that you wish to take to help you out, make sure that your body, and I don't mean by just because you're drinking, distilled water. That is not what I'm talking about. You might be drinking too much distilled water. You may have leached all the minerals out of your body. Be very careful, okay? And you know who I'm talking about. I love you, but anyway. So, but be careful, Sometimes we convince ourselves into the common sense of things. For example, I want to take this Oromos and I'm going to be healthy. Yeah, but you eat like shit. You don't take care of yourself. But here's your wonder drug that you're focusing on. Now, maybe your intent is so powerful that it is the wonder drug for you or whatever. I'm not saying that it ain't, but many of us agree that you need to look at what your intake is of things along with taking the Oromos. Okay. Just don't think this is my salvation. This is my elixir. This is it. It may not be for you. So, well, but I got faith in it. Okay. Well, I put my intention in it. All right. But if you're still eating like crap, so you want the best of effects of whatever it is that you're taking. So you got kidney issues, you don't drink colas. And I've warned you all again, I will say it again. If you're drinking any type of diet soda, stop it. Find something else to drink. Stop it. If you're using margarine, stop it. Just hydrogenated oils, stop it. If you're using canola oil, stop it because it ain't from the canola. They've added a bunch of other stuff like cottonseed oil. So there are things that there are safe alternatives that I've been using olive oil now for bunches of years, swear by it, but I've got my peanut oil too. So, understand, learn how to cook and don't overheat things. Don't overcook things. If you're boiling water for tea, then you're not getting the tea. You boil the water and then as soon as it starts bubbling, you turn it off, wait for it to settle, and then add your tea bags. You never boil full boil water for tea or other things either. Lots of things people overcook, overdo. Isby, you do what you want to do. Okay. If it's working for you, I've said enough times, please don't do it. Use regular water, but you're insisting on it. Fine. Okay. That's all. You make up your own decision, but don't try to convince anybody else to use distilled water in that. If it works for you, let it go. But I'm telling folks, don't get into this thing about even Dalabar agreed with me. That people are using distilled water way too much. He uses distilled water for his to make his colloidal silver and things, but he admits he has to add a little bit of tap water to it because distilled water is so clean. You know, there's nothing in it. So, but our suggestion is be just use regular water. Period. And here's the thing. If you've been taking it and that's what you convinced it is, you don't know if you're right or not because you won't use any other method. You follow me? You have designed a certain method, so and you've convinced yourself that this is it. And for you, uh, uh, yeah, but salt is not your minerals, my friend. Salt is salt, and Himalayan salt or whatever it is not all of your minerals. That it just ain't. Eat some clay. I'm just saying. People are putting all their faith in. Well, I use Himalayan salt, so well, I'm getting all my minerals. No, you ain't. You're helping to get the minerals you need, but you're not getting all the minerals you need. So that's a falsity right there. But people are convinced I use Himalayan salt, I use other kinds of salt, but I also know that ain't all my minerals, period. You just have to accept that. It's some of your minerals. So, you know, you have to use your brain and you have to understand, well, how many minerals do I need? Well, then if you, and are all the mineral, well, it's Himalayan salt. Well, so how many minerals are actually in that salt? Does it say on the bag? No, it just says comes from Himalayas and it's salt. Okay. So you don't really know what minerals are in it. I'm just being practical here. So do you know that you're getting iron? Do you know that you're getting all these other? You really don't. You're taking faith in that the salt has it when it may not actually have it. Okay, just saying. But if you start with um, JJ, I've got 2,000 gallons of rainwater behind the house right now, and I use rainwater for certain things because there's no clay in it. And the clay, even though I changed the filters, the clay still is so fine a particle that it mixes with the water, and so I'm getting clay in my water in the house. So you know, it stains everything. It's sort of like when I lived in Tampa around Sulphur Springs. Grandma's water, you know, the side of the house where she watered had a you know brown spots. You learn to like live with certain things depending on what kind of water you got. But but for me, I've been using rainwater for years, and I ain't dead yet. But it's thousands of gallons, and you know, but to the point, I use for many years I've used rainwater and have collected it in barrels and stepped in it. Have used it for various things around here, the farm and the chickens and me and watering plants in the garden and stuff like that. Isby, don't try to convince me. Okay. You've read the studies. Okay. You're convinced. If you're happy with it, so am I. All right. I've given you my warnings from people who used to work in the water systems, but that's all right. Rainwater off clay tiles. Okay. Not off of shingles. Now that's true. I have a tin roof. So, you know, people say, well, yeah, well, it's got some zinc in it and galvanized or whatever. But here's the thing my tanks are so big that there is this much space between the outlet and the bottom of the tank. So anything that's really heavy will settle to the bottom. Yeah, in some states it's illegal to collect water. Yeah, and I've got 2,000 gallons of it, you know, stored water. And it tastes great. I've had drink it right out of the hose kind of thing, and it's like it's got a really good flavor. It's got a good taste. And because of my on and off kidney condition, if something were wrong, my kidneys would let me know right away. So, it's like the old timers around here I keep talking about. When I was in Selma, Alabama, and I was taking your mama, JJ, to a place out in Mississippi, and stopped by Selma to get some gas on the way home. And there were, I've talked about this before, but they were selling these little bags of clay and little plastic bags, $5 it had written on the side or whatever it was, or $10, whatever it was. And I saw two black ladies, really nice ladies behind the counter. And I was like, so what's this? And they go, well, that's clay. I said, okay. Now I knew it was all right, but I said, so what do you do with it? And she goes, well, you eat it. So in this local convenience store where I stopped to get gas, they're selling these little bricks of white clay, like is at the bottom of my well. Like I'm sitting on a whole bunch of this on my property. It's all in the backyard and things. But people around here, the old timers had certain clay pits, and on the older maps, they're marked. It'll just say clay pit, clay pit, clay pit, clay pit. Well, okay, well, why are these clay pits marked? Because people used to go and literally go eat clay from these certain places. And they just wouldn't eat any clay, but there were these special places that the old timers went to and dug their clay. I've met these folks, watched them eat it. They'll basically dissolve it in water and drink it, much like the well water that I have. Bentonite clay, yes. The clay that's in my that I'm sitting on under me is um, full. They call it Fuller's Earth, and Clockney they have these giant open pit mines where they mine this stuff, and they make kitty litter out of it, and they make it. The company was called Oil Dry back in the day. It has a different name now, but kitty litter is nothing but oil dry, which you would buy at to soak up oil in a garage. And the only difference is, and I swear to God, because I've been there and collected it and whatever, this chute here, there's two chutes. They have bagging machines. So here's a bagging machine that carries, that's 50 pounds. And they open up the little chute and it knows what 50 pounds is. And when they get it, then it goes over and it sews the top shut. When they want to make kitty litter, they move to this other chute, and in it is mixed the Fuller's Earth, that is the same thing, but as it comes down the chute, it mixes with whatever smell good to make it kitty litter. And I was like, you're serious? And now this was back in the early 80s. And I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, it's the same stuff. They just add this stuff, the smell good to it. So as the oil, the oil dry, the what you would use in a garage, it's the same stuff without the perfume. That's all. So I have told people for years, stop buying this expensive kitty litter and buy you 50 pounds of oil dry for $5 or whatever it's going for now. It's a lot cheaper than kitty litter. And add your own fragrance. The cats will learn to dig in natural clay. But under Georgia, there's a place south of us, Attapulgis, that's right on the state line, and they have huge mines down there. And the clay down there is a different consistency. Further north, up around Americus, Georgia, there's a big kentonite, I think it's how it's pronounced. And the type of it's a very similar white clay, but they use it in ceramics. They used it on the tiles for the space shuttle. And I used to do puppet shows for those folks they would give have a family day for the employees, and I would go and perform and do puppet shows and things and hang out with the folks. Really nice group of people up there around Andersonville. Not a good, nice company, anyway, but to the point though. So there's this ridge of clay that runs through Georgia underneath the ground in different places. But every place that it sort of pops up or that it occurs, it's similar, but not the same. Very similar properties, but not quite the same. So I'm sitting on Fuller's Earth here. But anyway, yeah, sort of like some, kaolin. And you know, kaopectate was clay. I did not know this. And anytime I ever had an upset stomach, I always bought kaopectate. But now the government says you can't have kaopectate, which was literally clay in a solution. And now it's all bismuth. It's all Pepto Bismol kind of stuff. And it does not work the same. So, so um, I'm very grateful that I bought this place. I'm very grateful. I did not know about all this clay stuff until after I bought this place and after I dug my well. And I can see the different layers in the ground, from the bottom of the well as I've dug it out. And I know what this stuff looks like. I know its properties. Now I've not tried to dry it and bake or make anything with it, but I have understood, that down the road in Oclockney is where they make all this, kitty litter and all this other stuff, but with the same kind of clay. And there is a couple of miles from me. There was a bunch of old farm that wasn't much good for anything. And I've noticed when I went down the dirt road, just kind of driving around in the back country back here, and noticed that all that property was bought up by, guess what? The folks over in Oclockney that dig the clay out of the ground. So 2 or 3 miles from me out here in the country, they've purchased old farms. And if they ever run out of where they are, they'll start digging closer and set up a whole different kind of plant. They'll probably truck it. They'll probably dig it up. They have these huge, cranes and so forth. It's close enough to Oclockney. They would probably truck the clay there versus build a whole nother plant. But that means that down the road for me, they're going to be digging some at some point in the future. It's highly likely because they bought the property for future use that I'll have these open pit mines just down the road from me. It's a little further down the road from me where the mines are now, but I'm just saying it'll be like really down the road from me. Um, 13 minutes. Okay, I'll stick around that long, and we'll make it a 20, JJ. Absolutely. But so, but in this whole health thing, I'm going to try to stick with this subject, but in that, so there are different types of clay that you can literally eat. Uh, there are different, and people have been doing them for thousands of years. The Native Americans knew where these places were. So, in this discussion about Oromos, I think ancient folks, long time ago, now depending on where you are in the country, that they literally dug these minerals out of the ground, and that was their source of them. They literally ate the clay. So I thought it was silly, stupid. I'd heard rumors until I met folks. We became friends. In fact, that's where I got my mulberry tree from, where these people that used to go out and they'd go fishing and go digging for clay. And I mean, I was like, wow, I thought about some stuff, but, then they were like, no, we eat clay all the time. And, okay, just saying. Good luck with that, Isby. And I mean that sincerely. Good luck with that. People who, have made the decision, I'm going to live off the grid. And I mean this, I live almost off the grid here. My light bill this last month was $26. Okay, my electric bill, which I have to pay, by the way. But my electric bill was $26. And so I'm almost off the grill, but I want to pump water into the house. It's 110. I want to do this or that. I want to run, lights in the house. Now, there are a lot of lights that I use that are solar charged and things like that. And I have done the battery thing, but I use very low wattage. I think this is a 40-watt bulb in this thing right here in my lamp. And I use incandescent bulbs. I can't use the LED bulbs everywhere. It messes with my whatever. So I use a soft white. Okay, SB. I honestly mean it. Good luck with that. It's a lot harder if you've never done it before. And so I am a hermit. I live really close. Yeah, it's 111 here too. And I live near Highway 111, which is interesting for y'all. You don't know that, but I live really close to a state highway called 111. So when I see 111, it's like, yeah, and it's just up the road for me too. So, but anyway, 111 runs through Meigs. But in the grand scheme of everything, it's like I wish everybody luck who wants to live off of this or that. Go for it, try it. But even when it was so bad a couple of years ago when that hurricane went through, it was really difficult for me to modify things, to live off of solar and whatever. My biggest issue was in the middle of summertime without any kind of fans. So my suggestion to people, if you're doing any kind of thing like that and you want fans, I have messed with different kinds. You can get these fans that will plug into your USB port. Okay. That means they're running off a low voltage. Okay. Like 3.5 volts or something like that. And so if you're using 12 volts, if you use a 12 volt fan, it will draw 12 volts. If you use a 3-volt fan, it's only going to draw 3 volts. So that 3-volt fan is going to last a lot longer with a 12-volt system, but you got to step it down. Now, here's a simple trick. You can buy these little dealies, okay, that you plug into your cigarette lighter that has a USB port. And so it already converts the electricity down from 12 volts to a usable USB port. Okay. So you won't fry anything. So if you try to plug it into a 12 volts, you're going to fry the fan. Okay. I've done it. Trust me. And not by using a big 12-volt battery, but 2 6-volt batteries tied together. So, if you pick a fan that will run at a lower voltage, then you're better off because it will last a lot longer. Okay. So don't get a 12-volt fan, get something smaller, but then get the adapter so you can make sure you drop the voltage. Anyway, 6 more minutes. Who's doing that already? Well, there are people who don't know that. There are people who don't understand that. So, Isby, if you're aware of it, good. But there are people out there who want to convert to things, and I'm just saying. Oh, and I also found out through my experiments through the hurricane thing was if I had a 12-volt fan, which I do, it's a clip-on kind that you can buy at a lot of these truck stops. It clips on and you plug it into the thingy. Okay. If you put it on low, it actually uses more voltage and creates more heat because the fan is supposed to run openly at 12 volts. So it's got a setting high or low, right? A lot of them do. So you put it on low, and that means it has to take the 12 volts and run it through a resistor, which creates heat. And in the long run, I had better results just letting the thing run at the full, high speed. It would slow down as the battery drained down, but it lasted longer and I was cooler than if I put it on medium to try to I honestly couldn't imagine it would definitely be a commitment. Yeah, it can be done, but like if you've got well water or something, how you going to get the water out of the well? 12-volt pumps and stuff You're going to have to go to something else. You're going to have converters and all this other kind of stuff. So I ain't saying it can't be done, but it's a whole lot harder. Water dripping on my phone, deleted Isby. That's not nice. Now I see why you say, oh crap. He'll be back if you didn't hide him. Yeah. Isby, he didn't do that on purpose if you're listening. Okay. Barry's, I didn't mean it. Yeah, please. It was an accident. Okay. And that's what I love about our chat and folks that are here. That we try to be respectful with each other in here, and I'm proud of y'all for what you've done, and thank you. JJ, I started early. But anyway, yeah, I was shaving and dripped water on the phone. You silly gooseberry. You'll be out of time in a few minutes. We love you, Isby. We do. Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't do it. Blame it on Barry, But anyway, so JJ, it'd be really cool if I could catch up with you while I'm in Ohio. Just saying. And thanks for giving my. It was good to talk with Sammy last night, and she kind of sort of agreed we'd get together and go kayaking. So we'll see how that. Jody, blessings to you, and you have a good night as well. I'm going to stay for the 20-minute mark, and then I'm going to go cook supper. Elderberry says he's going to time himself out. Thank you, Jody. Blessings to you. I'm trying to decide what I want to make for dinner. Your phone was in your back pocket. Yeah, I'm so proud that you all come and visit and hang out with each other. And I know sometimes I get a little sour on certain subjects, but I am not against Oromos. I'm not, okay? I'm curious about the idea about how it's made and whether or not there's any gold in it. But I would absolutely agree that there are minerals in it for sure. And whether or not you should take it is up to y'all. But again, my spirits want me to reiterate, take a look at what you're putting in your body before you get this is the miracle. And just make sure that what you're taking and what you're eating and consuming and that kind of thing is really actually good for you. So, well, thank you, Susie. It would be more awesome. Sammy makes me laugh. What sounds good? Oh, that she said that she wanted to go kayaking with me, possibly up in the Panhandle there. And oh man, why can't I remember his name right now? But anyway, Brian Lunsford, he was in the chat last night, or whenever it was, did one. I guess it was yesterday. Anyway. Okay, it's time. Smoke if you got them, y'all. And thank you to Bob out there. I haven't said thanks to Bob in a while, and acknowledged our AI friend and wished him coffee and donuts, which I don't have any donuts, but I can share a cookie. But in all of this, Oromos or otherwise, and diets and so forth, it's our awareness of things, uh, and just in general. And if you wake up in the morning and you got the craps, then you need to go back in the last 24 hours and figure out where you've been, what you've been doing, or whatever. And if you stop somewhere and got a something, because I realized that there were lots of places I just couldn't eat, lots of things I couldn't eat when I was on the road and traveling. And I would get the immortal crap sometimes, uh, and fire in the hole. That's right. So if you're having stomach issues or something, if you're still using some of these oils and grease and hard ass frying, and as much as I like bake BLT sandwiches and that kind of thing, I swear to God, that's one of the things that I think killed my pops. And it would be your great grandpa, Jamie. Um, and he ate cracklings, which was nothing but grease and and fat, and he ate cracklings and piles of bacon, and just, and he loved it. But his point was, even though his heart was like 96% blocked and he should have never made it off the operating table, he was in a coma for months and then woke up for a few days to tell us all goodbye. But the idea, though, that I just don't eat like that, you know, I might have the odd piece of bacon or something, but I just realized that, those are the kind of things that'll like, that will just clog your heart and problems. And as far as I know, I knock on wood, I don't have any heart problems. I'm able to go and paddle for hours with Duggar, and I don't know if I could pass a stress test from running or anything like that, but not BLTs. No, not just the BLTs. No, it was a half a pound of bacon every day with breakfast or something, or just it, there were just certain things that I watched my pops eat and went, I can't eat like that. I'm not going to eat like that. But a BLT once in a while, ain't nothing wrong with having a couple of strips of bacon. That's not my point. But, we grew up with, a whole thing of bacon was in and we fried our eggs in the grease from the bacon. That's what I grew up on. And you sloshed the bacon grease over the top of the eggs. I mean, I can't eat like that anymore. It just, no, I don't like the taste. It makes me throw up. Oh, frogs on the floor. I told you all about the snake on the floor that I found a couple of days ago, maybe a week now. And I was talking about frogs and little frog droppings, and there's a frog down on the floor. He's making his rounds again, coming through the house. Hey, frog. Actually, he's a toad. He's coming right over to me. Hey, buddy, what you doing? How you doing? He's about that long. Hey, toad, how are you? Stay away from that snake. You're small enough that he could eat you. Just saying, that's probably why he was in the house. He's chasing frogs in the house. I know I live differently than lots of folks, and that's okay. And I do not subscribe to folks that, you should live like me. But there are things that I can honestly say over my lifetime that I thought would have killed me by now, but I'm still here. And then, like the well, you know, um, yeah, in the house. It was about a foot long or sort of. And I looked over there. I was looking over there to the bathroom, and I seen this thing laying on the floor, and it looked like a piece of rope or string or something. No, it was a snake. And I went to go get it, but it was out of there before I could reach down. I wanted to make it. I don't. It wasn't any kind of a viper. Okay, it just looked like a common rat snake, or it didn't have the colorings of a oak snake, which there are lots of them around here. But it did have the colorings of a rat snake, which is interesting because I've not seen a true rat snake around here. But I live in harmony with all things. I just have to make sure when I'm walking on the floor, I don't step on the frogs who are eating the bugs and the spider webs and that are the roaches that want to come in the house this time of year from out in the woods and stuff. Let the frogs and the spiders have them. And they're pretty damned effective, I have to say. But I know folks don't live like I do, and there are a lot of things that I've realized in my older life that I would not have tolerated this before, but somehow I am now. And it's like I've got oh, there's frogs in the house. Yeah, whoa, 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 get them. And now it's like, oh, look, there's frogs in the back. There's frogs in the house. Oh, look, oh, don't step on them. I honestly do, Maverick. And the thing about my house, it's in the ground. It's on the ground. There are no pipes or anything that run under the house or anything like that. And for quite a few years, people didn't know it. They'd come in my house and there were carpets on the floor in here. And I kept saying, I said, one of these days, I'm going to pour concrete in here and make this a real floor. And friends of mine were like, ah, come on. And I said, okay, it's clay. It's hard clay. It's like cement, and I graded it, and there were times when I'd get lumps in it, and I would pull the carpet back and level it out with the broom or whatever, pack it back down, and then put the carpet back down. And my floor here in the house was the ground for quite a few years. And people kept saying, no, it ain't. And I'd pull the carpet back and I'd go, see? What? Yeah, well, why not? It's the ground. It's always there. They make tennis courts with hard packed clay. I mean, they line. But anyway, so people were amazed that that my floor in here in the house, right where I'm sitting, was the ground for a long time. I live in Tar Hollow. You do? I understand. Hope you have a great evening, everyone. I'll be in touch, Grandpa. Tomorrow, to be specific. JJ, okay, you live in Tar Hollow State Park? Damn it, boy. I don't know if I can get there. Oh, man. I would love to go to Tar Hollow. Maybe I can twist my sister's arm or a family member to make the drive. Yeah, you let me know. I think I've got your phone number. But I will give you Aunt. Yeah, she would be your aunt, right? Yeah, yeah, she would be your aunt. All right, JJ, I love you, brother. You keep it real, okay? And stay safe with whatever you're doing. But if you're living up at Tar Hollow, dang it, boy, I love you, but that's what I wanted to do. Hey, Julie, how are you? But in having conversations now on Friday with Andromeda 7, and Julie, are you going to be in that with us? Tell the kids all the time about the puppet shows. Yep. Yeah. Good night, JJ. Hugs, Cosmic. I love you always. So, and I am. If you're literally working at the state park, I envy you, but I'm happy for you. Good. Man, to get up to Tar Hollow. Wow. Anyway, uh, uh, I wanted to go back up to Old Man's Cave too. Yeah, he will. And my granddaughter, his older sister, Sammy, was in the house last night, and so hopefully she'll come back in and hang out with us too. So at least for a bit, we don't have to have full conversations, but to be able to say hi and know my granddaughter's on the other end, that's cool. Because there's been a large lapses of no no contact, and I've been here the whole time, but I don't know where other people are. You know what I mean? So, uh, Julianne, are you supposed to be on Friday on Andromeda? Yeah, I almost did. Isby, there was a state park in Arkansas. I almost had a job at. Okay, that'll be cool. Um, any particular while I got you here, kind of thing. Any particular area, or is it going to be just broad? Do you have any? I know you got lots of different types of herbs down there than we have here in Georgia or on the East Coast or West Coast. Is there any area uh, that like women's health, or that you were going to look at, or in general? Did you have anything in mind? Because I knew we were going to talk about some shaman stuff, but I didn't know until yesterday. And no offense to Teresa, if you're still listening, honey, I didn't know it was going to be more medicinal. So I want to be prepared. Yeah, go with the flower. I got you. Okay. I thought I would pick out some things that might, there are a lot of people to talk about dandelions and things and stuff, but there's not enough people that don't believe that. And I've talked about mullein before. I want to bring that up again, and a couple of other plants and things and roots that, people could look at in their diets and things. I mean, for example, almost everybody's probably got clove in their house at some point, and clove is just in. You can buy expensive clove oil, but I've got powdered form and regular clove, and I didn't pay as much for both of them, natural herbs, uh, from the grocery store that I would have paid for one bottle of toothache medicine. And but the thing is that I've learned though that there are other properties with clove, and that it's actually as an aromatic. There's a nice kind of sort of smell, but in that ingesting it is also a mild painkiller. It just helps ease pain in different ways. And I've learned this, sort of off the side in a place I didn't really understand. I wouldn't have thought it. But anyway, so this person's like, yeah, I take clove all the time. And it helps with, yeah, sea love, clove. So, yeah, but the idea though that so there are things that people have available to them so readily that they just don't have a clue that it could actually maybe help them better than the Oromos or as good as the Oromos. It's a great spider repellent too. Yeah. Um, and and to bring up another subject because the bugs are really getting in the house, but I've got holes in the side of my house where they just but it's summertime and it's like a regular thing, and the big palmetto bugs, and it's not like my house is overrun with roaches, but they'll come in. And so one of the things that I do, and my kitchen has got it right now, um, but I use borax. I've showed the box. It's regular, 20 mule team borax. And because of the boron, the borax, that kind of thing, that's also related to the, golly Moses, the roach killer stuff, that I leave some around on the floor, and the roaches, that were, you know, one every other night or so, I'd see one, and since I put the borax down on the floor, they don't even like to go on the floor, so I put borax along the back of the counter, so where they like to run and hide because they come to the sink for water. So, but the idea though that, and one thing that will kill them outright is I use a lavender soap in a spray bottle. And if I see them around the sink or something, when I come in and turn on the kitchen light, they get sprayed from a distance, and they'll run around in the sink and curl up and die. And, it's just soap. Okay. And the lavender smells good. So, but they're, I'm a, Old socks fill great holes. Yeah, I've been really lazy in some things. I've just it's yeah, I've just become used to the unfinishedness in parts of my house to where I don't even see it anymore. Which is I need to look at some of these spots and go, come on now, I would not have allowed this. But when I went through that bad brain trauma thing, I'm trying to get stuff back. And so my brain is looking at stuff now and going, why didn't you ever finish that? Hey, Mossy Man, how are you? Uh, yeah, white vinegar kills roaches too. Uh, yeah, and I've talked about this before, but I use my water twice, even though at the moment I've got enough water. We're going into a drought situation now because we haven't had rain now in almost 2 months, any substantial rain. But this next few days is supposed to bring us showers, and that's better than nothing. It will slow down the amount of evaporation rate because man, we went from I could go almost anywhere on the hill or in the yard and be able to like poke a stick or something. The ground's so hard everywhere you can't poke a stick in. So anyway, you have to drill it. I said small goals, not too much. Yep. Eating enlightened brand light ice cream, chocolate peanut. If Michelle, just check though with your light ice cream in that they don't put something in it that shouldn't really be there. So there's not as much cream in the ice cream. Okay, then get yogurt. But I mean, there are things about, for me, when I was losing weight, I realized that I needed to be able to survive on 1 cup of ice cream and not every day and not sneak into the freezer. So I can eat ice cream anytime I want to, except when I run out. But I mean, so yes, I can have it, but it's always a small amount. But yes, I can always have it, but I mean, but so it's like me and my cigarettes. I sat here for several hours with a cigarette here on the table and didn't smoke it. And I look at it and go, nope, sorry. Now I really want one right now. But I sat and looked at that cigarette and said, no, I'm the boss. As much as I wanted to light it, it stayed there. So, and I learned this from a pedophile priest. Unfortunately, he was a pedophile priest, but he had some really good advice about things. And he said, and as a priest, he was saying, I was sitting there in his office and he was smoking this big stogie. And he goes, I've had a discussion with God. And I said, okay, let me hear it, right? And he said, I really want to give up cigars, but I made a deal. And God said, okay, I'm good with this, right? Now, this is a priest back in the early 70s, like 71. And he says, so me and God had a conversation and I prayed about it. And he said, so I told God that if I'd only smoke 2 cigars a day, that would be my limit. But that, I really liked them, and that he had given up so much else and everything. You make your own ice cream. I know some folks that do that too. I am 260, but I don't look it. I'm in shape, do weightlifting and keto diet. Well, good for you, Mossy Man. I was 260 and I was a big fat roly poly man. Eggs, cream, and honey. Yep. Um, we used to make our own ice cream back in the day too. Man, it was fun on Sundays. We'd all get together and with a crank, just no electric one. No, Grandpa was like, we are not getting an electric ice cream churn. We must do it by hand. And it wasn't that hard. And we'd all get together and, it was fun to make ice cream. And it tasted so much different. But anyway, I've been setting my cigarettes down too. Yeah. So, and my thing is it's still too many. But so here's what Father Pachetti said. He was a pedophile, but anyway, down in Tampa, one of the churches. But this philosophy though that he had that I've stuck with is that he says, he said, like the other day, he said, I smoked 3 cigars. And he said, but I felt so guilty the next day that I would only smoke one. And for the next 2 days, I still felt guilty and I only smoked one. So he said, I work it out. He said, I know this may sound a little stupid, but there are some things in life. It's not that you do it, it's that you overdo it. And you let the addiction, whatever it is, get you. So in my agreement with God, he said, it's my cigar limit. And he goes, yes, sometimes I break it. And yes, sometimes I break it too often. He said, but then if I'm true about with my faith and my agreement with God, as he saw it, that, that I got to stick to the bargain. So for a while, I'm only going to smoke one, or I might even go a day and not smoke any, or, so he was like, so, but it's up to us to make the decision, and it's up to us whether or not we break the promise. And but it's for our own benefit that we don't over smoke or drink or whatever it is. you know the idea of excess anything is bad, and not that it's a sin, I would say, as the Catholic Church would put it, or some religions. It's a sin to the body in that it's more than you need. And so, in my discussions with Dalabar tonight, off screen, he said, I'm Ukraine, and we moved to the United States. And he said, so I understand what it is to be an American, but I also understand what it's like to be Czech. And he said, and I'm here, because this is where my sort of heart is. And he said, and you've got Native American blood, right? And I said, yeah. But the interesting thing is that we both still have our Boy Scout books. We're both Boy Scouts in America. But so there's this understanding, I think, that those of us who were serious about being a Boy Scout and really like the outdoors and searching for plants and stuff, um, some of our experiences enslave us for a while, right, David Castle? And some of them get to be old hat, like me. There's a place in the kitchen where there's a board missing. And one of these days, I just need to go out in the pile and find a board and cut it to length and come in here and screw it on. But I'll go, oh, well, one of these days I'm going to fix that. One of these days I need to fix that. One of these days I need to fix it. And I still haven't done it. It's been years. And every time I look at it, I'm like, maybe tomorrow. And then tomorrow comes and my brain goes off and I'm outside doing something else. And the hole in the wall is still there in the kitchen. So it's like, so there are certain things that we just get used to, not necessarily on purpose, but somewhere in my brain, I got to dig up to where I would have taken care of that in no time, you know. But since I was moving my kitchen around and then I got hurt and then I got the seizures and all the medicine things, and many of you have been around long enough to know the story about that. But it's taken 5 or 6 years now going on that, and I'm still recovering and I'm getting older, but I'm still trying to get smarter and bring back what I used to have. I know there are a lot of things that I've lost. And one of those, I mean, you could give me some boards and a screw gun and I could build a set in just no time flat, man. Somebody, what do you want it to look like? Okay, zip, 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 zip. And I could build a set. And now I can't find one board and put it in my kitchen. It's sad in a way, but it's what we've gotten used to. It's like, well, now the excuse is, well, I've gone this long, it can wait. I'm getting really good with time management. You've been putzing. Yeah, there was something that Alan Alda did a thing as he was getting older, and there was an interview, and he said, I reached a point one time when he said, every minute counts. I'm getting older, and I went through the same thing, which was interesting. And he said, I was like, how long should I put on my sock and shoe? at the same time? Or if I put one down and pick the other one up, should I put both socks on and lift my legs separately and then go back and put my shoes on? And that takes more time. And he goes, then I realized, what the hell am I doing? And I remember going through a similar period myself. I'm like, every second counts, man. There's my sock and there's my shoe. So I wouldn't have to lift it twice. And, that there was extra motion. And now I look at things and like, that was really freaking stupid to think that way. And now it's like, I'd be lucky, if I get 30 minutes of something really productive done around the house or outside. It was a little warm outside today, but we still took a walk. And I still went outside with the cats a little bit, not as much as I would like to have, but, and, me and heat don't get along. So I'm going to do my best this summer. But that just means I need to do my outside in the evenings and at nighttime like you used to do. Because I used to always work the carnival and work second and third shift. So I can turn on a light here and there and work outside. And it's much cooler and I'm actually kind of used to it. So I don't have to rely on the daytime to get done what I want to do. So, but I do have to, get up off my ass and quit spending 7 to 8 hours with you guys, which is really tiring at times. I love you all, and I don't mind doing it, but I look back and go, now that, it took me 2 days to get over that. So this is not going to be 7 hours long. I guarantee. But time management. So what are you doing and why are you doing it? And there are certain things like I was like, man, I wanted to do that and this and this, but I took a walk. I went outside and I ended up in the garden pulling weeds. It needed to be done, but then I didn't do what had originally started thinking about. And there's so much to get done around here and so is my pulling weeds or is my doing this more or less important than what quote I had on my list to do today? They're all important. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stopped and did what I did. It needed to be done. And I was like, man, I need to do that. Okay. So, but anyway, so in the time management, I've looked at things and, well, that still is in the same spot. I still don't have a board for that hole in the wall. I still don't have that over there fixed. I still didn't throw that away, whatever it is. So this evening, just for the hell of it, I started going through things in my bathroom. And I don't know where some of this stuff come from because I've had so many different people live here and leave stuff. And it's like, if I don't know what it is, it's been here too long, as much as like, well, it may possibly still be good. I've got too much junk, too many things, don't know who it originally belonged to. It's out of here. There's too much clutter, too many things I've saved or kept or whatever. It's out of here. Bye-bye, adios. So, but these are things that we clear up in our minds and our brains and whatever, but keep a few big water jugs frozen. You'll need the cooler for sleeping. Yeah. Yeah, cold weather used to be my kryptonite. And I grew up in Florida, and I've told this story before, but that great redhead actress, uh, you know, Shirley MacLaine, wrote a book, and I think there was sort of a movie about it, called Out on a Limb. And I've told this story before, but it does bear repeating, where she was up in the Andes, Machu Picchu, or someplace like that, having a religious experience, wanting to see these things. And so they were like, okay, time to go to bed. And she was like, we're not going back down the mountain. And they were like, no, here's your blanket. There's a little stone cottage over there, a little hut. You can go over there and sleep. There's a spot. And she was like freezing to death, and got up and met her friend in the middle of the night, and they had this discussion. And he said, these people up here don't waste wood. They don't waste their time on fires and heating and stuff like that. They just get used to the weather. And she was like, what? I'm freezing to death and everything. And this little blanket. And he goes, but these people are used to it. That little blanket is all they need, and they're perfectly fine with it because in your mind, if you think you're freezing to death, you will. So if you take this little blanket and think that with this little blanket, it will keep me warm and so forth, then and so and I used to use 6 blankets on top of me when I first moved to Georgia. Now I use these really light blankets even in the dead of winter, and there's so much truth in it. So you allow your body to acclimate to whatever's there. So now for my dear friend Marcia that has passed, I loved her, and I'm not talking ill, but she represents so many other people. But I'd go to her house in the summertime and it'd be 65 degrees. I'd go to her house in the wintertime and it would be 80 degrees. And I've been getting used to the house to be in 65 degrees here in the wintertime and without a heater on. And I'm comfortable. And so I burned a hell of a lot less wood this year than I had anticipated. Now, it didn't get as cold. It stayed nice and cool. It's been a very nice, cool spring. But as far as the really cold temperatures, it was still 65 degrees in the house because of the sunlight and the solar and all that. And so I just saw no need to light a fire. So I've got lots of extra firewood now that I can start this coming fall. But to the point though, you acclimate. Now, heat, and I've had several heat strokes in my life, and because of my head bangs, hot weather, whatever it does to swell my head kind of thing, I got to be real careful. I got to do it in spurts. And so as long as I'm careful and stay hydrated and all that good stuff, and, don't get too hot, and at least go in the shade. But anyway, so in the summertime, though, or wintertime, people need to acclimate. And now I know a lot of y'all live a lot farther north and it's a hell of a lot colder. But I've been up north in the snow and stuff, and I'm sorry, I just wouldn't live there. That's one thing. But at the same point, I've been in cold weather and camped in snow and stuff like that. And it's a mindset. It really is, and how hot you keep your house in the wintertime versus, but this idea that, it has to be 70 degrees. I'm blessed in the summertime when it's 100 degrees outside and it's 82 in here without an air conditioner. I feel blessed. It's warm and it's a little uncomfortable. I have to sit in front of a fan, but I ain't dying. You know what I mean? So, but I planned ahead with how I designed my house and so forth. And not everybody has the same things. But here's my point: you can still make choices. You got 67 today, but it rained. It's been in the mid 50s. Wow. See, that's it. That is just sucks. And it's been too delightful down here. I wish we'd have a little bit of rain, but it's supposed to get more like summer the next few days and this weekend. So, yeah, Maverick. I was up north. I've been to Chicago and Illinois in the wintertime. I was living in Dayton and Ohio when I grew up till we moved to Florida, and I remember being mittened up and everything and playing in the snow and stuff. And we've had cold snaps here. We've had snow flurries and so forth. Back in '89, I think it was the winter. It might have been the January of '90, but it was the year I got out of prison. That winter or the next winter, anyway. And there was snow on the ground for days when I was living in Norman Park, and I damn near froze to death again. But it wasn't minus 60, but it was in the 20s and stayed in the 30s in the daytime. And the snow stayed in the shadows for several days, which is very uncommon down here. But it does happen. It has happened. It hasn't happened recently. But the fact that we've had a spring as cool as it has been up to this point, and that we had rain as late as we did, because it's been drying up in February. And I was up looking at berries and stuff, berry, and the blackberries are starting to turn. In fact, today I had my first couple of blackberries, a little tart. They could have waited a little longer, but they're going to end up small because we haven't had any rain. But there's quite a few of them, and looks like I'm hoping that I get some of these blackberries before I end up going to Ohio. But that's okay. You know, the birds will eat them. But there are lots of them, more than I thought would be there. But like I said, they are small. But if we could get some rain and help them berries out, then, you know, the blackberries would really be, you know, the couple of places I got up on the hill. So, you know, for those of you who've been hanging out with me, I went through mulberries and these berries, and the the true blueberries that I have still have not changed colors. They're still the same. If anything, it looks like they've gotten smaller because we've not had any rain. It's been very interesting. Um, and I found out that some of these that I've been looking at that I thought were in the blueberry family are actually huckleberries. So, but now, and there are a couple of those that have some berries on them, and I think they're huckleberries. I'll let you know, but they may not be done, or they will ripen while I'm away on vacation. So that might have to wait for me. But the fact that there are these different berries that are becoming available progressively through the, you know, through the spring. So now the blackberries are putting out, and I was looking at several of my wild muscadine vines, and several of them already have small grapes on them. You know, they got a little tiny, and a couple of the trees, my pear trees, have small pears on them. So if we would get some rain to help these things to continue to grow. So nature has provided me all these different kinds of. Now, I did plant the mulberry tree many years back, but nature has provided me with mulberries and blueberries and this berry and that berry, and now I'm into blackberries, and then it will move into something else, which will be a little later on in the season, but will be the muscadines. So, you know, Mother Nature has all of these different ways of being able to give you something. And for every one of these things that I'm talking about, they all have medicinal values. So Mother Nature provides you with these things on an annual basis, mostly, sometimes better or not. And these things will help to heal you, keep you healthy, and you don't have to go to any great lengths to get them, do them, or otherwise, you know, like you don't have to make osmosis. Listen to me. That's part of what's going on in the process of Oromos. Anyway, I personally am not going to make any Oromos. I just don't see the need. There, because I here in North America, especially, that what we have, what Mother Nature's already given us, that's already here. I just don't see going through all of that when and honestly, I wouldn't be sure of what I'm getting because of the way it's floated and done. And I would rather just eat the salt, you know what I mean? Versus try to take it down with all these things and get something out of the salt. I'm just going to eat the salt, you know, versus to make it into something else. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, if it's in the salt to begin with, then why go to all this process using these other things? Just eat the salt, period. Skip the rest of it. You know, y'all do what you want to do. I love you. I do. And folks are convinced with this. It's okay. But for me personally, I'm just going to eat the salt. I'm just going to eat the dirt. I'm going to get my minerals, you know, and keep it simple. But for me, the North American races that have lived here thousands of years didn't have any influence of that kind of magic. Okay, you hear me? And by magic, I mean, you know, the idea that for example, when they saw a white man coming towards the beach in these great big ships with these great big sails, they have teepees and stuff, but they would have never considered, putting up at this giant piece of canvas with men running up and down these huge sticks with all this rope and stuff. For the thousands of years that they lived here on um, Turtle Island, they never saw that as being something that they really wanted to do. I think we're all going to build a mighty ship and sail across the ocean. Some of them paddled and some of them did things. They went through around the islands and stuff. And some of the natives had small sails and things. So it wasn't that they didn't, but they had no ambition to want to go conquer. There were those chiefs that, from some of the Iroquois and some of this, and, the Cherokee were known to not be quite as bloodthirsty, but they all had their traits. uh, you know, each individual tribe had its own customs and things. From the northern tribes who did things this way, they all shared similar stuff, but they all had their own little nooks and crannies and things. The way we do things down here in South Georgia is not the same way they do things up in North Georgia. It just we just don't. It ain't the same. Good people in North Georgia, a lot of them, but we're two ends of the state, and but down here we have more of a southern drawl, and we like to sit out on the veranda, and sip on our lemonades. We're up there in the mountains. It's not the same. That many of them old folk like to sit on the porch, but it's just not quite the same. So, not that there's anything wrong, but just because it's Georgia, don't mean that the southern Georgia and northern Georgia like are the same. I'm just saying, and the folks around Atlanta, well, but anyway, not trying to dog anybody. Uh, but philosophies and way of life, and just things. So, but with native peoples and native influences, the more common the things were, or, like not necessarily on an hourly basis, but on a daily basis, or a weekly basis, or a monthly basis. But this idea of, keeping time and punching a time clock, native peoples a lot just there, that ain't happening. And that's always been an issue with me, was always like 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. And, you know, but I could get things done in a day. I worked my ass off when I did. So, but anyway, so the idea of time and who's organizing your time, or if you're working for somebody, is it your own time and you're doing something? Uh, so it matters differently as you get older, and you will manage your time differently as you get older. Hey, Katniss, how are you? Sweet tea. Oh my goodness. Down here in the South, yes. Oh my God. You get sweet tea. I think of it like this. I could dance on it. It's so sweet. And so for many years, it was one of the things that I learned to drink just regular tea without any sugar. And so unsweet tea, if it's made just right, it for me, I don't add anything to it. I like it just the way it is. And certain teas are better, But here's the deal: you don't boil your water. You bring it to a boil and let the bubbles settle, and then you add your tea. There's some Chinese folks that I worked with and so forth, and they ran a local restaurant. And she say, "You no make your tea right. You no make your tea right." And I was doing some work in her house and around the yard and garden and stuff. And I said, "So, So what do you mean? She go, I show you, I show you. So I'm in the kitchen doing some work under the sink and stuff, and she brings a pot on. She go, you make it like this, and she gave me a big old bunch of honest to God special tea that was sent. That is, I think she's still living, is sent by her people from China, and it's a special tea that they have, and she gets great big boxes of this. It's not tea bags, it's whole tea. And she showed me how oh, we make this, we make tea. And oh my God, oh my God. So many people I know of who quote make tea, literally their tea is overdone and it's scorched, and it ain't really tea. They say it is, and because but they've overcooked the water, and so and the difference of flavor with the same kind of tea bags, simply because of the temperature of the water. Oh my God, I didn't really think it made a big deal, but it's a big wheel. Would you like some tea with your sugar? I know what you mean. So living down here, man, and I was at, oh, when I got invited to Thanksgiving dinner with my friends, you want some tea? And I hadn't thought about it. They're sweet tea. And I took a sip of this stuff and I thought, oh my God, this is syrup. But it tasted though like the sweet tea that I'm used to down here in the South. All these little Southern hopes say, I, if I make tea, you add your own sugar. Um, but to the point though, and some teas like sun tea with some types of tea doesn't get hot enough in the sun. And so you don't get and not I can't name you a tea bag right at the moment or a flavor, but sun tea is a nice way to leach out certain tannins and stuff out of the tea into the water. But for the full flavor of the tea, though, it you don't it isn't it hasn't gotten up to the correct temperature to release those volatiles that are in the tea leaves. Sort of like for those of us who've learned how to make our own edibles with cannabis, okay? And I've learned that you after you do this process, you heat it up for at 170 degrees is a good optimal for X amount of time, and it releases certain oils and things from the leaves, versus just making your butter with it. But after you heat it first and then you make your butter. I've made it both ways, and I'm here to tell you that I didn't believe the heating of the weed before you made the butter. We just used to make the butter. There is a difference. Now it was a different weed, so it might have been the flavor of the weed that made the butter. But oh my God, the results were seemed better by heating up the weed before you made the butter. So, but anyway, so in the same vein, you can make tea with about anything, but if the water's just warm, it won't have released I say the cannabinoids, but like the cannabinoids in the leaves of marijuana, they're not released until there is a certain temperature that does this thing. So, but you can overcook it too, and even with teas and stuff. So, but anyway, to that point, so there are many different ways and many different flavors. And one of the things in listening to the process by Dagmar was the that he heated the pan until the solution was dry, until he got the powder. And I would say that the heating of the substance, I know he can't sun dry it and all that, but now he did it on top of the stove versus putting it in the oven. So I'm just curious if you put some, which I used to dry a lot of mushrooms in my day, and we would put it on this warm setting, in a little toaster oven and just put it on a tray and stick it in there. And you check on it and stir it around a little bit, and but to put it in a pan and heat it, there's also a chemical, whether anybody wants to agree with me or not, there is a chemical exchange when you heat something and you're trying to boil the water out of something and to end up with the powder to dry it. So in his step, there is an added extra step in that he heats it. So if you don't follow his directions, not that he's trying to tell anybody how to make their own, all right? There are people who've asked, and he's not out to sell this or anything. He makes it himself, and this is how he does it. But my point is like grandma's special soup or something. My grandma Raleigh made chicken and dumplings in a way that just nobody ever has ever made them like Granny did. And I would sit there and watch her. We'd make the dumplings and roll out the dough and everything. But whatever Granny did, they were Granny's chicken and dumplings. And we all agreed, oh my God, they were the best. And not too much salt. There are some people they're, oh, this is really good. To us, it was like a little too salty or a little too something, But Granny's dumplings, oh my God. So how you make something with a recipe, everybody's got their own touch. So Dalamar is, I'm sorry if he listens to this. I'm probably, chewing his name up, and I don't mean to be. Had several types of tree and get special made teapots. Yeah. My mom used to grow poppy flowers and made opium tea. Yep. My mom was an alchemist. Yep. Katniss is in the house. I didn't know if I saw her or not. Anyway, if I missed anybody. But anyway, with this stuff. So whoever's making whatever, so he heats his liquidy, gooey, whatever it is on the stove. And so he's got this technique. How I make great pork chops, I've got this technique. And if I told you there was grape jelly in them, you'd go, no, there ain't. And then because I used to do it for folks, and I'd show them the jar and go, here's the jelly. And they'd go, I never would have believed. So anyway, but there are things that you can make with applesauce and mix it into things that just, oh my God, you would not believe. A lot of people, there are a lot of things, for example, oranges, where people would use lemon or maybe a lime. There are times when, you can take a half an orange and squeeze it on fish or something like that. And it gives it a taste because of the citrus in it. And it helps break down the meats. And, so, but if you are not hung around many cooks or folks, or different ways of cooking, and being able to taste it. Now you can watch a cook show, and watch how they do it. And I learned a lot from watching the old Cajun cook, Justin Wilson. And how he made his roux and things, with a little bit of flour and a little bit of this and that. And, before you ever prepare anything, you start your roux. And so I'm still of that mind with things, in that, before you cook the meat or whatever, you start your gravy kind of thing, and then you toss the meat in there and brown it and cook it and whatever, and mix it in with that, And my stews always start out that way. And then when the roux is done and I add the meat, then everything goes in right after it. Potatoes or carrots, whatever it else. Now there might already be onion in there and some bell pepper and probably some mushrooms in the roux. So as the roux gets done, then I add these other things, toss the meat on top of that, or whatever it is I'm doing. And then I add my potatoes and whatever, and then the whole mess cooks down. So I'm still using some of these basic techniques that I've learned for years now, but other people just don't do. And when I have considered this to people, they go, well, why would I do it like that? And it's like, have you tasted my stew? Yeah. Was it good? It was delicious. That's the reason. That's the reason because it tastes good. Well, I want to cook it like because it tastes good. But anyway, so I got 5 more minutes and it's been another hour. And I'm hungry. Let me tell you, I'm hungry. So I'm going to hang out for 4 more minutes now and make this the end. So I'm going to start my prayer early. Maverick and all y'all in here, Elderberry, thank you, Michelle, Isby, good night, Delane Pearl. If we make any kind of dinner with more than one ingredient, then we're alchemists with cooking. Culinary alchemy, and so and there's a lot to be said with that. There was this when I was in prison. One of the cooks that was in one of the cooks. His name was Larry and a cat, but he was a Cajun, and he was a sure enough French Canadian kind of Cajun, Onion, yeah, that's a Cajun way, it's onion. And so, but this guy was so good in the kitchen, and I watched him do it so many times. We'd stand there and watch him. He'd make his own batter for fried chicken that would literally make you slap your mama. It was so good. Larry's fried chicken was like, I don't care where you went, his fried chicken and how he made the batter and everything. I'm sorry. The 6 months that he was in the kitchen cooking, them people got really good meals. But anyway, so here's this, big baskets of fried chicken with these deep fryers there in the kitchen, and he's putting them in and checking them, and pulling them up and doing the thing right. He would reach into the grease, to the top of the grease where it's popping and everything, and grab a piece of that chicken out of that basket and tear a piece off to see if it was done. And I watched him do it so many times in one day. And I was like, how do you do that? And he'd pull it out and kind of toss it. But he had just got so used to, he wanted to see if the chicken was done. So he'd just flop them around in the basket and then reach in there and grab one out. I mean, but anyway, the stuff that he made, of course, we got drunk a few times on some of that, that hooch we had. And the other thing, oh my God, nutmeg in jail. Well, in other places too. But let me tell you, if you want a cheap high, you want to get stoned. We got 1 minute here. You want to go on a trip, take you a big old teaspoon of nutmeg and either if you can put it in your mouth and try to down it with some coffee or something. I suggest you put it in some kind of coffee or tea or something and take large swigs and get it down that way. Try to dissolve it. Now, it will probably give you the runs. It's a really good laxative, but you will get such a high off of that nutmeg. And we would collect nutmeg through the baker, and we traded out different things and whatever. But I had never tried nutmeg before. So Larry, he was like, "Yeah, man, nutmeg. We used to do nutmeg all the time." So it goes in cinnamon and it goes in the baked goods and stuff that they'd make there in the kitchen. So every time Victor would go to bake something, he'd always pull a little off to the side. It might only be a tablespoonful, but over the course of 3 or 4 weeks, we'd get enough where everybody could have us a little, and we'd all get high one night. So, but if you want a cheap high, get you a regular thing of nutmeg. Be careful, and it's in medicinal books, but you'll have a trip all right. It's 2:20 here. But there are people that I've seen that have been taking the wrong kind of mushrooms and getting sort of high. And I swear to God, I've had all kinds of mushrooms and things and hallucinogenics. But let me tell you, the nutmeg high, oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, at night, literally, after a couple hours of this, and we'd take it later on in the evening, uh, when most of our chores were done, and we were sitting in the stock room playing poker, playing cards, or whatever we was doing. We would have exercise contests with lifting 50-pound bags of potatoes and see how many reps we could do. I mean, there was all kinds of stuff that we did, and mostly we played different kinds of cards and stuff. But and we had a little black and white TV stuck up in the corner so we could watch TV on our own there in the kitchen without having to be up in population and 20 people in a 15-man cell, trying to get along and watch a program anyway. So we were lucky in that respect. But the guards and the people of the kitchen, they knew how hard we worked, and they allowed us to have that little black and white TV. They allowed us to play cards. They allowed us to stay in the kitchen longer, so we were just playing cards. But if one of the guards needed something out of the kitchen, we could make them sandwiches and all kinds of stuff. How do you take it? Ingest it? How much? Call me curious. Maverick, we would take a plastic spoon, the heavy duty like nylon spoons that would be in a jail, I guess, you would say, because they didn't allow regular silverware. But they were really nice Teflon kind of plastic spoons. And they weren't quite a tablespoon, but it was a little bit bigger than a teaspoon. Um, just in guessing. But Larry, he was always like, take a tablespoon. Take a full rounded, well, we called them tablespoons. It was the only spoons we had. But, that just rounded off. Now he'd just stick it in his mouth and chase it. And I tried that one time and it got stuck in my mouth and it was like, yuck. But now there are people who we used to make mushroom powder, and I could do the mushroom powder, hold your nose, because if you smelt it, it was weird. But anyway, put a teaspoon in your mouth and chase it with some tea or coffee or a Coke or something, anything that would like take the nastiness out. But so what you can do is wet your tongue and stick it in the nutmeg and taste it, and you'll get a general idea. No, I don't want this with coffee. Maybe I want this with tea. So there were different things, but the biggest thing is to chase it. Now, the second time we did it several times when I was in there. The second time we did it, I had some tea. I made my own tea in there because we had big tea bags and all. So us guys, we'd made the tea the way we liked it, and I didn't like too much sugar in mine. So I was already going with. So anyway, I would make my tea really strong, and then put the nutmeg in it, and then and stir it up and dissolve as much as it can, and then just drink the hell of it. Not quite a full cup of hot tea. And I found that for me to be the easiest. It didn't make me gag like trying to put a powder in and then trying to chase it with a drink. Now I used to do BC powders and those kind of things a lot. So I was used to dumping stuff in my mouth and doing it. But with the nutmeg, not quite. So I would say a normal teaspoon. I mean a teaspoon, not a halfway, a little bigger, and it's not quite a tablespoon kind of thing. And I would do a level teaspoonful first, because the bad side of it is it will clean you out. You won't have the screaming shits, but you'll be loose. Okay, you'll be loosey goosey. So that's a side effect. And everybody that does it, it'll clean you out, boy. I mean, I've had, citric acid and that kind of stuff for different procedures and things that you have to take to make you crap. I'm here to tell you, a teaspoon of nutmeg, and you'd get the high off of it. But after about 6 or 7 hours, we'd be downstairs and take it, about right after supper, and the kitchen got clean about 6:30 at night, right? We'd take our little doses there, and then by 11, we usually went up by 9:30, 10 o'clock upstairs to our cells, and they'd put us to bed kind of thing before third shift come. And so we'd go up to our cell block, and at 1 or 2 in the morning, they would come and get the morning cooks to start breakfast. And so you could hear the doors clanging. And I remember the guy on the bunk below me, his name was Dana, and a crazy little kid, but knew how to cook, let me tell you. He was a French cook and certified, and certifiable too, in a good way. But anyway, he would say, Dave, Dave. And I go, yeah, yeah. Are you fucked up? Yeah, man, I'm fucked up. And then there'd be this pause, and it would seem like an hour, and it'd be like 2 minutes. Dave, Dave, yeah. Now we was trying, we could talk, but we'd bug the other guys, and a couple of the other guys, they was messed up too. Dave, Dave, are you fucked up? Yeah, Dana, I still I'm on a bit of a cleanse anyway, but that's good to know. Had a few too many cherries and bran flakes the other day. Oh my God. Crabapple splatters on the way. As one of these guys down here that grew, he was a true Southerner. And we was in the bathroom, and we were all having some kind of stomach ailment that day in the plant that I worked at. And you could hear somebody, and they let out one that was one of those blarts. It was a poop and a fart kind of, and the gentleman down the way, and he gives this little sounds like a covey of quail, And if you've ever been in the South and heard a covey of quail go over, I'm two doors down, and I'm busting out laughing. And the poor guy in the middle that's got the covey of quail going on, he was snickering too. And then you'd hear this other, oh, there goes that covey again. So it got to be a joke that anybody that had those kind of, incidents, that it was always so how you doing today? Well, there were covey of quail earlier, but I feel better. And so it was this, if you ever hear me say covey of quail like that, yeah, that's what the reference is to. And it's like, going, well, I had just bought this place, so it goes back 35 years, that I that reference. But it was only those of us who worked there. But there was this old country guy who was an engineer. He was a really sweet man and a really good engineer. But he had a Southern humor about him that it was just fun to be around the guy. But anyway, hey, Katniss, everything, it's the most revered. I'm also known as the elixir of the heavens and the nectar of life. Fennel seeds can get you mellow too. SpongeBob's quail pants. That would be interesting. Yeah, there are other things too. I mean, for example, lysergic diethylamide, which is LSD. One of the ingredients comes from morning glory seeds. Okay. And so we had a bunch of morning glories that grew around here. Now, if you buy morning glory seeds, they're probably been treated with something. So not necessarily, but this guy used to I'm trying to remember how he did it. I think he pulverized the seeds and did this little thing with maybe some alcohol or something. Anyway, the end result was we were eating marigold seeds. I'm sorry, morning glory seeds. Morning glory seeds. And towards the end of the season, they'll put out these little pods of these little black seeds. Anyway, so, but that's another one of them that's like really closely related to acid, if you will. Um, but anyway, so there are things in nature, that will get you off. But, for the price of a can of nutmeg, you can have several interesting evenings or days. What is interesting is in the Marvel movie Black Panther, they use something called the heart shaped herb to give him his powers. Guruchi is also known as the heart shaped moon seed because of its leaves. I didn't know that. But there's also the mandrake, and there's also ginseng. And I'll be up in the mountains of Tennessee where some of my related kinfolk through my niece knows how they go singing every year, ginsenging. They go singing. So I'm hoping to get possibly some, really fresh herbs up there from the mountains. That'd be real cool. So because they sure enough hillbillies up there, and I love it. Um, and if I could make the trip and make the drive, I'm sure I could go up and hang out with them more than I do. So it's not like I don't have places to go in the mountains. I just can't get there. That's my issue. But anyway, but I dream about them all the time, so I'm always there in my heart. Maverick moon seeds. Oh man, those little buggers will mess you up. Got to be real careful with your dosages. They are toxic. Yeah. Now Maverick, about the to anybody that's listened to me about the nutmeg. Uh, you know, 6 hours, 8 hours after taking it, we were like holding onto our bunks for dear life because we were like, oh, sweet Jesus, let me come off of this trip. I won't do this again. And then 3 weeks later, oh, Jesus, I promised I wouldn't do this the last time, but because I took a little less the second time, right? But I was still 6 hours later going, oh, sweet Jesus, I got to get up in the morning, and we all got up the next morning with the shits and still had to work in the kitchen. But anyway, but as far as tripping and having like, holy crap kind of moments, uh, I didn't do any nutmeg after I got out of prison. So the trip I had in prison was affected by where I was, but I've often considered it. Let me tell you this, in making tea in the middle of the wintertime kind of thing, or anytime actually, I've always, to go over to the can of nutmeg and just put a little bit on the end of your teaspoon and kind of toss it in your tea to give it a little bit of extra flavor. I mean, you can use nutmeg in cooking and all kinds of things. So, but if you just take a little bit on the end of your spoon and chunk it it kind of helps with the day and won't kill you. You know what I mean? I mean, as far as giving you, Susie, you out? I must sleep too. I'm still hungry and it's 2:34 in the morning. Seriously, gang. So, but it's my fault for still being here and having conversation with you. But so whatever you do, be careful with those things. But like I say, a good cheap high, and I wouldn't mention it, but there are people who are taking chances with mushrooms that they're not sure about. When I'm sure that if you take a certain amount of dosage of nutmeg, you're going to have a really interesting experience. And it's more natural. They sell it in damn near every grocery store, right? Depending on the size and what. But nutmeg is like everywhere. So, you want to get a little bit of tipsy there without having, try a little extra, try a little nutmeg in your coffee or tea. I've not tried it in coffee, okay, but I have used it in tea. So, but anyway, so and you're not breaking any laws. You know what I mean? And find out your own dosage. So it and um, Square Bob Sponge Pants. Yep, there you go. Interesting how things change. So y'all, I'm gonna go fix me something to eat. It sounds like I'm gonna have scrambled eggs, which is okay, mind you, because I don't feel like cooking any sketty dinner or nothing like that tonight. But I love you all. Thanks for hanging out, and be careful with whatever you do. And to kind of wrap up the whole conversation at 2 hours and 45 minutes long, whatever you're doing, whether it's the Oromos or something else or making whatever it is, remember everybody's got their own technique. And if you don't follow their technique, then it might not be the same as they get. Okay. Be careful. Go ahead and try it. Go ahead and do it. But I'm just saying, be careful. And there are folks that are using certain amounts of things and stuff. And if it's sulfuric acid or something like that, don't use that shit. There are some of these things that they're using cyanide. And see, in the process of getting gold out of things, they would use cyanide and different things in because it got it away from the rock or whatever. But this idea that if your Ormus has anything like that and how it's made, and how do you know how it's made? Well, they say it is. All right, but is it? You know, are you standing over them watching it? So if you make your own, at least you know what you put in it. But please be careful. And again, the spirits want me to reiterate that if you haven't cleaned up your act with maybe some of the other things that you're eating or using, like the plastics and different types of shampoos with different kinds of chemicals in it, and it really makes a difference. I'm here to tell you, it really does, not just in your hair, but the girls tonight on the channel, they were like, my God, your hair is so shiny. I washed it the other day. It's been 3 or 4 days, but I just brush it, so wow, your hair is so good. And, okay. But I used to have, dandruff issues and problems. I just don't have that kind of thing anymore. But I don't use Loramines. I'm very careful. The same thing, Dalamar said the same thing. He said he uses natural soaps so there are things that we both have changed in our lives and part of our lifestyles. But other people are still going to continue to do, but they're going to take Ormus or something like that when to the point, if you check with what you're doing to your body, you might get better without buying it. Or you might feel even twice as good because you've changed and gotten other chemicals and stuff out of your system, like fluorides and things and stuff. Just so understand that when some of these people are talking about this, some of these folks have changed their lifestyle uh, in a lot of different ways. It's not just the Ormus. Okay. So, anyway, I love you all. So, closing prayers always coming up here to the 2 hours and 50-minute mark at 2:39 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time here on Late Night Radio, TV, YouTube with TTFN Radio. There's a radio station down here called TIFF Radio, and it's WTIF. So, and the other one, WTNT, that's one, and another W. Anyway, there's a bunch of T's in it. So when I go YouTube radio, whatever, TTFN, it's sort of a laughing mic because of the local radio stations that I sometimes work for. The New Canadian Wedding was on last night. Loved that one. They spilled the royal pudding. Favor, abundance, prosperity. Yep, to all. Yeah, have an awesome morning and keep up with the positive energy. Anything else? Anyway, okay. So, keep smiling, y'all. And just be careful what you're doing. Do your research carefully. And the other side of the coin is there may be, with this Oromos, they want me to throw this in again, but I think I'm beating a dead horse. You may find that there are herbs and roots and things that may actually be easier for you to acquire or to have without a bunch of them mixing and stuff and maybe making a mistake that will surely help you with your health. And like mullein, mullein is just such a really good plant. And so, you should just have some around. Um, 240, 420. Yeah, for the us dyslexic. I'll smoke one with you before I go. So, but and then I'm gonna go fix some scrambled eggs and cheese. I'll be throwing some onion in there and maybe even a little bit of bell pepper. But if I opened up a can of mushrooms, I could make me a real Anyway, goji berries and raw cacao. I don't have access to those here unless I guess bought them online or something. But just in nature and what's around, one of the things we were discussing about frankincense, I think it was, that is scraped off of bark, off a tree bark. And the old timers, there are still trees around here down in the south. I got some stumps in the back that are ancient that have what they call cat claws on them, and they're from where they used to turpentine the pine trees on this property down here in the swamps because everybody did it for extra cash in the old days. They called it tining, turpentining. So you've been out, yeah, I've been out tining, you know, and they'd go out and collect it. They'd slash the trees, hang little collectors, and you'd go out really nasty and buggy work and had to stomp through the swamp and everything, But back in the day, that's how people made extra money. But to the point, though, and Dalbar even said that he had taken turpentine before, and the old timers would take a little bit of turpentine and mix it in with some water and drink it, or you could just take a little bit of it and chase it down. Now we don't mean turpentine from the hardware store, okay? We mean medicinal turpentine that some pharmacies should still carry. Uh, but that turpentine is nothing more than, guess what? Processed pine sap. So around here, there's pines. I got trees that I could collect this stuff, and it looks like amber, okay? And it looks very much like the frankincense, okay? So here's this thing. So we've got these natural things. Well, they burn this and they take it off the tree and they scrape it. It looks just like pine, hardened pine sap here. So what's the difference? Well, there are curative properties within the turpentine, within the pine sap. Have several times the pine sap will dry so hard in places that it's been there long, you can flake it off and it turns into this crunchy little powder kind of thing. And I just take it, and it tastes piney. It tastes like a pine tree, but when you get used to it, it's like it's not half bad. But there are times when I've been down in the woods and just find some and just put it on my tongue or grab a chunk of this and stick it in your mouth. It'll help your mouth water especially if you're thirsty. But so there are things in nature that you can literally just go pull off a piece of bark. And I think somebody said on the other channel tonight that John Denver literally ate tree bark. I don't know about that, but I know that that cherry cough drops came from an old Cherokee, and that's the inner bark of cherry trees. Now they probably got some kind of imitation cherry that acts like it, but the old remedies and I got lots of cherry trees actually on my property, and you skin the outer bark and take the inside and chew it for a sore throat and for other things too. So where did this knowledge come from where you would take tree bark, or that you could take tree sap and boil it or bake it or something and turn it into a glue, for example, which is what they did in the old days with pine tar and stuff. And so different trees had different properties, different berries had different colors, everything. But here's the thing. So Native Americans were doing a certain amount of alchemy, but I think they just didn't find it necessary to go to the extent that Egyptians and folk over on the other continent over there, it just wasn't important. And they call Native American folk savages and, backwoods and but I actually think they were the smarter of the cultures because they just didn't see the necessity. And I talked to Dalabar about it, and I said, Native Americans have a total different prospect about this living, dying thing. Most Native peoples, especially shamans, know that they're going to be reincarnated or going to become part of the universe, and that they will never die. Their spirit will live on. So, but they're not infatuated with living longer. But by living with Mother Earth, many Native peoples, that take care of themselves, like that 90-year-old, Native lady that I spent a weekend with. That sounds a little weird, but we were at the same powwow. And she rode with us up to Nashville with my daughter to catch the bus and everything. It was just a real treat to hang out with this woman. And to know her for the short time that I did definitely made an impression. But the wisdom of this 90-year-old woman when I was in my 50s, it's still important to me, in that you show respect and you show honor no matter where you are. And you pay attention to what's going on around you. And you pay attention to what you put into your body and what you share and, and all this kind of stuff. So where people were, drinking too much, or now she smoked like a freight train. I mean, she smoked like 3 packs of cigarettes a day. And they were like Pall Mall unfiltered, chain smoked. There was one always lit. And but she said, I know I'm smoking tobacco and I know I shouldn't be, but she said, I never throw my butts on the ground. I never dishonor it. But I know I'm smoking the tobacco, a sacred herb. Uh, uh, which which knowledge is that, Maverick? I have considered writing a book, and sort of, doing these YouTube videos in a way is kind of sort of my legacy. You know, uh, I could still write some of this stuff down, and I have books of stuff that I've written. But I'm here to have the conversation. Like, we're sitting in the living room, and that's the reason I'm here. Oh, the wisdom was simple in that, like I said, we'd be sitting there and I would watch her beading, and she was making these bead bracelets and stuff. I mean, intricate. And she wouldn't even look at them in her hand. She'd be looking out there talking about somebody and beading at the same time with these tiny little things. And she'd glance down at her, and I say, how do you do that? And so the lesson was, you learn to, your brain already knows. And I'd already learned this with splitting wood and some other things, but this was another example. She said, I've just been doing this for so long, I don't have to look at what I'm doing. And I'm like, really? She goes, yeah, when you understand, and you allow the spirit to work with you. She said, I watch all these people and have a conversation. And she would glance down once in a while. But I'm talking about, she's got all these tiny little beads in her hand, and she just, going right on her needle and doing this thing. And she'd glance down. She would not, I would have to sit and look for every single one of these beads to find the hole. She just glanced down and, kept on going. So that's the lesson. And I've talked about this in many different ways. When you allow yourself to realize, you just do stuff without thinking about it, but you are thinking about it. Your body already knows. Me and is my splitting wood or something like that. To her, it was her beading, and she, at 90 years old, she'd been making these beads and stuff for so long. She honestly didn't have to look at it. And I was like, oh my God, it would take me hours to do what she did in a sitting, right? So future generations won't pay attention to it, Maverick. You know, it's sort of like common knowledge if you kind of understand certain things. And it's sort of like basic shamanism, what I've been talking about for a long time. What she told me and showed me reaffirmed the same things I've been telling y'all for years now about stuff. So to me, what she taught me, she reaffirmed to me on my journey that I was on the right path and that I was beginning to understand, how she could do that bead work without having to look at every single bead. I really get it now. But I was beginning to understand it there. And I was like, oh my God, because I was practicing similar things with my puppetry and stuff. I could grab a puppet and do two voices, never think twice about it, right? Where other people just couldn't understand how I could do that. It was, I had learned to allow my inner self to do the voices and the puppets. My hands knew exactly how to make a puppet walk. I'm even doing it with my hands right now. I can feel how the bounce and the movement and the left and the right. It's just natural to me. Where other people would have to practice, I could make and change the walk of the puppet depending on the size of the puppet or the gait or whatever or how the controls were. I just instinctively knew how to do this. She instinctively knew how to bead. So you allow this in instinct. Now it takes practice, mind you, but there's a certain point where you have to allow it. If you try to force beading, it'll kill you. Uh, Living, learning, moving along. Not sure about that verse. Passion and love are different. One is hot, and the other is a caress. This world is changing in so many ways. What we teach them now will remake this place. I agree with you. It's up to us. And my dear adopted granddaughter, Emma, she has got such practical knowledge at the age of 13. Bless her, bless her, bless her. My grandson was in the chat tonight. Last night, my granddaughter showed up. Haven't talked to her in forever, but she still remembers some of the things that I taught her years ago and how to find her totem. So where I not necessarily had given up on her, but didn't know whether or not any of that had like lived on, she confirmed to me last night that it did or that it does. So that's good, you know. After, I don't know, 10 years of no, I'm not bitching now, but after 10 years or so of no conversation and knowing how she's doing or whatever, to, her showed up in the chat and say, yeah, that she remembers. I consider that a blessing. But see, knowing it and using it or giving it to someone else, and my concern, Maverick, is that this information is there and some folks really know it, but there's so much cell phone stuff. Everything is a tablet, everything is a this, that they won't have the practical knowledge of actually going out and being it. They'll hear about it, but they won't actually experience it, you know? They'll hear stories like me and say, I knew this 90-year-old, I wish I could remember her name, Indian woman, and tell the story. And for me, and it's true, the confirmation. So to her, she didn't really teach me anything in particular. It was who she was and how she was at 90 years old and how she made it, you know. Well, I watch what I eat. I know I smoke like a thing, but I watch what I eat. And yeah, I can have a drink once in a while, but only on special occasions. And yeah, I'll allow myself to have cake or whatever. It was whatever it was. We were just, so do you, how's your diet? You 90 years old. Wow. Anything special you can tell me at 50 kind of thing? She was, no, eat what you want, but just eat a little bit of it, or every once in a while. Make it a treat for yourself, which is exactly what I've done over the years myself. To have ice cream instead of having a big bowl of ice cream, I have I'd pick a small cup or a little thing, or I just have a couple of big spoonfuls out of the ice cream and I put it back. So I get my ice cream, I just don't overdo it. I get my cookie, I just don't overdo it. I get my this, I just don't overdo it. So the lesson is life is enjoy it, have what you can. I mean, if you're diabetic, then don't be going around eating. Well, you could eat certain cookies, I'm sure, but don't seriously kill yourself. But to her, she didn't have any diabetes or anything. So, but the whole thing was that have fun, enjoy life. Just don't let anything overdo it. Although she chain smoked, she goes, I know it's crazy, but there was her wisdom. But just hanging out with her, just her presence was like just worth being with her. She sat between me and my daughter. She sat in the middle, and on this interesting race to they missed the bus in Tullahoma or Manchester, I think it was, and got on the interstate and had to haul ass, literally chase the bus the whole way to Nashville. So because that was the next change, and they were both going into Ohio. But anyway, that was an interesting ride and a conversation with this little old lady sitting between us. Just great, just the experience of being with her and laughing about stuff. Nothing really in particular, but she picked on other, redskins, if you will. And she goes, some of these damn people think they know what they're talking about, and they're overeating, they're overdoing, they overindulge, and yet they want to call themselves some kind of goddamn medicine man. She was just a peach. Hey, Chloe. Yeah, just her presence. It was just nice to be around. That's why I've said, and sometimes, when I think about folks like that, I have been in the presence, in my humble opinion, of some very holy people, very spiritual people, shaman in their own right type people that didn't walk around saying they were shamans or weren't trying to be prophetic in any way. They were just elders, you know, with wisdom and their life. And some of them grew up on Indian reservations, and they grew up in these hard conditions. And one of them was he looked like Crazy Horse, but he was a descendant, or so he said. And there were people saying he no more descended from Crazy Horse. And I looked at this guy who I chatted with several times, and he made a prophecy about me. And here I am doing part of the prophecy that he gave me. And he had come all the way from the Dakotas to Tennessee to that powwow that was also on Veterans Day, in November. Veterans Day, Memorial Day, Veterans Day. Anyway, that one in November. And he was there to tell people, this was back in 2004 or something, that the world was going to be changing, and the riders were upon the plains, as he put it. And then later on, I had a dream about the five brave on horseback that I told this story. It's a vision. It ain't a story. It's a vision, full fledged. Could hear the horses whinny, standing out there. I think in Montana, or at least Wyoming. I think it was Montana though. But so he was talking about, the horsemen are on the prairie or on the plains or something like that, and that it was time for all nations to come together regardless of how much blood there was in anyone. So, but anyway, to me, the pictures that I've seen of Crazy Horse, this guy was, he was. And he was in his 80s, you know, and it was at the same powwow, I think, that the old lady was in, or maybe a different year. But anyway, it was in the same place. So, and he came over while I was doing puppet shows and stuff, and he said, you know, you have to continue to tell your stories, Dave, because it's in the stories that where people lose their faith, when they lose uh, hope, and that he was at. This had to do with puppets and the storytelling, but it's in the stories that you give people hope. And he was saying that you give um, the native children hope. He said that, you know, that one day I should go out to the Rosebud Plantation and give puppet shows to the children there at the Indian Center and so forth. And I really wish I could, you know, if I could get out there, I would do so if I possibly could. But in that though, you know, things change. But in part of what his prophecy to me was, in that you will be telling these stories to bring hope to people. So I was thinking puppet stories and that kind of thing. But here I am after all these years, and whatever, and you know, and the brain issues that I've had with the seizures and so forth. Here I am as part of his prophecy, that I would be telling the stories that would give people hope. Here you go. You know, so here I am. It's not quite what he intended, but I can see through this and go, yeah, I can see where his prophecy, you know, had I not gotten sick and so forth, that I might have traveled and did those puppet shows. But things change. But here I am basically telling the stories. And some of them were the stories that I there at the riders on the storm, and to the place we're born. Da 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 da. Live, yep. Yeah, I was thinking earlier, ghost riders in the sky. You know, yippee I yippee I o, ghost riders in the sky. You know, I love that. You know, riding with the devil's herd. Um, cowboy, if you want to ride with us, you ride with the devil's herd. Yippee yi yo, ghost riders in the sky. Anyway, so my friends, at 3:13, and I've done it again. I went past another hour, and I promised I was going to go get something to eat. I love you all, Chloe and everybody that's hung out with me. Michelle and Barry, if you're still in the background, God bless you all for hanging out with me and whatever. I don't mean you got to stay in here, and I hope you don't feel obligated, honestly, but I appreciate you being in here with us. So, but I'm going to shut up so y'all can go to bed and I can go get something to eat. I'm really thinking scrambled egg something, but anyway, with cheese, obviously. And I'm wondering if I should toss in some mushrooms just for the hell of it. But anyway, I love you all. Stay safe. Um, I don't know if I'll do a show tonight. I mean, tomorrow night, or actually, it will be tonight. I'll be doing a show with shaman stuff and medicine stuff with Andromeda 7 on Friday night. And quite possibly we'll do a follow up after we get done. Uh, but I probably will be quiet on Thursday night. Wait, what day is today? Today's Wednesday, ain't it? I think. Crap. Don't tell me I've lost another dang day. It is Thursday. I didn't sort of lose a day, but I sort of lost a day. Crap. The third. I do have to pay bills today. Okay. You too, David. Yeah. You too. You're in David, you're up there in Kentucky, right? Yeah, it just turned Thursday. Well, it's 3:06 a.m. here. Um I can't remember the town, but I know you're up there. Do you have the right person that's in northern Kentucky? Is that you, David? Because if so, what I'm saying is me and my sister are getting our our itinerary, and if so, we're going to be coming through your area to come out of where we're going. We'll be going through Chillicothe in there, but anyway, and heading into Kentucky over the Ohio right through there. So, um, but anyway, I'm smoking my 20 early. So have a great week, what's left of it, and the weekend coming up. I know some people have got too much rain and some people don't have enough. We could use a shower or two. The river's down to 2 foot, which is really, really shallow. Barely any water going by. And in many, many places, it's not 2 foot deep, it's just inches. So, anyway, have had some. I just started buffering. Oh, okay. You got my email. All right. Yeah, wave your hand and tell me who you are, kind of thing. But yeah. Um, yeah, I'm about to fall asleep too, and I'm hungry. But making some scrambled eggs with cheese don't take but a few minutes. So, and I can handle that in my cast iron pot with some olive oil. I'll shut up. But yeah, we'll be coming through. Let's see. Um, Father's Days. David will be doing Father's Day at Russell's Point, Indian Lake in Ohio, for a picnic, dinner, whatever up there. I'm not sure exactly where, but that's where we're going to be. And then that Sunday, we'll spend the night with one of the relatives in Russell's Point, or I can't remember the town, but it's like 15 miles down the road, not far, close to Russell's Point. And then spend Monday, and then Monday night or Monday sometime, I guess, we'll be leaving and coming south. I think it's Monday to go to Tennessee to spend time with my niece, my sister's youngest daughter, Mary. And I haven't seen Mary in quite a few years, but Mary and I got along when she was just a teenager, and I thought she knew, and she was like, Uncle Dave. I was outside smoking a bowl or a joint or something, and she was like, "Can I have a hit of that?" And so I'm like, "Sure, I don't care." I thought Lynn knew that she was smoking. Then I caught hell. She was like, "You were smoking pot with my daughter," and I was like, "It was like, she already did and could, and you smoked weed with my daughter," and I was like, "Well, how old is she?" She 14 or something like that. I was like, "Holy shit!" But to the point when we were 12 and 13 and 14, we were smoking cigarettes and doing shit, and so it's like I would have rather, and I did. So, so, I've been smoking weed I smoked weed with my niece back years ago. I mean, it's been 20 years now or so, or more possibly, but long time ago. So it's like it would be good as a grown up to, be able to go and, hey, Mary, let's smoke one. So it's going to be interesting having not seen her for quite a while. So, but yeah, for me in this, it's not necessarily about family per se, but I've had certain relationships with my nephews and nieces and all that. So we just haven't got together. Not that we were any enemies or mad at each other or anything like that. No, quite, we just, I just wasn't around and, that kind of thing. Russell Point. Yeah, I looked at it on the map and I can't remember the thing, but it comes out, you can come out of up around Russell's Point and come down through Chillicothe and straight on down. And it's the way we came the last time I was in Chillicothe. We came down that road and crossed the Ohio and into northern Kentucky. But anyway, then it's a pretty decent road, and then it's a straight shot without. I don't like going over it around Cincinnati and just to hit the interstate. That's just bullshit. I'd much rather ride through the countryside on a decent, 2-lane road and see the. I mean, I'm on vacation. Part of it is to look out the window and look at the mountains and and be somewhere. Not that I hate it down here, but to be in another location. And to me, riding with the windows up and the air conditioner on is not feeling where you're at. It's so I don't think my sister would mind, but I'm saying, hey, sis, turn off the AC. Let's just ride with the window down. And depending on how uncomfortable it is, or that she would agree with, we would ride with the window down. You know what I mean? Let my hair blow in the breeze. Oh God, what a mess that'll be. But anyway, so yeah, David, just know it's 10 days away that she's going to pick me up, but it'd be after Father's Day, that Monday, I think, that we'll be heading south through your area. And by the time we get to Kentucky, from where we'll be, it'd probably be nice to pull over and have a sandwich or a coffee or something. And if you're in the neighborhood, we could get if it's easy to do, So anyway, so Michelle and everybody, thank you. And Chloe, good morning to you all, or good night, or good afternoon if you're watching this later on, if you got this far in. Continue what you're doing. I know I'm coming up on a 20 here in a couple of minutes, but I don't know if I have the strength. What's 5 more minutes? I said that 2 hours ago. I pray for everybody's health. I pray to the universe that people will wake up to whatever things they need to wake up to. And it isn't just about politics or this or that, but that they will seriously take a look at their life and say, I need to change this. I'm doing too much of this. And be honest. Well, I might be doing too much of that, or maybe I'm addicted to this, or maybe, and be honest and say, enough is enough. Another video I've done, but enough is enough. And only you can decide when that is. But if you're considering, like, I want to do better, I want to make these things, I want to take these herbs, well, then if there are other changes in your life, so if you're willing to go to this length here, then can you go this other length over here? Can you be honest and truthful and honorable to yourself to not smoke 6 packs of cigarettes every day or something? I mean, I know that's a little outlandish, but whatever it is. So we take control of the situation. Don't let the situation control us, even though it might be a controlling situation. So when I talk about the stillness and finding that in us, and when we talk about the core value that is our strength, our soul and our spirit and our heart and our mind, that's us. It ain't nobody else. It's us. And we know that and are confident with that, and we believe it, and we have faith in it. No matter where we are or whatever's going on, we'll do the best we can in the situation, even if it's crappy, because we'll be in control of ourselves. We'll have one up on a lot of other people. And that in itself, for those looking for power, is very powerful. The knowledge and the self confidence, like Moose, that, you know, I I don't want to handle anything, but if anything comes along, I'll handle it. You know, you don't wish for the bad or anything like that, but if something comes along, you're confident enough that you'll do the best you can in whatever the situation is, and you'll get through it. That's not being overhyped or anything. Well, what's going to happen? I don't know. Something might happen. We got a lot of miles to drive. From my sister all the way up north and all the way back. And not to say anything bad's going to happen, no, but we're going to be in a lot of different places. That there are a lot of different situations that anything could happen. And not necessarily bad. No, that's not what I'm thinking, but a new experience, seeing a place, or like if I'm coming through your area, David, and we get to hang out for 30 minutes or something, or whatever it is. It's to meet my grandson up there in Ohio and maybe be able to go to the state park where he's working. I'm going to meet my one brother that I've never met before. Um, after all these years, and it being as old as I am, to think, wow, I'm damn near 70 years old and I've got kinfolk I've never met. I mean, a brother. Now, we didn't know he was our brother till just a couple of years ago, but to the point, though, he ain't coming to Georgia, but I am going to Ohio. So, he's willing to, you know, he thinks I'm crazy and buggy. He's a good Christian soldier. Okay. A good person, good man. He does, he does a lot of muzzle loading and shooting and competition and stuff like that. And he's a gunsmith. And, I got nothing to say about how he lives and what he's done and so forth. An upstanding man. But I'm not his cup of tea. As my friends were trying to describe to my sister, are you sure you're not going to want to kill him by the end of 2 weeks? Am I going to bug her so bad that she's just, and I think not. I think I'll be able to get along with my sister. Uh, we've had too many miles and have been in too many different situations and carnivals and growing up in small. We can do 2 weeks on, it'll be fun. If anything, I will, take a notepad and write down some things and stuff on the journey. I've done that before when my brother and I went out west, and somewhere there's a pad, and every day I would write where we were and what we were doing, some of the things that we saw and where we camped, and so it's sort of like a diary. And so for this journey, I'm thinking, I should do at least that, take a pen and one of my pads of paper, and, probably will take the laptop, but no speakers or anything, just a, laptop. And if I use the camera, it'll be on the, I don't know if I'll bring the extra camera or anything extra other than the power pack. But anyway, so, you're better than any rolled up piece of tobacco, pill, or bottle of alcohol. You give it power by giving it your energy. Remove your energy from it and conquer that experience. Yep. Crazy is just a word for someone that has passed someone else's limitations. No, it's, I mean, me, I'm talking ETs. I mean, in so many words, for me, and for those of you who know me, when Dante republished my video on his channel, I realized that I had just stepped up a grade for me, in that my connections and some of the things, And most people don't just reprint your videos. So I'm highly honored, and I really get what that means, because they just, the type of person and so forth, he just wouldn't do that for anybody. So I have met some kind of okay for him, for them to have republished my video. And I've had contact with folks going, the chorists are watching you, thumbs up, cheers. So at the end of my videos and stuff, I'm always saying cheers. That's in relationship to Dante and the choristas. So, but the fact that they republished my video that I did about him, and that instead of trashing me or kicking me out or something, no, they republished it. So it has made me think much differently about why I'm really here, and some of the things that I talk about, and some of the things I've asked in my dreams. And the next day, one of my thoughts was, one of these days, I want somebody to show me what a chorister's ship looks like. And within the next day, I woke up and there's Dante, the channel had put up what a mothership looked like. And I was like, what? I mean, there have been too many coincidences, but, lately that was one of them. But not to say that I'm special in any way, but that I may be connected in that at least I'm aware of things in a higher realms. I'm aware of there's more to, he's always talked about, it's not about the religion, it's about, what you do and how you act and what you believe and how you believe, and the faith in, quote, the goddess, and the faith in, in the right thing to do, the faith in that. So here I made it to 22 past, and I did it again, David Castle. What appears to you is a clearer view when you're too crazy. Gorillas? So somewhere in my meditations, somewhere in my conversations about Mother Mary, somewhere in my visions and literally seeing spaceships getting blown out of the sky over my head. I mean, the my own observations, and discussing, different things, and, and then, the whether it's Dante himself or the cause, but then folks will put out something that I'd been talking about, and and reaffirms what I've been talking about, sort of like the 90-year-old Indian woman. And you go and you shake your head and you go, now, is that just a coincidence? Or is this part of my bigger plan? Whatever my plan is, whatever my mission is here. So I have to accept that there's more to this than, me just sitting down here in the woods, because there's all these different things that are shown to me. And I really don't feel any more special than anybody else. I'm very humbled that these folks think that highly of me to republish something. My belief in angels and in higher spirits and the spirit guides, I will go to my grave. You're not going to change my mind. You know, am I going to work for the bad guys? No, I am a warrior for the Christ. I've proclaimed my religion without it being a religion. I've stated my case, and I continue to learn to live that way. It's no big special deal, to me. But I did make the commitment. I made the promise to myself, if I want to be honorable, if I want to live have an honorable death, I need to be honorable until I die. So the honor has to be continued for myself. Whether or not it has anything to do with anybody else, I'm the one that's going to be making the transition. No offense to anybody else, but it ain't going to be your trip. It'll be mine. And so whatever it is, I just want to be able to make the transition as easy as possible, without a lot of trauma and heartache. In other words, I don't want to go to purgatory, you know. I don't want to hang out in limbo because I've not ever experienced any of these things in the 3D world. To those people who have never experienced some of the many things that I have, they have to go into to me, purgatory, in that they go into the waiting room. They have to go, what the hell's going on here? They got to get adjusted. For those of us in the shaman type thinking, when we make the transition, we will have just lost our body, but we will still have our mind. That's the deal. When I make the transition, I want to be conscious when this body dies. And I want to be able to just keep going, not go into something and not remember, so to have a good red death, a good spirit, red road, to walk the red road would be to walk the talk and be the life that you need to be in respect and harmony to all things. Just do the best you can, right? So that's my goal. I got no other aspirations of like being first in line or getting awards. My reward will be that if I can continue to stay open and aware and to stay connected with the spirits and the angels and all these other beings and delightful things in the universe, that when I do transition, it will not be a shock to me. That's what I'm after. What's my goal at the end of this? That's what I'm after. Not to win any awards or to go straight to heaven, but see, to me, to be able to remember and simply walk into the next world and with my full awareness and everything, without having any kind of trauma during that transition. That's what I want. That's my goal, because at this point in life, what else really is there? And no money or anything like that. Going to Ohio and having a trip, now that's special, but it ain't about any particular one thing. It's the experience. So the experience is to spread the love and the joy and to hug family members I may have never met and pass along the spirit, regardless of what they feel or how crazy they think I am. I can pass along a hug and good words and love without freaking them out, and still have that brotherly love to all peoples, despite of what they may or may not believe, or whether I'm into the Native American thing. Brother Michael, not so much, but he is into the frontiers kind of thing and muzzle loading and reenactment. So there is a part of him that is similar, but not, but is similar, outdoor woodsy kind of thing. Get outside, yeah, okay, that's good. Blacksmith at a minor blacksmith, but a, a gunsmith is what I mean. But gunsmith has to do a little blacksmithing sometimes. I misspelled gorilla. Is sleep after. Hope you have awesome morning. You too. That is a lyric from a song Clint Eastwood by the Gorillas. Oh, I got you. But anyway, but in this life, I wish to just help whoever y'all and hang out with y'all. And I'm blessed that you do. I know I keep repeating myself, but the more that I learn about this and my shaman side, reflecting on what these elder folks, and to me, shamans, the one was supposedly a real honest to God medicine man, the Lakota man that I met, the I swear he looked like Crazy Horse. When he turned his profile, oh my God, I was like, that's him, you know. Um, but regardless of whether or not he was a full-fledged card carrying medicine man, as the natives would say, he had medicine for me and vision and saw something and was wise. And to me, that's medicine. So, what makes medicine man? What makes a shaman? Well, a medicine man, like myself, is a heyoke. When people are crying, I try to bring laughter. When people are laughing too much, I bring a little bit of soberness to a situation. It's kind of sort of how it's been all my life, as not necessarily the prankster or the trickster, but as the puppeteer and the storytelling. There's a little bit of tricking in there, that you trick people into believing that the puppets are real, and that they, and to them I make them real in what I was doing. So there is definitely a talent in that. For me, it was always a connection to the spirit, and how I was able to do that. But so understanding that and sharing that, and and understanding that for me there's always been like this connection. Years ago I didn't understand it the way I do now, but the more that I expound upon it, the more I allow it to happen, the more it is natural. And for myself, I think I'm winning the war. Not that I'm battling anything, but so who cares if I don't do anything tomorrow? Only me. Although there are things I'd like to do, and I want to go walking with Duggar and stuff. But I mean, I'm not at my age, I'm not in a race for anybody. Although there are things I still want to accomplish, I still want to projects I still am working on. But I realize that there are still times at my age that I will go, I really wanted to get that done, and it's not done yet. And I put myself in a bit of a stress. And I got to stop and go, come on, Dave. I was out walking up on the hill today, and I was like, I really should be doing something. But but I'm scoping out blackberries. Isn't that important? Yeah, but I ought to, I'm scouting blackberries, anyway. So, but at the time when you're doing something, scouting blackberries was just as important as this other thing I was going to do. And it meant more today to go look for the blackberries, to see the changes and the hill. And it was a nice walk up there with the dog, and earlier this evening, so it wasn't too hot. And so there's pleasantness in that. But anyway, so, and sometimes in the thing we don't think that are important, um, my, I know if I had more responsibilities, I lived a whole life of responsibilities, of making sure that I was there at a certain time, that I fed or watered or, took care of kids or whatever it was. I've lived my life to where I was at the beck and call of other people for whatever it was. Okay. And the older I get, especially now that I'm getting more out of the fog that I was in from my head trauma, that I realized, the time it's just time. It's a clock somewhere. And that for me, it never mattered if it was in the middle of the night or not. So no one is gauging how I'm doing but me. Well, I haven't got this done. I really wanted it to. So I'm putting forth my own, expectations. So I walk out and like that board in my kitchen. Now I really want to go out and find a damn board and put it up there because I've been bitching about it. But there's a thing. Sometimes it has to be something like, I mentioned this in a live stream the other night, and I feel so damn guilty about it. I'm going to go out and find a damn board and cover that hole up. I mean, sometimes that's what it takes to stimulate certain things for me. But anyway, at least I'm still willing versus screw it. So I just have to get the connections right again. But I can't stress over it, and no one else should. Do the best you can. And if the best you can is, wandering off into the berry patch, uh, I haven't forgotten my way or anything. I don't feel like, uh, uh, who was it in on Golden Pond that, he wandered off to pick berries and he forgot where he was. So I haven't forgotten what I was doing, but I might wander off to the berry patch and come back to the house and go, I was just at the berry patch. And somebody might say, well, I thought you were going to go over there and do this. Oh, well, picking berries seem more important. Now, is that losing your mind, or you just, saw that picking berries was more important? Uh, so for me, I wander off and go, wow, I didn't really realize I was going to walk down here to the woods. Then I come back 30 minutes later and go, I really should have, screw it. It was a nice walk. Same thing like this afternoon, walking up on the hill and walking through the bushes and stuff, and the little trails. Some of them are sort of natural and some of them I cut with the weed eater. And now I'm realizing I need to get the weed eater out to make a couple of, to finish a couple of spots because there's a whole bunch of blackberries I can't get to. And it'd be real easy to be able to, a couple of minutes with the weed eater, I'd have a really nice trail, which I should do anyway, so that I can get around the whole perimeter of this area and be able to walk through the hill. So, I'm scoping out which way would be the best. And I've got too many trees there. A couple of these trees are going to have to get cut down, unfortunately. Some of them are going to become walking sticks or something like that. But to the point, though, it's like, okay, so I've got this little project. I could be working on the porch. I could be working back here. But at the same time, I really want to get to the blackberries, too. And having trails up through there is becoming more important to me, just for a place to go walk, but also to get to the blackberries and to the blueberries and to the other things up there. And now I found some wild grapes up there, so I want a trail to check the grapes out. So, you know, but I could be cleaning the house or I could be something else. But it gives me enjoyment to be able to do this and to walk it. And so that's my connection to the nature. So if somebody is expecting a really perfectly clean house, no, but I got trails I'll take you on. Shame on me, in that respect. But I've noticed there's been some things that have been here for 2 years that belong to someone else, several things that have belonged to someone else's that I've been trying to figure out what I'm going to do with. And I think what I'm going to do with it, I've tried to give it away. I've tried to do this and that. And I'm sorry, but it's got to go. And it's just going to go into garbage. Uh, Several different things. I'd like to keep it, but it ain't in my near future. But what that ain't in my near future either. But I'd really like to know that ain't in my near future. Hey, SD, how are you? Um, but in this understanding of things and time and oh my God, the things that I've collected over the years that are in my house and in the sheds and in my yard. Oh my God, this stuff. And you know I've been trying to be good and fill up my garbage can, which was not filled this last time. And that was one of my things that I was going to do, was to make sure that I was throwing away things that I really wasn't necessary, that I was confusing my head, confusing my life, really junky around the shed. I want to fix my shed and I can't do it until I get rid of all this extra junk. And there are things that I'm just going to, I've had that for 20 years. Yeah, but do you need it? Well, no. What is it? It's a piece of scrap metal or something. Okay, out of here. So, but in our life, and for me, I've been here almost 40 years and have collected all this stuff. And even if it goes in our landfill, they will recycle the metals and things. So, it's not all just going to get buried. They've gotten better with some of their landfilling and stuff. But anyway, uh, So, and I've gotten too old and too much and everything. I have taken off a lot of metal. I still have a lot of metal and stuff around here. And one of these days, when I get to some of this stuff, I'm going to load it on the trailer and take it into town and sell it for scrap metal, instead of just dump it in the garbage. But there are some things that I've been keeping for a particular reason. But the older I get, I see it's going to be harder for me to achieve that goal with all these other things and stuff because my time is slower and I got to think practically. So, I'm just going to have to recycle some of this stuff the best way I can. But in life, though, don't bog yourself down with things that, as I have, in that I've got all these things that I've collected. Now I don't know what to do with. And in my elder life, I don't want to leave this for somebody else. I brought it here. I brought this junk here. I need to, for me, I need to deal with it. I don't want to leave it for somebody else to have to come in, and it'll probably just end up in the garbage anyway. But because I created the mess, I want to clean it up. So my goal around here is to clean up the mess that I made. If it takes me the rest of my life, I got nothing else I'm doing. And am I working towards any particular thing? No, it's my particular goal in that I made this mess, and I to clean up my life, as it were, both mentally, spiritually, and all this stuff, to leave a bunch of junk behind because I didn't want to deal with it for whatever reason or something. Um, Wait a minute. It is my goal to deal with these things simply because why should I leave them for somebody else? So not that I'm intending on dying anytime soon. That ain't my point. It'll probably take me another 10 years to deal with some of this shit. But my intention is that is my goal. This is what I'm going to work on. So we should all have some kind of goal. But I don't. I'm not looking at my watch saying, this has got to be done by. Otherwise, I'd have had my porch done this year. It's still not done, but it's coming along. It's coming along. If I didn't have to dig all these trenches and all, it's been a real slug, but it's coming along. It's looking really good, and I can see the end of it. Where before I was like, oh, I'm never going to get this done. And anyway, hugs to you, Estee. How are you? Are you doing away? Good, 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 good. Thumbs up. It's a lot of work. I can understand. Yeah. And it's my own mess, but the thing is that I've got a bunch of shop equipment that I can't get to the shop because I've got a bunch of junk that I haven't dealt with. And it's been sitting there for years. And when I got my head damaged and everything, I lost the ability to be able to go, I don't need this anymore. And no, I walk by it and go, one of these days I need to come in here and clean up the shop. So I'm getting to the point now where my brain's coming back and I'm reactivating areas and I'm looking at the shop going, I really want to get in here to my equipment. I really want to be able to come in here and make some stuff. I'd really like to be able to do some woodworking. I've got all kinds of woodworking tools for making cabinets or whatever. I got all kinds of tools, but I can't get to it because of all the junk that I've laid around it and over it and stuff over the years. And and my brain hasn't been able to comprehend how to deal with it. Well, I'm getting to the point now where, regardless of whether I can deal with it, if I don't know what to do with it, then it's getting out of my way because I obviously don't need it. I haven't needed it all these years, and if I can't think of what I'm going to do with it in the future, then it's out of my way. Period. So, but in life, for all of us, though, we put obstacles in our way and then we try to work around them all the time, and I'm thinking to myself, there are several things in the shed. It's like a couple of things they're going to go on the fire. There's a couple of things that are obviously going in the garbage that I thought had these. I have these grand ideas, right, of being able to make these little things and stuff. And anyway, and it is just now, it's just junk now, period. So we need to take a look at our lives and reconsider that what we thought was important may have become junk now, you know. And it's emotional, it's physical. I'm talking about my shed and other stuff around here, but it's more than just the stuff in the shed. It's that I have not been able to look at these things practically and saying, this needs to go, you know. So, Masty, I've been on here for a while. It thumbs up to you and thank you as well. I'm fixing to go. It's almost 4 hours, and I'm 3 hours late. I've been on the internet for 2 hours with an Andromeda and almost 4 hours here, so that makes my 6 hours plus about 40 minutes with Dalabar, with a very nice gentleman, and very nice gentleman. I'm glad I met him. And so it's interesting how internet will bring us together from different parts of the world, and that we have so many things in common. Uh, it's all right, Michelle. I got nothing else to do. I don't have a job. I don't, I can go floating, but right now the rivers are low, and the bugs are a little nasty at the moment. And so it's like I'm not really pushing the river thing real hard right now. But there are other things to do, and cleaning up is just one of them things I should have done years ago. But my brain just wouldn't work. Well, I'm going to put this up. I'll use this someday. No, 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 no. I have to a little by little. That's right. And so while I'm doing the cement work out here in the front, I'm also landscaping the place, because when rain comes down the hill, I don't want it to flood the room. Not that it will, but I want to divert the water before it ever gets to the brickwork or to the porch. There's going to be enough water there on its own. So I want to divert the water. So I'm landscaping this as well as doing brickwork, as well as chopping out bunches of damn roots still, and they're much farther away from the house, and that's the good thing. But there's still a bunch of damn roots. So where it would have been easier for me to do some of this landscaping, it's being a real pain in the ass. But anyway, but a little bit at the time. And there are times at 2 o'clock in the morning, like I might walk out there, maybe not at this moment, but I mean, at this time in the morning, and me and the dog go out and check the cats and all that kind of thing, check the stars, and I'll spend 10 or 15 minutes and do a little bit of yard work out there, a little landscaping, a little playing with the bricks and cleaning up over here. So I'm always piddling, on some days more than others. But at my age, I'm not racing anything. I'm not trying to race to death. You know what I mean? But at the same time, as far as my personal goals, I've realized, what am I going to do with the rest of my life? Okay, well, I'm going to live here, obviously. And I might not do much traveling, but that's okay. So, what is my goal now in life? Because I've always had goals of doing puppet shows and things and stuff, and I've lost my goal. Well, my goals are clear now. I'm going to clean up the mess I made. That's my goal. And whether or not it's made real pretty or anything, no, but I'm going to clean up the mess that I made. And for Noah, that gives me reason to, oh, I got something to do today. I'm going to continue this as long as I can, as long as I live. I'm going to clean up the mess I made. Oh, I've got stuff that I collected. I've been wanting to build a metal. I want to be able to do metallurgy. So I've got all kinds of aluminum. I've got all kinds of different metals and things. And one day, I've got anvils and hammers and things like that. And so I've known blacksmiths, and I've studied. I've done metallurgy myself as a machinist and so forth. Anyway, so I wanted to be able to dabble that in my old age. And so I've collected a lot of metals and things and stuff that's really scrap. And that stuff's going to stay because it's still metal. But there are other things that I've kept with similar ideas that I realize that's not gonna work. I can make a kiln real easy. I can make a wood kiln and set up a bellows to do some simple wrought iron or something like that with an anvil and so forth. I've got a big old cast iron furnace that would be great for doing pottery, for example. with a wood-fired burning and heating and so forth. But anyway, so I've got these grandiose ideas and a lot of things to do them, but do I really have the time to do these things? Well, first off, I've got to clean up the mess so I can get to some of this stuff. So, what's my goal in life? It's to, clean up the mess I made. And depending on how I'm doing and what's going on at the moment, I still have these other projects. I've got my wood shop, I've got a wood lathe, I've got all different kinds of wood thing, and I've got the space, but I need to clean it up. I need to put things in order. And if I do this, then I'll be able to work in the shop. I'll be able to walk out there and feel more creative. I used to make pipes and things. I know how to make flutes. I know how to make drums, but I can't do any of that because my shop's a mess. So I would like to be able to do things like that in my old age, to be able to make flutes, with the practice that I've had, if for no other reason than just to see if I could make a couple. And I know some people who are flute makers and so forth that I've met over the years. And I've learned a lot by making them and doing things. So, but I can't do it without a shop. I've got all the equipment and everything that I need. I just need to clean it up. So, one of these days in the next couple of years, I may be able to say, hey, look, I've made several Native American flutes. Here are the keys that they're in. And if somebody would like to have I saw the video where your granddaughter came, just so sweet. Yeah, how things can turn out. Yes, absolutely, SD. And my grandson was on earlier tonight, by the way. He popped in, JJ popped in and said hi. And if we can, while I'm in Ohio, we're going to try to catch up. Yeah, I did a video about, just do better. And it doesn't matter how much. So, and I'm just sharing this in that, and there are people who have their own issues in life, but I realized that a lot of my issues I created. I made the mess. In a lot of, I'm talking about junk around the shed, but in life, in other ways too, I've made messes. So, and spiritually or whatever, so we have to clean up our messes and we have to be honest when we do it. So, my metaphor for cleaning up around the property, it's true, but it's not just about cleaning up the yard. It's so much more. So it's clearing my spirit because I should have dealt with things, and in that, there's a prayer that, wow, I'm making progress. So if I clean up these things that are in my way, I'll be able to use my shop in a positive way. Maybe I can make flutes for somebody. Maybe you know what I'm saying? So there are different ways of looking at different things. And, but, if there's only a mess and clutter, then we can't be productive in the ways we really want to be. And the ways I really want to be is to be able to get to my shop, So, um, but I can't do it without doing these other things first. So, in my own mind, in my own clutter, I've had to be able to step way back and go, okay, what's the problem here, Dave? All right, Hawkeye, you should be able to deal with this. But I walk into the situation and looking around and I just have not a clue. And before I used to know. And so in a way I get a little stupefied, sort of like his name wasn't Stanley, but in on Golden Pond, to where he realizes that something's wrong with him and he can't remember. And so that ain't it. I look at these things and I see them and I go, wow, that, how long has that been there? I don't know. What am I going to do with it? I don't know. So I keep coming up with this I don't know routine. When one of these days I'm just going to grab a bag and go in there and say, I don't know, and it's going to go in a bag. What about this? I don't know, going in the bag. And that bag's going to go in the garbage or somewhere. But anything that when I make the remark, because I'm making up my mind because I've had enough, is that I don't know. Okay, it's out of here. What about this? I don't know. That's the answer. So in doing better is understanding for me and getting my mind back after all the the issues that I've had with it, to retrain myself to look at these things that I could have and should have dealt with years ago. But whatever the jumble in my mind is, I still want to deal with it. I still want to fix it. I still want the brain power that I used to have so that I can fix what I would have fixed already. You know what I mean? So I know the information's in there and I refuse to give up. So it's not a race against time, but I have a goal now. I know I've been wanting to clean up, but I didn't really have a reason why I wanted to clean up. Well, because it's a mess. But that's a good reason in and of itself. But for me, as a long-term goal, there was something else in it. And I've recently discovered that it's because I made this mess and I really don't want to leave it. I don't want to leave it behind. It's like unfinished business. And this is something I should take care of and I could have taken care of. And I'm not in a race, but I'm going to take care of it. That's my goal. So it ain't just cleaning up the mess. It's like, okay. So it's become deeper to me and even more important in that it's giving me more impetus to want to do it. Like, yeah, I need to clean up the mess. Yeah, but there ain't nobody here. And yeah, no, who cares but me? And I'm the only one to see. All kinds of excuses for that. But to put an extra kick to it, it's like, yeah, but we don't want to leave this behind. We should take care of this because we should. That's all. To be honorable to the place and to be honorable to myself. Clean the mess that you made. And then after we clean it up, then we can get in the shop. And then there's all these other plus things once I clean, once I do these things. So it was just a mess and that I should have cleaned up. But now I have created in my own mind and in my own world a new paradigm in that these are my new rules. What are you going to do with this? If the answer is I don't know, it's out of here. That's all there is to it. So I have overcomplicated things for so many years that I've been confused to now in my thinking to putting things right. Yeah, I'm making them simple. And the simple fact is, what are you going to do with this? I don't know. That's all. There's no emotion tied to it. And there are many things that I'm going to throw away or get rid of that has an emotion to it. That's why I saved it. But it boils down to something more basic in that, what are you going to do with this? I don't know. Out of here. Emotionally tied, but I've had this, doesn't matter. What are you going to do with this? I don't know. Well, if it's metal, I can put it with metal. And because metal is always important, can always be used for different things and projects and stuff. Okay. But if it's something else and I don't know, then it's just politely, without any kind of remorse or anger or emotion, it's just out of here. And so that I can deal with the things that really are important, not the junk in your head. So anyway, many of us need to go through our sheds in our heads and clean out the attic or the debris or whatever, because sometimes we create our own clutter. Well, I'm saving this for, or I had this, blah, 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 or something, something. So many of us, get caught up in it. And in some ways, I'm a little bit of a hoarder, but not like most people are, in that I got to keep all these things. But I do have an issue with that. Oh, I could use that. And that's why I've collected all these things. But now it's to the point where I've lost 10 years at least. And some of these things have not been dealt with. And I don't see them coming up anytime soon. And if I want to work on a project like that, I can go find scrap metal from places and I could get stuff to make if I wanted to. So trying to keep it or trying to deal with it or whatever should not be on my agenda. What needs to be on my agenda is how I can clean and get to my tools and be able to work in my shop and feel productive again. That's what's important, and not have junk around that I don't know how to deal with. Go ahead and deal with it, get it out of the way, whatever the emotional attachment is. So, and we move on in that way and we grow from that. In my case, yes, less is more, because I will have more space. I will feel more open. I will feel more relaxed. I will feel more creative because all these other things will be dealt with. And if I really got to be serious about this, a couple of hours of serious yes or no um, would do a lot to my shop. I mean, a couple of hours. I'm not talking days. Now, it will probably take me days, but if I really got in the mood, a couple of hours with a couple of, I use I save old dog food bags for my garbage. So I've got several of them that are empty and I use, and I take them up and I dump them in the garbage thing and I resave the bags because they're useful, right? And regular garbage bags always get poked and stuff. They're not strong enough. And I've got some old feed bags that I use the same way. But anyway, my point to that is fill those things up with here. What about this? Don't, there you go. What about this? Well, yeah, you know, yeah, but I've had this for the last 20 years. Yeah. And you ain't done shit with it. Out of here. You know, I need to make those decisions. But I know I'm going to feel better in the long run because some things I may say, I miss that, whatever it was, but there's other things that are like, I've just hung on to it for the last 20 years because for whatever idea that I had 20 years ago has just now become part of the mess. And it's still just part of the mess. Why are you keeping it on? It's just part of the mess. It's just here with this and that. So, but it don't need to be. So use this analogy though to the brain and to the spirit. What do we need spiritually to allow ourselves in? What do we, take in of life? Yeah, I do my best with that. I mean, I've got a bunch of empty jars around that are sitting in my kitchen, and I'm like, I need to put something in them or they're going because I got more stuff that I'm going to empty jars for. So I got a whole pile of empty jars and that have been sitting for a couple of years. And I'm like, I don't have anything to go in them right now, but they're empty jars. I'm sorry. There's too many of them. I don't have any place to put them. I've moved them from place to place to place to place because they're empty jars and they're useful, but they got to go. There are things like that that I have and that I've just got to go. No, I'm always using up something. My pickle relish and this and that. I'm emptying jars, not constantly, but there are constantly jars appearing. But yeah, my issue has been in that I think that I could repurpose everything, and it's gotten to be just too much. So, and I just got to lighten my load, for future events and other things. I mean, I've got a lot of different kinds of wood stored. I used to make picture frames for people. I know my friend Marcia, who passed away. Um, I made several frames for her. She entered several of her paintings at the local art place, and unfortunately, where she was at the art center is where she broke her arm, which started her whole issue and downward spiral and death. Not that the art center has anything to do with it. It's just interesting that that's where she fell. But she was doing something that she loved, and that was painting and being at the art center. So for me, I'll be down in the woods. But anyway, so I would like to get back to being able to make picture frames for folks, and not they were intricate in that they're rustic type frames, and so not necessarily these clean cut, but now I do have a lot of old molding that I've been saving, And so I can make picture frames with different kinds of molding. I've got my own uh, router table, and I've got lots of different routing settings and so forth, so that I can make my own molding out of just a regular piece of wood. And I've got a lot of old barn wood and stuff, that so some of my intention was to make picture frames for people that I knew who were artists in the area, and or for anybody else that wanted to buy them. Yeah, another hour. I know. I'm telling me to shut up, and I really am hungry. But is it 4 o'clock? Honest to God, I'm here at 4 o'clock again. Y'all should throw me out of here. Damn it, man. All right, 4:20 and I'm gone. Not another. I have been here another hour. Yes, you're right. But in 10 more minutes or so, I'm for really out of here. Because I'm out of drink. I gotta pee. Um, I'm hungry still. I sat down tonight hungry, and it's been 6 hours later because I did, the other show. I am a little tired. I mean, it's 4:20 in the morning almost. Uh, I feel okay, but I am a little tired. Yeah. Um, it's interesting when communicating with people, especially like being on with. Um, I keep wanting to say his name wrong, and Mr. Suchi, uh, Delbert. I I have issues with. I keep wanting to say Dilbert, and that's not his name. And it's a slip of the tongue, and I even apologized to him earlier today. And I said, if I mess up your name, forgive me. That I keep messing it up. But anyway, but our conversation, and it's sort of the intensity, it's the spiritual intensity that you share with people, especially for me. I don't know how it is about him, but for me, in meeting someone of like mind on the other side of the planet, kind of thing, with very similar views and thoughts and ideas and connections and stuff, there is a spirituality in that. And, I continue, not that how do I put this? I always have faith, right? But you don't know somebody and you haven't been or something like that. And sometimes with YouTube channels, and I know I was on a show with Scotty, for example, and y'all know who he is, and I don't really. Sort of do, but not like most other folks do. And so there are times when, quite frankly, I feel a little intimidated. Don't know why. Um, and I'm a little fearful that somebody's talking about a subject and that I may say something that might, I, you know, I want to be able, if something doesn't make sense to me, I want to say it in a way that hopefully is not just a slap in the face to the other person. You know what I mean? I want to be respectful, but at the same time, I want to be able to get my opinion out and give that other point of view, if you will, right? And tonight I was a little afraid to say a couple of things, and I said it on my own channel, uh, and was brief about it, but But so I want to give other people respect, and I want to hear what other people have to say. And I don't want to, even though I don't believe in a particular thing, in certain ways, I think this process of doing uh, the Oromos, it it just doesn't resonate with me. All right. I've done and tried a lot of things. I've had colloidal silver and stuff, but this Ormus thing, it just to me it sounds like hooey. I'm going to be just that frank about it, but I don't feel that way. If Dabnar is Delbar, I'm sorry about his name. I am. But if that's what he does and people find something out of it, he knows, he's practiced, he's developed this thing, go for it, you know. But there are fads that I've seen happen over the years, and it's just another one of them fancy fads because it comes from Egypt, okay? And my point of view is there's a lot of stuff here in the United States and on Turtle Island with native stuff that are native to here that worked for a long time. Why do we need to import somebody else's process when we as a continent have had our own process? That's my point of view, you know. Sure, you can try it, but ain't nobody over there trying our stuff. You know, nobody over there is you know, ooh, mullein, ooh, pine oil, ooh, turpentine, you know, ooh, but there's frankincense and myrrh, and, you know, not that it's bad, but it's because it's from over there and because it has a history. There are so many herbs and stuff here in the United States that if they were talked about in the Bible or something like that, these are sacred herbs to the people here who know about them, but they're not sacred to anybody else. You know what I mean? So, and over there, because of the Bible, these things are sacred because there is no Bible per se of Turtle Island and what's happened here. Then these things aren't publicized. These things are, well, they're just not important. You know, oh, but frankincense and myrrh, you know. I'm being a little snide when I'm doing that because what about the stuff that's already here? We don't have to import things. But it goes deeper than that. Oh, well, because it's from ancient Egypt. Well, what about the ancient Americans? What about the ancient peoples here? And but there's no Bible, so nothing is famous. You know what I mean? And all of those things that were famous were lost with native traditions because they tried to wipe them out. I know I started early, 13. I packed it and just went ahead and lit it. But so, you know, I'm not saying don't do it. I really, you know, there are some people that I know that I'm like, and you're doing what? I'm sorry. I would not trust. I don't know. I know a lot of stuff and I don't know if I would do it. You know what I mean? It just seems to be like too lengthy and not sure what you're going to get. And I do not believe that there's gold every time you make this stuff. If you just use dirt or you just do this or that, no, because gold is not worldwide all over everything. But there are minerals in everything worldwide all over the place. So I absolutely believe that this process is helping to bring out certain minerals. But this idea that no matter what you use or whatever kind of rock that you use, it is the same Ormus as if you literally have gold in it. Okay. I'm just saying. Um, so I think this thing about gold is overbilled when the whole trick of Ormus may be how it extracts certain minerals out of the sea salts or whatever. But I go back to the premise: if it's in the sea salt, then just dissolve the salt and drink it. Why go through all this other process and just to turn it into a powder? It's already salt. It's already in a crystalline form. So why would you go through all this other stuff? Oh, it's transmuting, it's doing this thing with the, no, I really don't know what it's doing, but the gold's still going to be gold if there's any in it. And the minerals are still going to be there, but now you're adding a process of, he uses baking soda and he's using lye. So between the lye and the baking soda, now you've added the essence of a higher pH to whatever the mineral content is. But in the long and the short of it, I don't see really anything that's been changed. Okay. Now he dries his stuff with heat, which again adds a chemical reaction. Um, but is there gold in the sea salt, or is there gold in the dirt in some place? Well, I made this Oromos, so they're assuming that there's gold in it. Are they actually looking with a microscope to see if there are traces of gold in the Oromos that they're making? You hear what I'm saying? So I'm thinking personally, were there places where they did this and there were gold pieces, and there are sea salts, there are are deposits in the oceans where there's certain amount of gold in the oceans in certain places. But down here in South Georgia, there ain't no gold. I'm sorry, it just ain't down here. I've been a geologist. I've panned for gold. I still have flakes of gold in my little rock collection upstairs. I've panned for minerals and things in North Georgia, different places. I've been in Tennessee, in the Carolinas. I've been all up and down Yahula Creek up there. I've been in the North Georgia mountains where Dahlonega is and the gold mines were and still are. I've panned up there, have spent, lots of time in the different streams and different places up there. I've been on, uh, Chunky Gal Mountain where there are ruby mines up there. I've been in a ruby mine on the side of Chunky Gal. Actually, it's on its neighboring mountain. I've been actually in an old mine up there in the mountains up there outside of Franklin, Tennessee. Been there, have visited, have mined these places. I've carried rocks back. We've sat in the streams. We'd go up for weekends and spend the whole time in the streams panning and things, finding all kinds of garnets and pieces of sapphire and different and little flakes of gold. And I never found a nugget, but we found some gold in one of the streams up there on Chunky Gal. And found lots of pieces of corundum, which is red ruby. And there's a whole mountaintop where people go and mine it. But unless you know that it's there, it's just a mountain, and then people drive back and forth, from Franklin, westward. But anyway, so in my collective experience of things, and in what I know about geology and what I have done myself for panning and things and that type of stuff, I don't see where all of this process is really that, significant, and that there's actually gold in the in whatever they're doing, regardless of the process. It starts with the base mineral that they start with, and I just don't get it with the pH, and somehow that's going to make something different. You want to get the sulfide out of the gold, and so in a way you want it to rust, because a sulfate kind of thing is like rust. Okay. Aluminum sulfate is aluminum dust, and if you use anything with aluminum sulfate in it, quit using it, like deodorants and antiperspirants. Quit using it. Bad for you. Bad, 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 bad. And hard to get out of your body if you used it for a long time. So, but I really don't see, as I continue to study this and have looked at it before, whatever it is, Dalabar is convinced that it's working in the process, but the idea that you can take any rock, any soil, anywhere and be able to do this and expect there to be gold in it, I think is stretching it. Are there can you get certain salts like from the Dead Sea? Yes. Would there what's the possibilities of gold being in it? Pretty good. But if you pick a random spot out in the Arizona desert and dug and said that you were going to find the same amount of gold or something there in the same soil or something, I would say no. No, because gold just isn't anywhere. But in the seas and the oceans and so forth like that, especially the Dead Sea, I could understand that, you know. But all this other stuff, but there and it's all about the gold. You got to consider this. It's about the gold. I would say the Oromos that you would make on your own with other ingredients, okay, if you use soil or something, that you would be working the minerals, but not gold. I'm sorry. I would heartily disagree with that. Now, if somebody said, here's my Oromos, take this magnifying glass and you can see the gold flecks in there, you know, there should be traces, there should be particles, you know what I mean? But having prospected for gold, having, you know, panned streams that are not in the gold area, you ain't gonna find none, because the traces, the black sand, the alluvium, and the different things, there's no gold there. It's just not there, because whatever mountain formed the gold, it had to leach from the mountain and into the streams. If you're one hill over and there's no gold on that mountain and any runoff, or there's not going to be any gold in that stream. That's how it works. I've been all over the North Georgia mountains and panned in different places, and I'm here to tell you. So this idea that gold's just anywhere with any dirt or any rock, and that you can dissolve it with a something and it becomes, and that there's gold in it, I just have to say no. You know, politely, I'm just saying no. And because of what I just said, of all the prospecting I've done on my own, I just have to say no. I've been in the Ozarks and so forth, and up in the mountains, and I've been down in the Ouachita Mountains as well. And, uh, you know, spent time down there, had a ball, you know, been to Mount Ida and places and through there. And I can't remember some of the other places. I'd have to look at my map, but you know, stayed on. I can't remember the name. We was at Bard Springs on this creek that runs through there. Oh my God, it's just beautiful. Anyway, so and I mean, as far back as in the 70s, you know, I tried to move out there in 76 or 7, I think it was 76. Moved out there lock, stock, and barrel and lived for over a month in the national forest and lived with no electricity, lived off the grid, really honestly and truly did it. We did it with candlelight and gas stoves and lanterns and candles and kerosene lamps. I know exactly how to live off the you know, the grid. But we didn't have all these fancy stuffs, and you know, now there's satellite this and that. No, you know, you was lucky to get a radio station, you know, let alone anything else. So you want to live off the grid. I have been there in the Ozarks, you know, and had I known then what I know now, we could have had a little bit more, but we had everything we needed, you know. The All I had to do was, we had really good battery in the truck. We had 12-volt lights, and didn't need much light, and a simple candle in the evenings with a, you know, a kerosene lantern on low. And when you're out in the wilderness, that's all the light you need, you know, and you learn to get around. But so, you know, when I tell people, listen, I know what you're talking about. So you really want to go off grid? Been there, done that. I honestly have. And it, you know, It's a commitment, but if you're willing to do it and your heart's in it, but there are a lot of people that get started in it and go, I'm sorry, I just can't deal with this. I had no idea how hard this would be. I had no idea, where you're going to get your water. You're going to pump, you're going to hand pump it. Do you have water at all? Do you have to tote water in? When you're living off the grid. Well, so, water, okay, so now you have to worry about a toilet. What you going to do about a toilet? Now, all of these things are part of off grid you have to deal with, because where are you going to get your water from? And, we all got to poo. So, and wherever you're at, where's that water going to go? Whatever you're going to use it for, whether it's dishwater or, up in the Ozarks, you can't just dump it on the ground, because there's lots of clay and stuff. There's an absorption rate. So up there in the mountains, though, there's more rocks than there is anything. So you have to be very careful with your sewer lines and stuff. I did some research on it when I was up there the last time. And, if the house is rated for one bedroom, then it's limited in occupancy, get this, by the septic system, because of the how the runoff is. So the more people there are, the harder the septic tank has to work. And if it's very rocky and not much dirt, then the nasty water, the effluent, will percolate down to the groundwater much easier. Around here, there's so much clay and dirt and sand and stuff, you can just about throw it out the window, um, other than flies and stuff. But to the point, though, it's not near the issue it is in the mountains. So, what are you going to do with your water? It's not, you don't want your water to end up simply because well, I'm in the mountains. Yeah, but water percolates differently. Sewer water percolates differently. Everything is treated differently. So, okay, all right. Well, I'm going to, this is how it's going to be. A lot of people started it and a lot of people gave up, you know. So I wish everybody, I know Isby keeps talking about it, and I wish him luck. I really do. And if you're really committed, but when it gets hot, you're going to have this, and the bugs are bad, or when it's really, really cold, or something like that, and you want to get, and you have to make up your mind and say, regardless of the situation, that's why I'm still here after 38 years. I made up my mind that no matter how bad it got, I was gonna stick it out. And I've been through floods and hurricanes. 2 tornadoes have been over my house. I mean, I've been through a lot down here, but I stuck it out. I'm still here. So if you make the commitment, it's sort of like the pioneers of the old. I made up my mind all these years ago, though. So if I had, now I don't know, I'm not sure how old Isby is, but I started this when I was in my 20s. Okay. Somebody who starts this path later on in life has had a life of, I want to use the word comfort, and I don't mean luxury. I'm just comfort, like having a toilet and a shower and, you know, uh, comfort, which when you go off grid becomes a luxury. Okay. So, all these people that have talked about homesteading and stuff over the years, I don't know any of them that still do it. They've all sold out one way or the other. My electric bill, that I've said this before, but I don't think Esty was here. My electric bill for last month was $27. $27. The month before was right about the same, within a dollar, I think. So there are people who are spending hundreds of dollars in electric bill. And I've learned I'm comfortable. The fans are on. If I need something, want something, I can turn it on anytime I want to. But I've chosen to use low wattage and different things and You know, if I want to run electricity for something, it's not like well, I can't do it, electricity. It ain't like that. I've just learned to use less and still have what I need. I can turn on any light anywhere at any time. I just don't, it's not necessary. I used to keep lights on upstairs when I wasn't up there. I mean, they're just things I used to do. And outside lights and stuff, I'll have a light on in the shed. Why? Just because. Well, if I need to go out there, there's a light. Well, now I use solar powered lamps that are in the yard in different places. And, you know, I, so but even then, having a light on the shed, a low wattage bulb, it still ain't that much. So I don't know if I've ever had a light bill that was over $100 as long as I've been here. But I supplement most of my heat is with wood. Uh, you know, I have a gas stove because when the electricity goes out, so you know, uh, and I do have an electric hot water heater though. But if it gets to the point where that is, I also know how to, you can always put water on the stove. You know, uh, had a uh, we had a pan. So one pan with like this small bucket of water made X amount of nice warm water, not hot, but warm. So if you were on restrictions or didn't have electricity, or whatever, you could take 2 gallons of this and a pot of this. Like I've got several campfire coffee pots, and one of those filled with hot water and 2 gallons of water and pour together. Depending on how cold the cold water is, but it's usually just room temperature, not necessarily hot, but room temperature. And so it made for perfect washing water. And then when you were done with that, you flushed the commode with it. So you did your washables, whatever. You had, a small amount of water, but plenty to wash with and to stay clean with. And then you had that water to flush the toilet. So it works out. But, people who are not used to that sort of thing, who are used to just going over and hitting a flipper and the toilet flushes, if you don't have electricity, that ain't necessarily going to happen. You know, if you're off grid, you got to worry about that. So it's like for me, after all these years, I very seldom, it's got to be nasty, but I very seldom put any toilet paper down in the septic tank. It goes in a little garbage bag, in trash can right there beside the toilet. And, it's if it's gross, it goes in the toilet. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of times when it's just like but it goes in there. And most country folk know this because it'll stop up your septic tank. And so I've been doing this for years and years. And if somebody say, "Well, oh my God, there he wiped his butt and put it in the garbage." Yes, and I haven't, knock on wood, I haven't had any septic tank issues in a while. Okay. Because there are certain things you do now, a day or two, and it gets wadded up and it goes up the hill to the garbage. So, it's not like it's gross. If it was gross, it wouldn't be in the garbage. But anyway, but to the point though, there are things that we can do in all different kinds of ways. But if you're off grid, you got to deal with these things. What are you going to do with it? Where's your, what's this? What's your, so I'm honestly to Isby, and I will tell him to his face, and have said so. I really wish him luck. It's a commitment. So there are many times you get discouraged. Lots of times you get discouraged. And go, what the hell was I thinking? And our toilet water is drinking water. Yeah, right, exactly. See, for me, um, you know, a while back now. But my main reason for not using just regular well water, and that, and to the point, I just got used to this, but because there's minute particles of clay, it stops up the thingy, and the toilet runs all the time. And I was all the time having to fix it, replace it, because a little bit of mud would collect in there. The tiny little orifices, and no matter what kind I had, they all got clogged up because they all have a similar type of system, how they let the water into the tank, right? And so until I could get this well dug down here, I my water has enough of minerals and clay in it, that especially where the toilet is, that has no, um, I could get its own um, um, filter. They make these small filters right at the toilet for houses in town that have people in town have the same issues with old pipes and rust, and I have, minute particles of mud in my from my well water, which I expect. But it does the same thing. I used to work on people's toilets and commodes and stuff all the time, and I'd clean them out of little pieces of rust, and have nothing to do with the house. I mean, really nice houses in decent neighborhoods still had rust in the system. So, but they make these little ones that sit right under the toilet, right? So it will keep anything that gets through out of the toilet tank, and keep that thing from running all the time, because that's a lot of water. But I've gotten to the point where, why should I use clean water to flush my commode that's nasty? So since I've been washing my own clothes by hand and stuff, um, take a shower and shower over a 5 gallon bucket, and save your shower water, and wash my hair in the sink, in a tub that's in the sink, so that I take the water when I wash my hair and it goes in a bucket, and I rinse my hair in the same pan, it goes in a bucket, and between the two I've washed my hair and I flush the commode. So the fresh water, clean water is, and now to another thing in that, so because it's, it's not nasty water, it's just you washed your hands or arms or legs or butt or whatever. But sometimes it will stain a toilet. And I've talked about the vinegar thing, but I've been using a cup of vinegar after I've made the last flush, and it's just wash water, okay? Or I wash my shirt or wash my socks, it's rinse water. I pour a cup of white vinegar in it, and it keeps it fresh. There's no like odor. Uh, it helps to keep the porcelain from getting stained, and it's like, wow. So of all the things and it's natural. So of all the things that I've used, so this the tip about using vinegar to clean your toilet, it also works for me in that any soaps or whatever residual, and it makes the toilet bowl. It's not clear and it's not pretty and all that, but it's not nasty. And because it's vinegar, it's an antiseptic in and of itself. So it's self cleaning, and I know I live differently, but when you have groundwater like I do, but I just have a respect for water. Also, the septic tank. The least amount of water I put in the septic tank, the least amount of problems I have with my septic tank. And although I do need to do some work on a drain line, I am fortunate in that, because I am careful with how much water I flush all the time. um, I don't have issues, knock on wood, that I could have had and have had with many people living in the house before, because too many people flushing all the time. And somebody that's got to pee. In the country, if it's brown, flush it down. If it's yellow, let it mellow. That's the age old thing. But I've had as many as 5 or 6 people living here in the house that really wasn't designed for that many. And especially who just can, just, well, flush, 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 flush. And I'm like, you just can't do that. And because my septic system was not set up for that. So, but anyway, so in going on the grid, I mean, I made my own septic tank. Okay. I dug my own septic tank and it's still working. God, I can't believe after all these years. And so there's things that you can do and there are tricks that you can do, but depending on where you're living and whatever's going on, you may not be able to get away with some of the things I get away with down here. You might not be able to get away with in the Ozarks or certain places because of the terrain, and because it's wise. You don't want to put shit water that's going to seriously end up, downstream. Whereas around here, it's going to get absorbed and it'll be filtered and is less likely to get into the river, where up there in the mountains, anything you do, any soapy water or anything like that, because there's not enough dirt, it will end up in the river so much easier. So you really got to pay attention to that. And but anyway, so good luck to and not just Isby, but anybody. And if the grid ever goes down, like I gotta say, I think it's highly likely that we could have a Carrington event on one side of the planet or not. That might not take us back to the Stone Age, but that would really put a ding in our side. I mean, really hurt. And for one thing, that if electricity went down in a lot of places for, say, 2 weeks until things could get jump started or whatever, there would be things like not just transit, but shipping. All shipping is done with computers. So the shipping from A to B, where something's going, the labels, all of that kind of stuff, it would it would disrupt so much stuff that it'd be difficult. It would take a while to get things started back up. So, but anyway, we just prepare as much as we can and do the best we can. So, yeah, vinegar is very good. I bought myself a big jug of white vinegar about 6 hours ago just to try that. It has worked. It has worked. Use white wine is more effective, cleaner. I don't know about the white wine, but I do know about the vinegar. And, there are several herbalists that I've worked with, and there's this one guy, I can't remember his name, for Daryl. Daryl, thank you, Jesus. Daryl. And, I should I've got his book on as a PDF file kind of thing. And there's some really good information in that. Anyway, he wrote a book about herbology years ago, and he worked with a pharmacist up there it's on the eastern side of Alabama, up a ways, kind of level with Atlanta kind of thing, up that far in the state. But anyway, I can't think of the town. But this old pharmacist made up all kinds of home remedies using simple stuff around. And Daryl, he's one of the gentlemen that I went to several powwows. He was I was a storyteller, and he was he gave demonstrations about herbs and things and stuff. And we've been on many walks, and he's one of the gentlemen that made a salve that would cure just about anything. I mean, literally cure about anything. And local stuff and some lard and a little honey and this and that, and just local plants and things. And his thing was, It's hard, a little harder in the wintertime, but he said, I can take you on a walk almost anywhere. And he meant through Tennessee and through there, almost anywhere, and be able to pick enough herbs and make a salve. You just have to know what you're looking for. And around here, I'm looking at different plants and things and stuff. My friend Dale Betcher up in North Georgia, near the Georgia Guidestones area, I've talked about him before. He makes a salve if he's still living. He makes a salve every year with local stuff. Just walks around and picks different flowers and herbs and roots or whatever. And I've had his salve, and oh my God, it will cure anything. A little of this, and it's safe enough to eat. So it could probably clear, help you internally. So to know people like this and to know that we have things literally at our fingertips if we knew what we were doing, and that we can cure all kinds of stuff, cancers and skin ailments and stuff. There was somebody that had diabetes and had had a bad foot wound, and he knew them, and they were about ready to take his foot. And Daryl knew the guy, and he said, "Listen," he said, "what have you got to lose? Will you try some of my salve before you cut your foot off?" And they put the salve on his foot, and the first day was like, wow. And the next day, the wound was almost healed. So when they were about to take this guy's foot off because of a wound the guy had gotten, he used the salve and cleared the guy up. Now, I've had some of the same salve. My doctor has used it in the past, and she said it's the best stuff. Because every time I'd see Daryl, I'd order several jars. It was like $5 a jar for these little jars of this stuff, and I gave him away as presents. And if he's still alive, he's probably still making it. And you could probably buy it online if I could remember his last name. But anyway, over the years that I've known him, I've bought probably a case of salve from him, and I've run out after all these years. But to the point, though, I know that it can be done. I know that it has been done. I have been a person who has gifted people of this healing salves that local folks make with just stuff around the neighborhood. So anyway, but vinegar and natural things, what I was going to say about vinegar. I've used vinegar, and one of the other things to you is ammonia. Ammonia is very useful around the house, but make sure you don't get the sudsy ammonia unless you want suds. But, ammonia, and I've discussed this before, but, back in the day, there were folks who would take about a teaspoon of ammonia, just regular ammonia, and put it in a glass of water and drink it to cure a headache. Because and I have used ammonia. There have been times when you just open the lid and just sniff of it, and it'll clear your nostrils right up, right? But it's ammonia, yeah. But that's what's in smelling salts is ammonia, so it's not going to kill you. Yeah, you don't want to drink it outright out of the bottle, but you can take a teaspoon of it with a glass of water, and it will help to cure a headache. It helps to open the pores in the brain or whatever. But anyway, but the long and the short of that part is that there are these natural remedies that people have been using for years and years and years and years that have kept mountain folk healthy, and and had nothing to do with making any kind of Oromos. Now it sounds like I'm tearing it down, but there are other things to these folks. They would go, boy, I just don't see why you'd go through all that trouble when you can just do a little bit of this and then just take you some of it, like take you a bit of turpentine. Go out and eat you some, some of that stuff on the side of the pine tree. Go out here, go make your tea go out here and get your, what used to be common is now we have to buy stuff that's special made. You know, I guess I really am kicking Oromos in the butt as far. I just don't see the purpose. It could work. It could, if somebody's convinced it does, go for it. But for me, I'm not going to do it. I just don't see the point because if I will eat sea salt, I will eat Himalayan salt. I have both and different kinds, I greatly see the value of these salts, but not in the process they're discussing. I just don't see it. Pour some salt in water and stir it up. Or for me, I would just take a couple of chunks of Himalayan salt and chunk them in my mouth. You know what else is good for me? I used to do, and as a kid, it was because we made homemade ice cream, and you use that big chunky ice cream salt, when you were making it, and we'd all be tasting it, and so ice cream salt, in big chunks, uh, you know. So the Himalayan salt and stuff, some of this I've seen is kind of chunky, which is fine with me. And just take a chunk and pop it in your mouth and just suck on it. So you want minerals? Go right to the source. Your saliva is very, will dissolve all kinds of stuff, and it will go right into your tongue and right to your brain. So I doesn't won't you get the same thing if whatever's in the salt before you start the process, isn't it still won't it be in the salt? And salt in the natural state and everything will be by osmosis and through the tongue, and absorption will be right on the money. So again, I just don't know if and all this other stuff is necessary. Just saying. And I already eat dirt, and we've been through that. But the more that I get stoned and the later it is, and it's been 5 hours now. There you go, Michelle. Now I'm just stoned. I'm still hungry as hell, though. I'm even hungry now. I've been talking about food. All right. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings and the many gifts from the universe. They come in many different sizes and shapes. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings and gifts from the universe. And in that law of three that really is important to me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe, and that you will continue to share what you've learned, and that you will continue to learn to reject those things which are seriously not necessary in your life, because it will make the abundance of being able to receive. When you get rid of the crap in your life, you got room for good stuff. That's why I'm cleaning out my shed, getting rid of the junk to make room for good stuff like flutes or drums or other musical type instruments or something that are on my list that I would like to make. So, good reasons for cleaning out the junk so that you can make or have rooms for some really other cool junk. But I would like to make one of these tongue type things where there are different lengths of either metal, or I'd like to make them out of wood. And I've got some cherry wood around here locally that I would love to try to use and split it and make it out of cherry wood. And that you play it. They're like, I knew some friends of mine who did Appalachian style music. He probably still do. I'm a year older than he is, and we're both born on September the 24th. So Joe and his wife at the time, Lisa, they played at, Hey Hi Rapikin and different places around, and Joe plays the fiddle and the bass fiddle and guitar and and Lisa played the flute and different things. But anyway, lovely people, not together anymore, but I sang with Lisa several times in chorus and stuff. A delightful lady. And um, but they had a hurdy-gurdy, and there is a sound that a hurdy-gurdy makes that is just, and then when the hurdy-gurdy man comes singing songs of love, hurdy-gurdy, 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 gurdy sand. Remember that song? On like a stream of water, to find that I was by the sea, living in obscurity. Just then, when the hurdy-gurdy man comes singing songs of love. I can't even remember who sang it, but anyway, hurdy-gurdy. So, but also a hammer dulcimer, where they use these sticks like this, and the strings are mounted on a box in such a way that uh, you could play it with a bow, sort of like a violin, but a hammer dulcimer, is played literally with. It's sort of like the felts that are on the keys on inside a piano, and they're mounted on sticks, and you play it. It's beautiful, and so it's old. It's old Appalachian style. It's what they made when America was, young here, and different styles of old box banjos, for example. I would like to make some of these instruments just because. And I've got quite a few instruments here in the house, but you know, to leave something like that behind, an instrument that somebody could play at a future date or something like, hopefully, maybe my grandchildren would want something like that. They haven't seemed to They haven't seemed too interested in the past. We'll see. Time changes a lot of things. I'm just saying. So, but that even if it didn't go to my grandchildren, if I leave it behind, it's something that someone could use, an old guitar that somebody could play, or a hammer dulce. That's something that's useful. That if I was to leave something behind, a legacy, it would be an instrument or something that I built that could be played or enjoyed by someone else in the future. So but what am I going to leave? I don't do painting. I'm not a painter. I can draw, but I'm mostly an architect. So I would, if I did a painting, it would be of a house or something, or uh, but there's some very wonderful, and I've done some really nice renderings of old houses by sketchings. And there were some guys back in the day that went around to some of these houses that date back to the Civil War, and they would sketch them and then sell the prints, and I could do that, because I could draw a house, but I can't draw a dog or a face, or it just ain't in there for me. So when I paint, I'm painting psychedelic shit that don't make sense to nobody. It's always been that way for me. But to be able to make a flute, to be able to make an instrument or something, now that would be, to me, that would be a work of art, and that could be passed down or whatever. So anyway. So um yeah, my puppets. Yeah, I've got a bunch of puppets, and I don't know who's going to get them, but I need to be able to clean up my shed and get this stuff done so that I can bring my puppets out of where they're at, so that I can clean them. That's part of the reason for cleaning up the shop, so I can be able to get my puppets out and have a place to work on them and bring them out and just do stuff with. So there's a bunch of reasons for doing this cleanup other than it's a mess. So, and, for some of you, I had someone that was here that got very sick and is no longer here, hadn't been here for almost a year now, but it really took a lot out of me, and I'm still dealing with that, what that other person left behind. And it's just, I've got enough burden on my own, and this isn't to bitch, but it is something that I'm still dealing with. A year later, I'm still going through things. I'm still throwing other stuff. I'm still doing stuff. And but I've also reached a point, regardless of how long it's been, but it has been a year, that I've just, enough is enough. And it's time to just say, what are you going to do with this? I don't know. Out of here. If I say, what are you going to do with this? Well, that goes with that. Okay. What about this? Mm, there are some things I know I will be able to say not yet, because it depends on some other things where I know what I could do with that. But the next time through, if I haven't worked, then that's going to go too. Um, so I know that there's going to be a couple of iffy items that I go through, like, and not quite yet. I still see where this could be used in the fairly near future, versus other stuff. It's going to take me years to get to it. Now it's out of here. So, but anyway, and it'll do me a lot of good. But yes, I want to be able to get to my puppets, because I would love to be. I have been practicing over the years, having been involved with theater. I've done, I don't know, 25 or 30 shows where I did the light setup, I did the sets. I was in many of those shows, personally, or at least, running the lights and sound, or backstage, something. I was involved in at least 25 shows, because I worked for 3 years as the house manager for the theater. And we would do an average of 4 shows plus a Christmas show and anything in between. So four, 8, 12. So in 3 years' time, I did 12 shows plus some other stuff in between. And so about 15 shows in a 3 year period while I was the house manager. And I built the sets, I did all the lighting and everything. So while I was in the theater, when there wasn't anybody there, I played with my camera, and I played with the lighting, and I played with focal length and different things, and I learned a lot. So if I could get my shop cleaned up and get things back to a little bit more normal, I would be able to share my puppets with you in a totally different venue. So I am looking forward to that. But I see somewhere along the line, and I lost that. Like, yeah, I used to do it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, now I'm getting older. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, if I was to fix my shop, and if I was to, just put a little, I know on my side, I'm like, who cares? Well, the reason I should care is because I'm missing out on all the things I used to do. And I've got enough space out here where I've got to set up my own video shop. Okay, so where I could videotape these puppets and do this. I've practiced it, I've done it for years. I've got almost probably everything I need, or almost anyway. And so, what's the big deal? Well, because I've lost focus. I've had, now here recently, my friend Marcia passed away. She helped me build and has made many of the, helped me make a bunch of the puppets that I have, made some of them on her own. So there is a legacy of Marcia in the puppets. She used to go with me to Tennessee and different places, and she supported me as a puppeteer. She loved going and being there and hanging out with the kids and doing shows and puppets. And we would all the time be working on something. So, for her to truly be gone from this world, I've reconsidered several things. Like, you know, there are times when I just go, yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. I'm looking at it now as like, I keep saying tomorrow when maybe I should get up off my, I really don't feel like it. I'm sore. My brain ain't working right. Tough shit. Go give it a try. Go spend 10 minutes. And override some of these, I'm still have quite a few issues with the head bangs that I've had. And, I don't talk about that much, but, uh, I deal with my own, they're not demons, but I deal with my own dilemmas. How about that? I deal with my own dilemmas, but I'm still here. I'm still cooking. I'm still trying. I'm still vocalizing to you all, but also in my lessons, can this help you to overcome something? Hopefully. I know I'm still working on it, and God willing, the creek don't rise too much. Uh, you know, I'll still be here. Anyway, I'm not hanging out anymore. I'm really tired. So, SD, Michelle, and I know it says there's 7 or 8 of you here. I love you all. Thanks for hanging out with on late night, uh, you know, TTFN radio, television, YouTube. Um, you know, there are a lot of things I could bitch about, but I realized that, like the discussion about this, I realized that I could bitch about it, but I've created my own obstacles. So thank you, you too. And you know, having a different goal other than just to clean up. You're cleaning up so you can get your puppets out. Oh, remember how I used to do? I mean, I used to drive for 8 hours to go do a puppet show somewhere. I used to do this thing, and now I can't like work for 30 minutes in the shed to clean it up so that I could get my puppets out. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So the efforts that I've made in the past and my passion for my art of puppetry and the things that the hours and the days and the weeks and the months and the years of creation and this and that, they're just sitting in trunks right now in storage because they don't have a place to bring them out. And I need to rectify that, you know, uh, because I've kind of lost sight of the bigger reason why. So that just gives me more, something to say, come on, Dave, we used to love to go get the puppets out. Yeah, well, I can't do it. Well, why? Well, because I don't have the shed done. Then go out in the shed and start picking and start doing. We've got material. I've got material to fix it. I've got some tin, but I would gladly go to Lowe's and buy up whatever tin I needed to put a new roof on the thing. I mean, and it's not that high of a roof that I couldn't fix myself. And so it's like, I know how to do this. I've already got the makings. So why am I not doing this? Well, it's, oh, I got to clean up first and I got to make excuses to why I'm not working on it. That's the big thing. I spend too much time making excuses. Now I have been wandering up the hill. So my point though is that this hot weather and wandering, and there's going to be a period here this summer where I can work on the shed with a fan and be out of the sun and still be able to get something done and work towards my long-term goal, which is to get the puppets back out, to bring the creativity back out, to do this legacy for other people, if not for to entertain. I used to have fun. I taught all kinds of people for many years how to do puppets and marionettes. And, so to be able to do videos like that are informative for people, um, but art classes in a way. So, yes, I should go back to that. So thank you for listening. Thank you for, if I was SD and Michelle, if I was to ask for prayers for something, it would be that I don't lose my focus and that I can actually resurrect it. That I haven't gotten so old or lost my focus, or that I can't resurrect what used to be a passion for like over 20 years. And that's not counting the last few years that I've not been in it. I mean, 20 years consecutively and traveling around and libraries and all kinds of venues. And to just not do it anymore because now there are good excuses, but I used to be able to not use those excuses as any kind of it's in my way. No, I was just able to go, oh, okay. Well, I need to clean this out. A couple, and a couple hours later, I'd have something done. I'd be nailing up boards and putting things together. I'd have a freaking room done. And now it's just hard for me just to go, well, now what do I do now? But see, so if I was to ask for any prayers for something, it would that um, for me to be able to quote make that happen. And it's not really that difficult. I mean, I got to rebuild a portion of the shed, and if it ever rained, so I got to put a new, some new tin on it. It's really not that complicated. The other parts of the shed just need to be cleaned out and opened up. Um, but the thing is I've got, like I said, I've got a lot of materials here. Some of the wood that I'm saving is to fix the shed. I've got windows that go in, but they're leaning up against the shed right now because they're not on the shed. I mean, I'm so close to some of this stuff, but for whatever reason, I've gotten stuck. And if, like I say, if there's any prayers, help me get unstuck. Help whenever I'm out there and looking at something. I'm going to think about you two, and I'm going to go, okay, what would Michelle and Esty do? Uh, Keep it or chunk it. And then later on, if I miss something, I'll blame it on you two. No, but I'll know that if I'm like, if I know that you probably, maybe you understand what I'm talking about. But in some of this stuff, it's like you may never come to my house. Okay, that's okay. And there are a lot of people that will never make it to my house. And it's not about how pretty it is, but it is about I know how to make something functional, and I know how to do it right so it doesn't leak, and I know how to do it even though it's used materials and stuff. I look at my house and people go, "Oh, it's just a bunch of junk." Yeah, but it's still here after 35 years. It looks like old plywood. Yeah, and the wood on the side of the house is old barn wood that's older than me, and it's been on the house for the last 35 years. So yeah, it's old wood, yeah, but it's still here and it still works as a siding, anyway. But it doesn't look pretty. So, but it's still really still very functional, and still working, it's still a house. And so but in the making of new stuff and fixing up, uh there's stuff that I've got that's good wood. I've been saving it for projects like this, and I just need to be able to get over the hump to get back to it. I got everything I need. I might have to go to the store for something, but I mean, I got nail guns and all. I mean, I was a full-fledged carpenter, you know, and I've just that part of my brain is not quite connected yet, and I want to connect it. And by cleaning up the shed and doing some things, I'm also going to finish my porch, which requires me framing in the windows and everything. So I got to get back into being a carpenter. And for me, myself, and I could really use some help in that area. What was just second nature to me, and I could put up something in a heartbeat, I'm still having trouble trying to just nail a couple of boards together. So I got to get over that hump. So if I was to ask for prayers, it would be that I can get that back, and then I can deal with all this other stuff. You know what I mean? So in the cosmic realm of things, I got hit really bad on this side of my head. Okay. It, I've got x-rays of my skull where there's this great big spot. And so some things that used to just be, I mean, I built complicated sets that rotated and stuff. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. And I can't fix my shed. I can't nail up a couple of boards and put the windows up. I mean, it has become too complicated. And I know that I still have the information. I know I can do this. So once I get over the hurdle, I think it's going to like, I'm going to go, oh, holy crap. And I'm going to be nailing shit together all over the place. So, Mary Jane, as in smoking, no. It's because of the last head injury that I had. I lost a lot of stuff. I have issues with certain mechanical skills that used to be second nature. I mean, they really did a number on my brain. So, um, and I've got my friend Tommy that I haven't seen in a couple of years now, but he's had similar brain injuries, and it's a disconnect. We know how to do it. We know how to do it, but getting the gumption or whatever it is to go do it, and a lot of times once we get started, we're okay, but there's some kind of disconnect, and both of us, and there are other people with head injuries that have the same thing, and so that's what I'm dealing with. But there are times when it has nothing to do with any kind of smoke or anything like that. Maybe I haven't had enough coffee, but my brain just looks at the stuff and says, I don't know what to do with you. It's just, I don't know what to do with you. And rather than trying to figure out what to do with any of it, I just turn around and go, I just can't deal with this right now. I don't have the brain power. And so it just gets ignored and ignored and ignored. Well, I can't deal with this right. But I'm learning, I am getting better, but I want to get even more better, you see, because now I'm going out and go, well, I see something that's going. So now I'm looking for things to throw away because I want to be able to fill my garbage can up every Tuesday, before every Tuesday. And that's my goal. I missed my goal last week. Um, but to the point though, so in I've set certain goals, like fill up the garbage can. We've got enough crap to fill it up with. It's making the choices as what's to go. But then once I clean it up though, I have to get into carpentry mode in order to do what I need to do, which is not a problem. I know how to do it. Like I said, I got a lot of the materials already. But I'm somehow, I used to be able to visualize this thing right out here and I could see it. I could build sets, complex sets. We built complex sets for Tallahassee Little Theater and stuff. I mean, some serious business. And I can't figure out how to frame in 6 windows or 4 windows. And you know, it should not be that hard for me, but it is. But until I finish cleaning the shed, I can't put the windows in. But I see the steps and I'm working on them. So, but anyway, in just closing here, that's one of the things that it's almost another 20. Damn it. Just in spirit, I believe I can pray less pain for you to keep feeling fit to do this. Send you my angel. Yeah, the motivation sort of, but I can be motivated and stand out there and look at it and go, and I just don't know what to do. I see that and that and this and this, and see things have become so familiar for so long, and you go, and it's got to go because I got to clear everything off the walls so I can put some new boards in and raise the roof is sagging a little bit, so I need to put in a new support. All this stuff I've already got the 4x4s leaning against the shed. See, so but I've gotten to a point where I just sort of got lost again, and what used to be normal is I really got to dig in there deep to find it. So anyway, like I said, I don't ask for prayers much. But if I right now, if I was to pray for something, it would be just help me to get over this little humpy to the information I already have, to the houses and porches and sets and things that I've built in my lifetime. It should be a very simple process for me to finish up the shed. Just saying. And it's not a big thing. That's what I want. you know. So, to make, and the bigger goal is to be able to get the puppets out so I could videotape them and share them with kids and folks and stuff, and finish that part of the prophecy, you know. From the Lakota medicine man that was, just a descendant of Crazy Horse. So, there's more to this than, well, it'd be good to clean. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go back over it all again, and I don't want to do that. But as 5:20 rolls around here, and it is right now, right? Good. I can quit. I've already said prayers. 5:21. Okay. Finish this bowl and say good night. Good morning. But thank you for letting me just sit here and chat about this for the last hour, in that it's not necessarily that I need motivation, but it's too easy for me to use an excuse to go wander off walking. Not that there's anything with wandering off and walking, but for every day that I just wander off and use that as an excuse, it's another day the puppets are still in storage. It's another day the shed isn't done. So I should be able to manage both. So, but I didn't. I was just like, yeah, I'll get to it. No, I now, like I said, with my friend Marcia gone and the many puppets that she helped build, there was a legacy there, and to just leave them sit in the cases, you know, it, that's they've been in the cases for too long now. And if there's anything salvageable, I need to get it out and fix them. And if nothing else, in honor of her. Here, this is a puppet that my friend Marcia made. And we did this in many, somewhere we probably got pictures of where her and I were together at different places. So I know there are a lot of times she took pictures of me at different places, and she was behind the camera. Yeah, it's 4:20. I don't want to keep using the head trauma, but it is the reason. And so it's a forcible thing, in that it not that I'm drowning, but in a way I'm drowning. And I'm drowning in the fact that this used to be easy for me. And I know I still have the knowledge, but somehow where how I've lost that connection. And so I don't think it's Alzheimer's. I've just lost a certain connection. Maybe it is Alzheimer's, a portion of it. But I've been able to recall things and use them, like making the foundation. And it's taken me a little while, but the porch is looking a lot better, and the landscaping is looking better, more like what's in my head. And I'm not gonna pour any more cement until I get back from vacation now. But so that's sort of on the back burner. But in the meantime, in the next week or so, before I go on vacation, I can not worry about the porch and finishing that and doing concrete. But now I can go back to the shed and finish it. Oh, there's shade. There's a fan out there. Okay, so um, and so even if it's hot, I can still I got several big fans, and I can sit out there and cogitate as to what to throw away and make a better use of my time than worrying about whether or not I'm going to be able to do it. I can put forth a little bit more effort myself and quit using the excuse. Now, the excuse is real. I did have my brain scrambled. But just because I'm getting older, I don't want to continue to use it. Is the true reason. So it's not an excuse. But every time I get into a situation, I go, well, if I hadn't had my head scrambled, that's true. So, and I kind of get stuck right there, you know. Can't I know I can move on. I know I can take that next little thing. You remember her, ST? Do it for the puppets, but yeah, do it for all of the above. Yeah. Um, and I just hadn't thought about it. You know, I was like, oh, I'm the old hermit. I'm down here on the river and blah, blah, blah. I'm never going to be able to travel like I did. And so the puppets have just not really been in it. And I'll fix up the shed and I'll do this. And I'm just kind of been humming along. There's nothing wrong with that. But I realized that after my dear friend is honestly gone, and I know she's gone from this life, it is, you know, and we're coming up on a year's anniversary of when our dear friend Brian passed, and my dear friend Serge passed, and some other folks. So there is a certain point of finality when your close friends around you are, in so many words, dropping like flies. And so I don't necessarily feel like that's, but I know it's coming, you know. However, my uncle is in his 80s, so it's not like uh, some of the Null family hasn't lived longer. And so I know it's in our genes, depending. And my uncle Roger, he used to teach yoga in his 60s, and now he's in his 80s. But he is very senile and is definitely Alzheimer's. But when you get to be 80-ish, you know, that's okay. But I want to, if I'm on like twingy areas of Alzheimer's because of my many head concussions and so forth, I still want to plug through it. I have a friend of mine that sent me the animal cards, for example. And Miss Christine, if she ever watches this, bless you forever. But she got a condition in her brain where her brain was turning, it was calcifying, and she was losing portions of her brain. She was losing portions of, you know, being able to walk or function, and, you know, and different organ failure kind of thing that, you know, your brain's supposed to normally do, and a rare condition, and a very nice woman. She was a district attorney for the state of Florida down in Tallahassee. I knew her husband, how I met her. Uh, Absolutely lovely people. Has sent me and given me books on Native American stuff. She went through the Catholic thing too. She understands my mission here, the reason she sent me the cards. And every time I look at them, I think of her and the blessing she sent me. But she understood my mission to the point where she sent me the cards because she knew I would use them. And so there are many different people in many different areas that have made, you know, different, you know, so in honor of Christine, and I don't bring her name up often enough, but you know, it's to her I do these cards because she sent them to me. She saw something in me I didn't necessarily see, but knew about where I was and that I was a shaman in training. So other people have supported me in that respect. You all do, but I, because of whatever ill it is that that I have had, I just still refuse to give up. That's, you know, but at the same time, in this last hour, I realize that having a different focus, a different long-term game plan, in some kind of weird way, I thought Marcia was going to show back up again. But in my heart of hearts, I knew she would pass because I saw death in her before. And anyway, I don't want to go back through that. But to the point of, though, I've got puppets, I've got tools, I've got things that I've collected. And at some point, somebody will have to deal with this if I'm not here on this plane anymore. And I should be a better planner than that. I should do better than that. And I have, if I can rethink things, I have the talent, I have the knowledge to, and a lot of materials already to be able to accomplish these things. All I need is a little bit of, my back not hurting too bad, but I need better clarity of thought. And it ain't got nothing to do with being stoned. I've made some of my best thoughts being stoned, my brain reconnects to that. As I've talked about in the past, it's like electronics is behind this door. The forestry guy's behind this door. The cook is behind this door. There for a while, I couldn't cook anything. I mean, I was like just devoid. And I've made some excellent meals and have worked in kitchens and stuff. But anyway, not necessarily a chef, but I've cooked some good meals and fed people. So, but then there's the carpentry door, and then there's the theater door, and then there's the music door. And so, behind all these doors, uh, there are these different talents that were just a part of me. But when this brain thing happened, all these doors all got slammed shut, and some of them got locked. And so, for a lot of times, I didn't, I was like, okay, so I used to play music. What door is that? I don't know. So in my brain, I'd go around trying to make the reconnection. Where's the door with the music? And I'd open up a door and there'd be, I used to play tennis and other things, not as as a hobby, not as, a full-time sport, but played. So, but behind us, and I used to play golf. So there's, I open this door and there's a set of golf clubs and a tennis rack, and they go, nah, no. Although it'd be fun to go play golf again, but no, that ain't the door. But it's something I remember, So I'm like, all right. So you open up another door and it's got something else in it. So I would just, in my mind's eye, I'm standing here and can see these doors in a semicircle. And I know that behind them are my memories or my talents, what I used to be able to do. So in wandering around in life, I just go up and go, okay, is it in there? No. Is it in that one? No. What about this one over here? No. So in my mind, I go through all these exercises of trying to find the information. And I know it's behind one of them doors. So, but over the last few years, I've opened these doors. And so now I know this door over here is this door, and this door over here is this one, and I'm sure of it. So now I'm opening up another door and go, okay, one of these other doors over here that I haven't opened recently has got the carpenter in it, and this other one, because I've used the brick mason and I've used the concrete guy and I've been doing landscaping and stuff. And so that guy's been out and been playing around. But where's the carpenter? Because that's the next step and what I have to do. So I've still got some doors that are obscure in my brain. And I know that I've got to, at some point, go open them door and go, damn it, where's the freaking carpenter? I need the carpenter guy. Come on. Yeah, I know you're in here somewhere. I need that connect. I need to be able to, I used to be able to see things clearly in my head, the dimensions and the heights and what the roof's going to look like and how the windows are going to be and the spacing. And I could just about recite to you how far they had to be apart, how many 2x4s. I could construct all this in my head. Somewhere there's a drawing too. And so I have to get back. I got to find that. So anyway, so any help in your, if I run across your brain during the day for some reason, just think, I hope Dave's throwing shit away. Or I hope Dave's found that carpenter. You know, it's that simple. And you can laugh about it with me. But that's the help I need right now. If I was to like get on my hands and knees, I'd say, please, y'all, give me that, give me that parts of my brain back, please. Let me finish this stuff. you know, I got all, I'm waiting right here. Help me get over this hump. But anyway, so in the grand scheme of things, but I'm to the point now where it didn't really matter. And now I'm like, all right, now I want to do it more because of all the things I just talked about. So I might actually get down on my knees and say, hey guys, I could really use help with this. There's good reasons why I want to do this project. My shed leaks and but I really need to take care of this for other reasons. And it's not necessarily selfish. In a way it is, but my friend Marcia and the legacy of the puppets and the legacy she helped me with, I see that as a really, a good reason. I don't think enough people appreciated what she did for other people. She worked as a nurse in a nursing home. She worked with Alzheimer patients. She worked with really bad. She helped people all along through her life, and she ended up breaking her arm, getting too sedentary, got down in her back, so they operated on her back, which got infected because they didn't turn her enough, and along with she had lots of other problems too, dear heart. But I don't think she got the recognition that she should have got, and she didn't ever really want any recognition. I'd say, this is my friend Marcia, and she'd kind of hide her face, and I'd say, wave at everybody. She'd be sitting up right off stage or something, taking pictures and interacting with the kids. But for me to bring the puppets back up, I'd have to find a picture or something with her, so I could give reference. But to give her name and her energy the recognition that it should be deserved. So I can see doing this for my friend. We're doing it for me, for my recognition. I'd much rather do it for her. You know what I mean? Because she was instrumental in a lot of ways, and she did support me. So hey, so and that gives me more courage, and it also is another wake up call. Like I figured I'd be dead before her. I'm just insane in my lifestyle and what I've done, and I've just figured I'd be the first one to go, and now I'm not. I'm the survivor. So I really, having these thoughts in my head, and I really want to make, what time I have left. I have these opportunities. I already have these tools. If I can just get them back connected up here, so I'm going to work on it. I'm working on it right now, and for the last hour and a half, I haven't shut up about it. So I'm hoping this is going to stick. You know, I know it's going to help me. I'm always working on it. Sometimes a little harder than others, but my attitudes change. The death of my friend and the anniversary of dear ones that have passed, and reconnected with my grandkids. That's interesting. And just what do I want out of life? And it breaks down simple, but I really don't want to leave a mess. I might leave, the house might not be finished, but it doesn't have to be in a mess. There's a difference. So, and in my life's goal, I'm reconsidering. I don't want to leave a mess of things, and I'll clean up what I can spiritually, mentally. So if I'm reconnecting with my grandchildren after all these years of quiet, that's a blessing for me or for them, maybe for both of us. The fact that they still remember me and will at least talk with me, that's good. Because I'm not crazy granddad. I'm crazy. I'm talking about all kinds of shit. So who knows? You know, and I thought that my granddaughter would show up in the chat last night. No, but wonders never cease. So, you know, have faith, believe, 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 believe. And so, of all the things in the universe about my grandkids, and why don't they call me more, and why won't my granddaughter go kayaking with me or whatever, and I have bitched about it over the years. I hope she doesn't watch some of my older ones because I never mentioned her by name, but I did say my granddaughter. But I love her, I do. And sometimes, nasty attitudes about certain things. This is like, please, you're better than that. Please don't believe that. And please don't get caught up in that. And it seems like maybe she went through a phase and is better now because she's contacting me and where she ignored me before when I begged her to go kayaking or get in touch with me. Now she has listened in on the channel and wants to go boating. So sometimes time heals things or at least gives different perspectives. So we'll see how things go. I would love to be able to share these things with my grandchildren. I share things with folks who aren't my grandchildren, and I get pleasure out of that. So it's in the sharing. But to actually share it with a true blood family member, um, that's different and that means more. So we'll see, you know, we'll see. We never know how things are going to turn out. The fact that my grandson's working at a state park in Ohio, that was one of my, I'm envious of him, and I said so earlier, but I'm proud of him because that's what I wanted to do. But I've got 18 and a half acres of my own little state park down here that I can help take care of. So in that respect, I kind of sort of got what I wanted was to have be able to take care of a place that was like a park. And, I've got the little Oclockney River Hermitage here has been here all these years. And so, still here, the river's still here. We're still available. The land's still being kept up as much as I can. And so the intent's still there. Um, and blessings have shown up on the property and, with all the different kinds of berries and things. So uh, it seems like I'm doing well in that if I was too negative or something, I think there wouldn't have been the kinds of things that have popped up on the roan here on the property. And that nature has kind of turned the way it has in a good way for me. I mean, I got elderberry bushes right in the backyard that are blooming. There, several places in the yard and right out back down here in the edge of the swamp. I mean, there's so many things that nature has just put here, and that is good for us in one way, shape, or another. So, I can only say that, and looking at these things, that over the years, the blessings have been coming over the years, and I really haven't paid attention to them as much as I am now. I mean, I've always looked and always kind of saw them, but this year it just means more. Maybe it's the folks dying and so forth, and me getting older myself. And I know that's got something to do with it. But trust me, I don't sit around and worry about me dying kind of thing. Um, the thing I did talk about with my friends the other day, because they were here when I found out about my friend Marsa, I said, the one thing I don't want to happen is for something to happen to me and it be 2 weeks before somebody come and found me here in the house. I mean, just, but I don't get visitors every day and I don't get phone calls every day. And some of you folks don't know some other folks and they wouldn't know who to call anyway. So, and Marsa was my backup. And so I got to rethink things. And not that I'm worried or have this fatality thing staring at me, but what used to be my backup and so forth, things have changed. And I need to rethink some things. And I need to open up some brain cells and not just let them pass by. I need to really think about them, and I need to pay attention to them, and I need to write them down, and I need to, I need to act on them because my backup's gone. And not that well, in a way, it is a bad thing in that I've lost a good friend, but it's now it's going to force me to take care of things where, I don't know, having a backup, you got it's so it's like, yeah. And so my thing is, I don't want to leave a mess behind in whatever happens with me. And however long, I'm hoping I'm going to be around at least another 10, 15 years, I hope, you know and try to stay active and do that thing. But one never knows with stuff in the world that's going on. But uh at one time I said, I hope I can make it to 75. And now that I'm going to be 69, 75 is just like 6 more years. Because I said I wanted to be able to, my grandfather died at 67, so I've already beat him. Um, and my pops, Arnie, he made it to 74. So if I made it to 75, I would have beat him. You know what I mean? So, and I'm in much better shape than Arnie was. Uh, but, and but my uncle Roger, he's still alive and he's in his 80s. So, there is that potential. So, I'm not going to give up. Uh, but I know that I've already had a lot of brain issues. But I contend that if I keep working on them and keep having discussions, keep doing a show, keep interacting with people, you have so much to give outside your comfort and enjoy the time. Uh, you got our back. What? We love you too much. Martha, bless her soul. You gave her the appreciation. Thank you. Wetty eyes. Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to, but in truth, though, it is true. Depression caused me to lack motivation and fall behind my jobs and chores. It'll do that. And, I'm thinking about my friend Marson. There's a part of me that wants to be depressed about it. But, she always went to the gym. We were always going camping. We were always going to the river. We were always doing stuff. I mean, she drove us to Ohio a couple of years ago when Jackie's mama was had heart problems. And all the way back, she's had driven and helped other people in different places, and you know she'd call me up. She called me up one time in the middle of the night and said, "Hey, you want to go to the beach?" I mean, it was like 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, "What?" She goes, "Yeah, I want to go to the beach. I want to go to the ocean. Where's the nearest place?" And I said, "Down at Panacea." And she goes, "You want to go?" And I was like, it was the middle of the night. I'd been working night shift jobs kind of thing. And I was like, who cares? She goes, "Well, I'll come get you. We'll get coffee and we'll do this thing. And let's go to and I said, okay. So she, 20 minutes later, she was here at the house, and we went down to St. Mark's and drove around and down to Panacea and went and put our feet in the ocean and sat there for a little bit and watched the ocean and turned around and drove back up here, got back about dawn. So, we literally would drive down to the ocean just to go look and go smell it and see it just because she wanted to. And so we were that kind of people. And so this last year or so, and especially me, where I used to, just not necessarily long distances, but go over here to the river and go over there. I haven't been doing that myself for various reasons. A lot of them, I just don't want to put too many more miles on my truck because she's really getting old. And God bless her, she still runs. But and I have to work on that too. So there are things that I have just been kind of letting slip by, like the hole in the wall that needs a board. And I need to make up my mind and go, listen, have you had enough of this? Get somebody to work, have my car, for example, have them tow that some bitch in there to the Toyota place. And if it costs $1,000 for them to fix her or whatever and get her running again, I couldn't buy a car for $1,000, especially for the kind of car that I have. So I'm like, and I'm willing to spend $1,000 on a car that I don't know anything about. Whereas if I spend $1,000 on the car that I already have, you know, so then I could work on my truck. And so I need to, I need to take the next step. I've been kind of, well, Martha's got my back. She had a vehicle. And if I needed to go somewhere or something like that, she'd come pick me up. And I depended too much on her for certain things. And my backup's not there. And I need to step up to the plate. You know what I mean? So that's basically what it means. So anyway, hey, Ian, how are you? And thank you all for listening to me moaning about this. But there are certain times when I say, in having this discussion for now, the last 2 hours, I'm thinking to myself, I have been in this similar situation, not necessarily with a friend dying or whatever, but reach a certain part where in your life where, for me, it's not depression because I know what that feels like, and I really am not depressed. I really have just, there are parts of my brain that I still can't get them doors open. So I can take care of, little things and make coffee and feed the cats and do these things, and do them regularly every day and sweep the floor on a regular basis and do this and doing that, but, and I'm use the weed eater and I am doing things, but there's still a lot more to be done. And there are times when I got to just frankly say I was just too damn lazy to go do anything about it. So I could sit in here and look out the window and think about what I need to do when I could go 20 feet outside and sit in a chair in front of the fan outside with the cats and look at the shed and make decisions as to what I need to do versus worrying about what decisions I could make about the shed. I can go 20 feet and sit in a chair and go, oh, I think I'll throw that away, you know, versus worrying about what I'm going to do and what I'm going to, you know what I mean? So I can see certain things. I need to make this other jump in my brain. So if I put myself out there in the chair, I will look at stuff and go, I'm going to move that. I'm going to throw that away. I'm going to, and that will give me impetus to do that. With Marcia gone and the puppet thing, and that's giving me motivation. I want to do it for that. Um, not just because I would like to. You know what I mean? No, Marcia's gone, and there needs to be a tribute there, somehow. I don't know what it is yet, but it would be at least to sit down with the many puppets that she made, as I used to demonstrate. This puppet here, my friend Marcia made, and she made it like this, and look at this, and turn it around, and this is how I strung this puppet, and this is the character for this puppet, and be able to demonstrate it like I've done so many times before. And the fact that she's gone, I had always thought, well, maybe we'll do this again sometime. But with, the things that's happened with the COVID thing in the last year, et cetera, everything's just taken a different turn. And I would rather not get caught in any kind of depression. And Michelle, listen, honey, uh, I don't know. If you get depressed, you just think about some of the dumbass shit that I've done and talked about and say, listen, Hawkeye's been through some crap. I can get through this. Whatever's bothering you, find something that I have mentioned, talked about, or some crazy stuff. And, if that should help you lift your day and go, man, no, old Nellie's talked about this. I can do this. If nothing else, my stupidity should give it in my I say my previous life, in my in this life in the past versus my past life, you know, uh, that it will give you, courage and confidence to go, man, I can figure this out. Because I look at it like this: if I've made it this far, other folks can do it. Other folks are doing it, but you know, with all the crap that I've been through, um, and I do I know what tomorrow's going to bring? Yes. Me and Doug are going to go outside for our walks. I'm going to feel much more inclined because of my last 2 hours and statements, and I really feel it in my heart. And I've been working on it, but not as hard as I really honestly could do. And I want to change that myself. But the reason I want to change it is not for anything ego for myself, but I really do see the benefit in being able to finish the shed, which is so that I could put my puppets in it. And so I could get them out of the trailer. And so I could do these other things. And so I could, so that is all true. And I was working in that direction until I got interrupted last year with incidents and then deaths of people and my own craziness. And I know it changed me. I know I've had to deal with someone else's stuff now and still am after a year. And so every time I look at it, I'm like, man, the time I wasted, no, the energy, no, can't go there, but I'm still dealing with those things. So, but all in all, though, there were things along the way that have kind of sort of drugged me off of where I would have already finished this, maybe. Not an excuse, but it is the truth. And but these are hurdles. It is like I'm fed up with this. This just ain't happen. I want to go back to where I was a year and a half ago. I'm a year behind with some of this stuff, literally. And my friend Mars is gone, and this has happened, and that's happened. My friend got sick, and other people have got cancer, and this person that. And I just don't want to leave a mess behind. So what am I waiting for? Motivation. I'm helping myself, getting started. Yeah, and but see, I'm and having this discussion with you right now. If you're sitting in my living room right now, okay, basically, and I would say, um, you've heard me, excuse me, talk about my history and things and stuff and mental condition, and say I know I was talking about Oromos before, but having this part of this discussion, um, I would, like the after show, sit down and just, I had this revelation, and this is my discussion that I've had for the last couple hours now, and I've had this revelation. So I say, Michelle, we're sitting here in the house and we're having coffee or whatever and smoking or whatever. We're having conversation, and I know right now it's one sided on my part. But you're making comments in the chat there, so you are participating. So, but in that, so we're having this conversation. I go, I've had this revelation that, I've been using this fog thing, not really as an excuse, but sort of, in that I have allowed it to be a stumbling block to getting certain things done. Well, my brain just don't feel like it. Well, okay, so then do something. Just then, but there are things that I'm noticing that I might not be able to think, like the carpenter, but I can go outside and sit on the porch and just allow my brain to but if I put myself on the porch, then it will automatically, I'll want to envision what the windows look like. If I go out and sit in the shed, and allow myself just to be there, my brain will automatically want to, well, I need to, and, I think I'll throw that away. And, I need to get aboard. Well, that's over there. My brain will work. So I haven't allowed myself to be in the mosquitoes have been bad outside it. This, There have been issues here, but I realize that there are things that I can do to just help me to remember. But I haven't really been pushing it. I've been lazy in that respect and saying, well, maybe tomorrow my brain will feel better and I'll go out and do that. Yeah, tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. And so that's been my sort of my excuse in some of these things because I have to be honest with myself. But understanding all of this, though, it's like, but I realize because I can take that observer point of view with myself and say, okay, now you want to change this, you want to get better at this. So, what should we look at? One of the things is behavior. So, what's your behavior? Well, you haven't really been going outside like we were. Okay. Well, when we do go outside, you look at the shed and go, not now, and you go take a walk. There's nothing wrong with taking a walk, but I'm avoiding it. Oh, okay. So I'm using the walk as the excuse. It's a good excuse, but it's wrong to use taking a walk as the excuse to not pay attention to the shed. So go take a walk and then come back and sit at the shed. I got to do both. I cannot just ignore one because I need to allow my brain to sit down and look at it and go, okay, and not worry about it or anything. If I just sit outside and look at it, I'm hoping I'll be able to make the reconnections. Once you dig in, you'll find you're coming out the other side. Start, yes, yeah, it's the getting started. Um, I understand what getting started means, but I'm here to tell you in my brain and what I've known in past, this disconnect is different than getting started. Because I can get started and after I get started, I'll still be looking and going, where's the carpenter? Before I'd say, okay, I got to go get started. But once I go get started, picked up a couple of boards, I'd be building shit and nailing stuff I'd have something done. And what's taken me 2 years to do, I would have gotten done in an afternoon. Okay. And so the connection, I got to get that connection back. And so, but I've had serious head trauma and them drugs they gave me that made me go nuts. So there's good excuse, but I still want the connection. I want the carpenter back. I can do lawn work and do these simple things, but I want the carpenter back. Damn it, you know. I so And I haven't really made it an issue here because I've been so pleased with taking the walk on the hill and finding all the mulberries. So I've been preoccupied with other things. But now that some of the berries are different and stuff, and also marzipan and things, and I'm just different perspective. But I realize that I really do need to have whippoorwills. Interesting. Really loud because I can hear them over the fan. Wow, that's interesting. Really loud. You hear it too, huh, Duggar? That's a whippoorwill. There are certain times of the day that they were, and early in the morning and early in the evening, right after sunset, just before sunup. I mean, that's really loud. But anyway, so I thank you for listening. But um, by helping to vent and having this, you're my friends. So I feel like, all my backups are gone. Where I would normally sit, call them up or go over and we'd have some, make some dinner and have conversation. I go, I'd like to talk to you about something. I've been running some stuff over my head and And so you all have been that friend to me right now. I thank you. And in honor of my dear friend Marcia. So I said prayers before, but I feel inclined to at least say one more here at the end of this. I do continue to pray each and every day because each and every one of you are special people and you're on your own journeys. And I'm thankful. It's egotistical of me to sit here and talk about my issues here for the last 3 hours and mumble on about this. But and I'm still learning how to rewire my brain. And for those people who have brain issues and have had brain trauma and seizures and activity like that, like I have, um, uh, for me to be able to see the hurdles, that's one, and then to be able to figure out a way how to get over the hurdles, and the next thing, my prayer is to be able to have the motivation I will remember this tomorrow because I'm making it stick in my brain, but in that, before there were lots of excuses. Well, if I do the puppet things, I'm being egotistical, or I'm doing this, and who am I going to show them to? And meh, 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 meh. No, but now that Marcia's gone and that sharing with her is gone, there there just seems to be like, okay, so I'm not going to travel. Well, then I really do need to change my focus. And after having Deb here last year and her getting cancer and everything, and all of that, and the sadness and the energy that was there, and then Marcia getting sick, and then this happening again, and a lot of energy's gone out, uh, from these side things, and I'm not using them as a crutch. They are what they are, but they will siphon your energy off, or keep you from. For me, I need to stay focused and not distracted. So there have been many distractions, to where I would have normally been more focused on other things. So, but not depressed, I can honestly say that, but distracted, absolutely. But through it all, Michelle, if you feel depressed, maybe you're just distracted, because there are times when I can tell from my previous experience in life that I would have gotten depressed over this, but I'm not. But I have been distracted by something. And I can feel that because I feel distracted, that in a way depresses me because I can't get done what I want to do, right? Which is sort of what you said. You can't get your chores done and stuff like that. So, and it's true. So, in a way, it's not necessarily depression, but it is most definitely distraction. So, I continue. It's not that I fight through this, but I'm easily distracted, as y'all can tell. So, in being easily distracted, it doesn't take much for me to be distracted. So, I'm humming along and doing something. Something comes to mind. Maybe it's Marcia, maybe it's this, whatever it may be. My dear friends that I didn't get to say goodbye to, I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to Marcia. Uh, I mean, there are just certain things, and it's like I don't have any regrets. But it would have been nice to have been there closer, versus them dying in a hospital, and your body being sent off to be incarcerated, incinerated somewhere. I mean, I don't even know what happened. I mean, it just, and having been a close friend, I was, you know, not included in any of it. So it's okay. I understand the higher power, and her and I have talked about many higher power things over the years. So this is really nothing new. But as a normal human being, I guess I have missed that part of being able to say a formal or official goodbye in that capacity. I mean, it's okay, but for me though, to going back to the puppets, so my formal goodbye then, not necessarily goodbye, but my tribute and honor then would be to continue on with what we both worked on for many years, and that be the tribute, that I give her and my goodbye and my, you know what I mean. So I see that as a worthy cause, whereas to do it for myself would be selfish. But I see doing it for Marcia and in her memory and having all she's done for me and so forth. I see that as a very, like, I want to get busy, you know. So thank you for paying attention, and thank you for being my friend and being here, uh, so that I could kind of talk this out for myself, because this is one of these things that I would have sat down and talked out with her. Said, I'm at this impasse. I got this thing, blah, blah, blah. What do you think about this? And, thinking like this. And, I got this over here. And, so I'm weighing this issue out with that one. And I mean, talking about puppets and, how we used to send out flyers. I mean, there were several summers in a row where I was booked solid for like this time of the year until August. There 2 or 3 puppet shows a week, and then sometimes I was getting some really good money. Sometimes not so much, but it still had fun and it was still money. So there were times when puppet shows in the summertime was what got me through the summertime, because I didn't have much other income than that. So, and being able to sit with children and teach children and tell them the stories, and Marcia having been with me on many of those occasions, um, you know, again, whether or not I travel again, I could surely make arrangements. I mean, I'm not rich, but I got some money I could invest in a little bit better camera. And I could get a newer computer that I could dedicate. I've run video software before. I've done video editing. I've done those types of things. So I have the skills. So with a little bit of motivation on my part, where before it was like, but no, to do this, to do in honor of Marsa and as a thing, and also as puppets and the rest of it. But to put her in the credits and to give her honor every time I did a video or demonstration or whatever, I see that as a befitting, hey, in memory of my dear friend, and for all the effort she helped put me here, and helped kept, she's the one that saved my life several times and got me to the hospital when I was dehydrated with another kind of flu years ago. I mean, so, in tribute to her and honor to her, and also to bring the puppets out for the children. I think that's a worthwhile cause. I mean, some people would dedicate their lives to in memory of and a cancer thing or something like that. And it's like, it would just be good to get the puppets out and be going again. But now there's a whole another good purpose that's behind this too, that isn't just selfish. You know what I mean? So there are times when I haven't done certain things because it's just selfish. When actually, to do the puppets would be in honor of. Well, now we got a different motivation. So, but anyway, thank you, all for listening. I keep going on about this, but it kind of feels like, I see this as, with my vacation coming up and being able to meet folks, and I see some changes in just how I look at things in a good way, and maybe certain circles that are completed that I didn't know were incomplete, like meeting family members that I've never met that have always been out there. So there's been something in the cosmos. But to be able to meet them and give them a hug and maybe have dinner or socialize for an hour or so, and to be able to connect, that's sort of like connecting the dots, finishing up it's one of those, connect the dot um, coloring books. And so it's like, oh, so there's been dots over here that were connected over the years, but now I can't say it's like full circle, but it is definitely connecting dots. And it's like, so okay. And don't know what the puzzle picture is going to look like after all the dots get together. It's going to be interesting. And for me, being the eldest of the clan, to have most of us together there at one time and having that's it. I think it's going to be great, wonderful, I hope, but it's also going to be really, really odd. It's just going to be odd. Uh, Not necessary. I'm not thinking anything bad or nothing like that, but it's going to be odd. you know, Having lived down here as a hermit for a while and to go see all these family members who many of them get together on a regular basis. So they're used to the family. So to be included in their family, which is we grew up and they were our cousins. So that's how it was always put to us. So our cousins are actually our half brothers and sisters. So, but to be able to be here after all these years and, with me almost 70 years old and going, after all these years, we finally meet. How nuts is this for real? So, just interesting. So, in my talking about the puppets and talking about these other things, there's just, there's a different kind of thought and motivation that has come about because of these current events that are still evolving. So we'll see what happens when I get back. I'm not going to wait on doing stuff, and I am not going to mix any concrete in. I don't think before I go. We'll see. I might change my mind on that too. But I can definitely work on the shed and continue some other things and make headway in that respect. And because now I really do want to get things done. I really do want to do an honorable thing now that my friend's gone. So, I've got a whole different kind of motivation for this where I didn't have it before. So, hey, Ian, it's strange. We will go out of our way to help our friends, but won't do it for ourselves. Why is that? Yep. Yep. Well, for me, I've had not that I've been over egotistical or, brash or anything or, oh, hey, look at me. But I've always been good at whatever I've tried and I've always given it 100%, even stuff I hated, because I always felt it was necessary to give 100%. Um, Yeah, back in the day, I did. I got paid to have the time of my life. One of my best memories was in Albany, Georgia. They reopened up a park as part of the revitalization many years ago. And there's a place there along the river called Turtle Park, and there's a pavilion there, and the park goes down to the river, and it's up on a hill, where the pavilion is. And they had different things set up there in the park. And later on that evening, they had one of those big blow up projector things, and they had a movie in the park, and people from all over could see the movie and hear it. It was great. I think it was Shrek or something, but anyway. So it was a day in the park, but it was the grand opening of Turtle Park, and because I'd done quite a few things at the Albany Library and all the different libraries in Albany, I was well known, and I was hired by the city to be the children's entertainment for the day. And in the grand opening of Turtle Park, I was the headliner, and I did like 8 or 9 different puppet shows that day. And there were people that were down on the river because I had my own speaker system and a PV amp and wireless mics and the whole 9 yards, right? If I was going to do it, I wanted to sound right. And so There were people all over this park that were just by the hundreds were sitting there wanting me to tell another story, and it was so dark I couldn't see the puppets, and I was standing, but they wanted me to do one more story. And I literally, there were folks that came in and said, "All right, now get back, Mr. Dave's. We got to make him tear down. We got other stuff to do. He's got to leave, you know." And I did, but at the same point, it was like, that was one of my highlights because there were, there were thousands of people there over the day, easy. And so all these folks got a chance to hear and watch me do puppet shows there in the park as the grand opening for that. So, and I got paid $500 for the day. So I was tired. I was hoarse. I was whooped, but man, I had a lot of fun and I got paid for it. So, I have played at some events up in Tennessee at private at a particular place up a McGregor, I think it was. Anyway, a company up in Tullahoma, and when I was up there doing powwows and stuff, one of the ladies who went to the powwow, saw me do puppet shows, and they hired me to come up once a year during the summer to do their family picnic and everything. And I went up there for like 5 or 6 years in a row, and it was like $800. But I had to drive all the way to Tennessee, rooms, and all that kind of stuff. But it was always a fun, long weekend vacation. Marcia went with me many times, and we'd always stay somewhere. And then on the way back home, we'd always go on an adventure. We'd drive off someplace or go to a state park or go over to here to a mountain. We was always getting into something and making an excuse. Well, let's try over here. It's on the way home, sort of. It's only a little ways out of the way. But we had a lot of fun together. So, but I think the idea of the puppets and doing an honorary for me to do an honor for her, when so many people didn't know that about her or have that kind of thing, but all the old people that she took care of and the lives that she saved and helped over the years, I think she deserves better than just a mention on Facebook and dust in the wind, quite literally. When they cremated her, she's basically dust in the wind. So, yeah, thank you. Good night, good night, good night. I know I keep chatting, but, it's really on my mind, and I guess I needed to kind of sort of talk this out, having not had the opportunity the last few days to really, glance over it and discuss it. But I don't feel depressed about it. I do feel sad that I didn't have a chance to really, say goodbye. But to be honest with you, in a way, the last time I saw her before she went through the last round, um, I just saw death on her, and I knew it was coming. I'd seen it in other people, and it happened, and I was like, "There's my good friend, and she's dead." I mean, whatever it is, that most folks that look like that don't come back out of it. And I saw it, and I was like, "Holy shit," And then it happened. So I knew ahead of time, and I just didn't want to admit it, whatever. But I saw it ahead of time, and so I think I've been in mourning quietly because I saw it ahead of time, and there not being a family member, I couldn't have got in to see her in some of the places she was at anyway. And if there had been a phone, she would have called out. She would have called me. So because all of these things didn't happen, no phone or whatever, and she knows my phone number by heart. So whatever happened and however it happened, uh, if she could have talked to me, we would have spoken, I think, because I'm always here at the house. And if she'd have called me, I'd have picked it up. And she knows the deal, ring twice and leave a quick message, call me back at this number is all she had to say. And I would have, but none of that happened. But anyway, so thank you for listening. You're welcome, Esty. I really, you know, being a hermit is like I deal with most things, but now that Marcia's gone, she was my backup in that, to where we could get together at 2 in the morning. She might call me up and go, "What you doing? Want to come over and watch a movie?" And I'd go, "Well, we ain't, what the hell?" We'd go over and make popcorn or whatever, and socialize, and and watch a movie or not, or. And so just we were that kind of friends. I mean, literally any time of the day or night. And um, and she was there for me, but there were a lot of times she'd call me at 2 in the morning, and I was there for her. And there's no, I'm not bitching about it. Uh, but I say she was there for me too. Uh, but driving over to her house at 2 o'clock in the morning to watch a movie wasn't necessarily really what I had in mind. We could have talked on the phone, but I could tell that she needed somebody. So I'm, what the hell, right? So, but there were times when I needed somebody, and I'd call her up and I'd go, "Look, can I come over for a little while? I just, yeah, come on over. I ain't doing nothing. We'll watch a movie when you get here or something, whatever." It was always watch a movie, because she was a very much movie fan. She had hundreds of movies. I mean, literally hundreds of movies. And um, so it was always something that we did: make some popcorn and let's watch a movie. Okay. So, and we always went to the movies together too, to the theater. So, as I think about it, we've done some really crazy shit over the years. So, yeah, I'm going to miss my friend. I'm going to miss those middle of the nights and that were inconvenient. But I'm going to miss those times where we went to the river and camped out and had such good times and built fires and took pictures of orbs and talked to the spirits, and the times we went to powwows and sat and danced and listened, and yeah. But physically, she's in a better place now, because of her weight, because of her blood pressure, because of her breathing, because all of that. She had a lot of issues, and so she's in a better place in that respect. So, but I do want to honor her, and thank you for allowing me to vent this. You know, it's almost dawn. It's light outside, so I know it's time to get out of here. Until next time, continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings of the universe. Continue to learn to reject those things that is not necessary in your life. And here's something. Hey, Judy, how are you? Yeah, thank you. you know, like I was just saying, I saw her death. When I saw her, it was just honor. And I was like, man, oh man, oh man, oh man. So many people this last year, have passed away, and I'm getting older myself, and son of a bitch. But I was like, we've been friends and done such crazy shit over so many years. It's when now that I'm just sitting here, I haven't really sat down and reflected on it. Because I know we've done crazy shit over all these years, but in just having this open conversation with myself and y'all at the moment, I'm like, wow, we really did I mean, we went to the mountains and it was so cold. She was so cold. She built this fire that was like 20 feet tall on the top of this mountain in North Georgia. And it was cold that night. The wind that came over this pass, oh my God. We couldn't drive anymore. And she got cold, and we were trying to huddle around. I mean, it was cold that night. And she built this fire that they could damn near see to Atlanta, because we were on this high peak up there, this mountain pass up there, and the Rangers coming by. Little did we know that right down the road was a lookout tower kind of thing. They come by at like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, and here's this very large white woman who's throwing wood on the fire, and it looks like she's dancing around and she's trying to get warm and find more wood in the middle of the night kind of thing because she's cold. And oh my God. So here's this, I wake up and here's this blazing fire. And I just had an operation on my neck. So I was like, I had driven all the way to North Georgia, had driven up Winding Stair Gap. If anybody's ever been up there, that's a pain. And so we're up at the top of Winding Stair Gap up there at the Chattahoochee. And she builds this 25-foot tall flaming thing, And I was like, yeah, that's her. And we always had this thing that, I might not be able to build a fire, but I can damn sure make cookies. That was sort of her thing. There was one time we were making lasagna here at the house and it ran out of gas and we finished cooking the lasagna on the fire outside. And she swore to God, she goes, I said, what are we going to do? The lasagna's not done. I said, I'll go build a fire. We'll finish it, you know. Well, did you know you was going to run out of gas or whatever? Wow, did you just see that light get brighter? Whoa, that's weird. Did you just see that light get brighter? Tell me you did. Wow, that was weird. But anyway, so we finished off the lasagna on the fire out back, and it was like, no matter what happens, we always, you did see it. Okay, I'm sitting here and all of a sudden it went, all right. That was just plumb weird. I use low wattage bulbs because it's easier on my eyes and my condition. That was just, I mean, I gotta like, uh, that's in my eyes now. That's weird. So you saw it too. Oh, thank you, Jesus. I thought it was just, I know I'm tired and so forth, but anyway. So, um, yeah, thank you and the condolences for my dear friend Marcia. She was a crazy woman, but a good person. I mean, there was a time when I almost lost my property, and she had gotten a settlement and had some money, and she got it was like $6,500 or 6,200, something like that. She went down to her bank and withdrew the money and basically put it in a put it in a paper bag. And we went down to my bank and she paid off my note that was like $6,200. So the bank wouldn't take it, they wouldn't foreclose, and I wouldn't have any more, and that I wouldn't have any more problems. I paid her back that money and with other things over the years, but that's the kind of person she was. So, and she helped other people like that too. So, and those are things that most people don't know. But in my humble opinion, she was not a religious person per se. She did read the Bible some, but she was more of a spiritual person, had done card readings and things for people over the years, and was good at what she did. She did spiritual readings for people, could kind of see them off in could, um, anyway, psychically see them kind of thing a whole lot better than I am at it. Saw spirits and ghosts and stuff like that. And but I believe that whatever pain and whatever she was going through, that she made it to the other side okay, you know, because there's a lot of things she'd already seen and experienced, and now she is one of them. So, but anyway, so thank you. And I'm going to turn off this light and go outside and see if I can hear the whippoorwills. And we've got thank goodness, and I'll just mention this little bit and then I'm out of here. But um, I've noticed more birds this year than previous. Now, I know that the types of trees that are up on my hill are more bushy. Now, some of them are trees, they're just not very tall. but in watching the neighbors and the other habitat around here, I've noticed that more um, it's a better habitat for the smaller birds. And where there had been birds before when the trees were smaller and other things, but as the forest progressed and now there is this undergrowth with different kind of trees, different kind of berries and things. So I'm noticing that the birds are back of certain kind. And there was a cardinal, male and female, outside out here yesterday, feeding on the ground and pecking and doing, And so there are other different pairs of birds. Now, not quite as many, like I haven't seen a bluebird. I haven't seen a blue jay in forever, and they used to be around here. There are crows. There are quite a few woodpeckers that I've seen flying around. There's hummingbirds. I filled up the feeders again, and they've been right out here by the window. But for whatever reason, and I do think it's because by the small trees and the forest up here on the hill, because it's different out back. It's not quite as dense in places. No place to really build a nest, and not really any berries or anything. It's a nice forest, but there ain't no really place for the birds to like habitat. But up here, with the way the forest is developing, and so I've noticed an increase in the birds that are staying here and are living around here because there is this lower dense forest. But anyway, just an observation. So I want to go out this morning and while I'm still awake and everything, and I'll cogitate what I want to eat. Um, Ian, go do some work now. So have a great day. You too. So anyway, thank you guys. So TTFN radio saying it is. Let's do a sign off at like it's 6:30 6:36 a.m. after 6 hours and 45 minutes. That's an interesting, not necessarily a coinkydink, but to all of you, stay blessed. Cheers, everybody. Keep the faith. Find you. You can always find a way around something if you look. And right now, thank you for the last couple hours of helping me to figure out what I need to do next. Hey, Max, how are you? So, good morning, good afternoon, and I'm gonna go outside and do some bird watching before I go to bed. So, but anyway, we'll talk to you soon, and thank you, Judy and Max and Gazas and everybody. Esty and Michelle, Ian, thank you all. Honest, honest, honest. Uh, we're all get through this one way or the other. Thank you all. Bye. Till next time, be sweet.